Chapter 520. Yun Wuchang, it's fine. This stupid pig can't possibly have any profound martial arts. At best it's just some fancy moves. Let him use it. If I can't use it then I'll lose. But the stakes must be higher. That stupid pig called Senior Apprentice Brother Rin, you have the aura of the sun on your body. Take out that treasure and use it as a bet. Okay. Lin Ling indifferently sat in his chair, as if he was already aware of Senior Apprentice Brother Ren's shamelessness. He didn't care at all. In fact, he hoped that Senior Apprentice Brother Ren would display some profound martial arts. After all, although he seemed to be gambling, the truth was that he was also learning a heaven step martial art. Therefore, Lin Ling had no interest in learning a low-level heaven step martial art. On the contrary, Lin Ling was looking forward to learning a high-level heaven step martial art. As for how difficult it was to learn, with the memories of the limitless Sword Saint, in addition to Lin Ling's martial arts experience and soul force, most of the 7 profound martial houses' martial arts were not difficult. The difficult part was that Lin Ling hadn't seen these martial arts with his own eyes. After all, although he had the memories of the limitless Sword Saint, that was only a remnant soul. Lin Ling needed to see these martial arts with his own eyes in order to learn them. The aura of the sun, you mean the sun essence stone. Senior Apprentice Brother Ren took out a shining golden stone from his rune bag. At first glance, this stone looked like a block of gold, but only a martial artist knew that this was a sun essence stone. This sort of treasure was relatively rare, but as for its specific effects, there weren't many people that knew. Because of this, Senior Apprentice Brother Ren was very forthright in taking it out as part of the bet. To him, Lin Ling's sword was much more valuable than his sun essence stone. Sun essence stone. Lin Ling's pupils shrank. Because he was a fire attribute martial artist, he was very sensitive to the aura of the sun essence stone. He had guessed that Senior Apprentice Brother Ren had a sun essence stone on him, but he didn't think that he really did. Moreover, Senior Apprentice Brother Ren was willing to take it out as a bet. It had to be known that his first shade True Fire pill required 5 different materials to refine. One of them was the sun essence stone. Sure enough, after wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, he found it without effort. Alright, I have taken out the sun essence stone. Can we begin? Senior Brother Ren didn't know the value of the sun essence stone. Instead, he was afraid that Lin Ling would go back on his word and wanted Lin Ling to agree immediately. Let's begin. Lin Ling suppressed the excitement in his heart and took a sip of tea. That calm look made the crowd feel like they were dreaming. It seemed that compared to Senior Brother Ren, this unknown newcomer was more like a senior brother. You'll regret it. Senior Brother Ren walked out, his mind constantly pondering. Since he wanted to win, he might as well use that martial art. Floating Cloud Steps, a 3rd-grade king stage technique. This martial art was extremely powerful. Once cultivated to the minute subtlety stage, it was said that one could ride the clouds and fly faster than ordinary flying martial arts. Moreover, the minute subtlety stage of martial arts contained the true intent of martial, which was precisely the true intent of clouds. It was said that once cultivated successfully, one could be as ethereal as the clouds in the sky. Even if tens of thousands of people besieged him, he would still be unharmed. However, what he obtained was also an incomplete version. Currently, he hadn't even reached the small success stage and only knew a little about it. Therefore, he believed that Lin Ling would definitely lose. After all, this was an incomplete version. There was only a small step at the beginning and there were no further steps. In fact, he had been wondering if this martial art was really a 3rd-grade king stage technique. Perhaps it had already reached the 4th grade of king stage. Watch carefully. Senior Brother Ren smiled proudly. An elegant aura filled the air. At this moment he was standing in the same place, but he seemed to have disappeared between heaven and earth. Clouds as elusive as the clouds. The crowd's hearts trembled. This martial art was so mysterious. On the other hand, Lin Ling's pupils constricted as a name rose up in his heart. The Soaring Cloud Steps was a 4th-grade king step martial art. It was one of the Wuxia Sword Saint's favorite movement martial arts back in the day. Because it was ethereal and unpredictable, it was as dreamy as the clouds, extremely magical. Cloud impermanence, mist-gathering clouds, drifting indefinite. The memories in his mind seemed to be unsealed. Lin Ling's heart began to have illusions. Those were the steps of the Wuxia Sword Saint's martial art, which made him addicted to it. The imperceptible realm actually has the true meaning of clouds. Lin Ling gasped and became more focused. Then, without any distractions, he became addicted to it. He walked out of the chair step by step. At this very moment, Senior Brother Ren was still using the floating cloud steps. He had only just touched the threshold of this martial art, but it still filled him with pride. This was because this martial art was incomplete, and he was able to learn the slightest bit of it. This also showed his comprehension ability. A third-grade king stage technique. This should be the first time you've seen a profound martial art in your life. But remember, the more profound a martial art is, the harder it is to learn. If you force yourself to learn it, you will be possessed by the devil. Senior Brother Ren said proudly. He knew that at this moment, there must be many disciples worshipping him. Then he moved slightly and walked in the open space like a cloud. At the same time, he was looking forward to hearing the reverence of the disciples. However, the open space was silent, which made Senior Brother Ren frown. He realized that the disciples were not looking at him. What was going on? His gaze quietly shifted, and he instantly discovered that the gazes of all the disciples were focused on the spot beside him. There was a youth quietly standing there, but the strange thing was that even though he was standing there, no aura could be sensed from him. That's right, even with his cultivation he could not sense any aura. It was extremely mysterious. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and the figure floated up like a wave. Then, like an illusion in the water, it was torn apart, elongated and gradually disappeared. The fluctuation of the clouds. Senior Brother Ren's pupils constricted. This was his floating cloud steps. Impermanence of clouds. A shocking voice appeared in Senior Brother Ren's heart. The floating cloud steps had reached the completion stage. The elusive aura, the erratic traces, and the impermanence of the clouds in the sky. This was the first step of his floating cloud steps martial art. Fog-gathering clouds. In the next moment, Senior Brother Ren roared again in his heart. He saw the young man's afterimage appear in the open space. It seemed to be 10 meters away, but it gave people the feeling that he was floating on top of the clouds. This elusive feeling made people want to vomit blood. This was the completion stage of the floating cloud steps. It was both real and fake, elusive and elusive. When using this martial art, the enemy would not be able to catch your figure. Sometimes you would be right in front of them, but in reality you would be thousands of meters away. Sometimes you would be far away, but in reality you would be behind them. True intent of clouds. In the end, Senior Brother Ren's heart finally trembled. The young man's aura had completely disappeared. No matter what martial art he used to investigate, the young man seemed to have disappeared from heaven and earth. And the only thing he could see with his eyes was that dreamy figure that was like a cloud. A series of shocks left Senior Brother Ren speechless. After looking carefully, he realized that the one who used his floating cloud steps was actually the young man from before. So terrifying. He was sure that this was the first time this young man learned his floating cloud steps. After all, he only knew half of it. But the young man took a look and filled in the incomplete chapter, cultivating it to the minute subtlety realm. What kind of perception was this? Who exactly is he? Why is that king stage martial art more powerful than Senior Brother Ren's? Chapter 521. You dare to touch me? A moment later, Lin Ling's figure appeared at the table. The tyrannical song sword, the sun essence stone, and the 100,000 spirit crystals were all put away by Lin Ling. This gamble he had won. Not only had he obtained 100,000 spirit crystals, but he had also obtained the sun essence stone and filled in the flaws of his movement martial arts. Now, do you have anything to say? Lin Ling's calm voice floated out from his mouth, causing the entire room to remain silent. Could they still have anything to say? After all, everyone had clearly seen that the youth's floating cloud steps was even more formidable than Senior Apprentice Brother Ren's. Senior Apprentice Brother Ren was the senior apprentice who had given pointers, and was equal to half a teacher. But this youth had surpassed their teacher, so who could say anything? Many eyes even revealed looks of worship. A Star Guard disciple had surpassed a Moon Guard disciple. This was simply breaking the rules of the 7 profound martial house. It is said that there is a monstrous genius in this world that has obtained the source of martial arts. They have a photographic memory and can instantly learn any martial arts. Is he one of those monstrous geniuses? Senior Apprentice Brother Ren stood in place. He was more surprised than anyone else. He looked up at Lin Ling as if he wanted confirmation. Is that the floating cloud steps realm the true meaning of clouds? His heart was suddenly filled with anticipation. He had practiced this martial art for many years without success, but today this youth had actually displayed it. If he could learn the cultivation method from this youth, then wouldn't he have learned it? This martial art is called the floating cloud steps. In fact, it is a 4th grade king step martial art. Lin Ling lightly said. Bang. Senior Apprentice Brother Ren's heart shook. His understanding of the floating cloud steps was too shallow. Then where does the true meaning of clouds come from? Senior apprentice brother Ren asked again. It is in the footwork. Lin Ling gently smiled, causing senior apprentice brother Ren's body to tremble again. In the footwork he had only obtained a fragmented section, and the footwork was incomplete. But this youth had filled in the fragmented section and deduced the complete footwork. This was terrifying, this was a true monstrous genius. Senior apprentice brother Ren seems to be asking the youth. As the crowd watched this scene, they suddenly felt as if they were in a dream. Senior apprentice brother Ren was the senior apprentice brother, but he seemed to be asking the youth for advice. This reversal of status was extremely dramatic. Teach me. Senior brother Ren's eyes turned red, causing Zhu Qin's complexion to become extremely ugly. They had suffered a crushing defeat, and that was one thing. But not only was senior brother Ren not angry, he was even asking for guidance from that young man. Who do you think you are? You think you can teach just because you want to? When you were high and mighty, you didn't casually teach other disciples. Lin Ling shook his head. Just one sentence and he wanted him to teach? Why should he teach? If this senior brother Ren was the kind of senior who was approachable and didn't put on airs, he might teach him. However, from the looks of it, senior brother Ren was just a high and mighty person. The crowd of disciples also nodded. Not long ago, senior brother Ren had displayed a heaven-tier martial art, but it was mostly to show off. It couldn't be counted as real guidance. If they wanted to learn it, they had to spend all their effort to watch it. But now, senior brother Ren had the nerve to ask others to teach him? What is your name? Let me advise you, I am a Moon Guard level disciple. In the 7 Profound Martial House, I have a strict status. If I kill you, there will be absolutely no one who will object. Therefore, you do not have the qualifications to refuse. Senior brother Ren's face was ice cold. This was just a trivial Star Guard disciple. If he wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as lifting his hand. That's right, leave behind the sword and spirit crystals, otherwise you will not leave here alive. Zhu Qin coldly shouted from the side. How could he be willing to lose 50,000 spirit crystals for nothing? He was refusing to admit his loss. How shameless. The youths in the open space all shouted in their hearts. It had to be known that Lin Ling had won both times fair and square. But senior brother Ren and Zhu Qin had finally reneged on their debts. It was clear that they wanted to use their strength to bully Lin Ling. Do you still have any face? Long Xiaoqian also roared. Only now did he realize how stupid he had been. After all, from the looks of it, this was a gamble that he couldn't win. If you lost, you had to hand over the money. If you won, the other side would use their status and strength to renege on their debts and force you to hand over the bet. This was very overbearing. Is your life more important or is your treasure more important? You decide for yourself. Senior brother Ren ignored everyone's disdain and coldly said. He wanted to see what this youth would choose in the end. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and sighed. What a pity. This youth's perception was terrifying, but he didn't know that in the 7 Profound Martial House, strength was number 1. So what if he won? He would still obediently lose the bet. My name is Lin Ling. If you dare to touch me, then try it. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling was not flustered at all. He picked up a teacup and drank as he spoke. Lin Ling? Senior brother Ren frowned. He felt that this name was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. But at this moment he didn't think too much about it. With a cold snort, a terrifying aura erupted, and his hand reached out to grab Lin Ling. Although he did not know the soaring cloud steps, he was still able to become a Moon Guard disciple. His strength was naturally extremely formidable. You're dead. Looking at senior brother Ren's overbearing move, the crowd sighed. But Long Xiaoqian was suddenly worried. Lin Ling had been at the 7 Profound Martial House for less than a month. How could he possibly be a match for a Moon Guard disciple? Then they saw Lin Ling still sipping his tea, unperturbed even if the sky collapsed. They could not help but admire Lin Ling's courage. In such a situation, this youth was actually not afraid. Not long ago, the 7 Profound Martial House was recruiting disciples. The 12 Shen Elders, the Sword Elder, and the Great Sun Elder had a bet. They bet that in 3 months I would become a Moon Guard disciple. Today you dare to touch me, that is equal to disrupting the bet between the Shen Elders. Can you afford this crime? After drinking a mouthful of tea, Lin Ling gently placed the teacup on the table. His calm voice sounded out, causing senior brother Ren's pupils to narrow. He forcibly withdrew his hand that was about to grab Lin Ling, and his body appeared in front of Lin Ling. Bah! Lin Ling slapped out. Weren't you very awe-inspiring before? Why don't you dare to move? You're Lin Ling. Senior brother Ren's pupils shrank, and the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. There was finally an impression in their minds. Lin Ling was this year's famous young genius of the 7 profound martial house. It was said that he was this year's second-ranked genius, but his courage was extremely terrifying. He did not fear Senior Su Fan, nor did he fear the 12 Xian elders. He even made the powerful Xian elders use him as a stake in a bet 3 months from now. This bet was the focus of everyone's attention. Many people speculated that Lin Ling was only a chess piece, and that the real conflict was between the 12 Xian elders. But a chess piece also had its own importance. How could these small characters move against him? If they moved against Lin Ling, that was equal to disrupting the bet between the 12 Xian elders. It was also equal to offending 2 Xian elders as well as Senior Su Fan. This was a sensitive period. Lin Ling was a hedgehog who would dare to move against him. Move against me, I want to see who dares to move against me. Lin Ling stepped forward, his aura magnificent. He coldly stood in front of Senior Brother Rin, making it difficult for Senior Brother Rin to breathe. Did he dare to move? Absolutely not. But Senior Brother Rin did not dare to move, but that did not mean that Lin Ling did not dare. Another slap fell on Senior Brother Ren's face. I'll slap your face now. If you don't like it, then move against me. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. This Lin Ling was too arrogant. Not only did he not fear Senior Brother Rin, he even slapped Senior Brother Rin, forcing Senior Brother Rin into a rage and then killing Lin Ling. However, Senior Brother Rin did not dare. He could only let Lin Ling slap his face. Chapter 522. The 8 Heavenly Kings' Good Courage. So this is the Lin Ling that caused such an uproar in the 7 profound martial house this year. The crowd's eyes flashed. This youth had come to the 7 profound martial house and his name had shaken the entire 7 profound martial house. They all worshipped him. In the 7 profound martial house, a Moon Guard disciple has a high status and can casually kill a Star Guard disciple. But you are a high and mighty Moon Guard disciple, and I am only a Star Guard disciple. You can casually kill me, so why don't you dare to kill me? Lin Ling said again. Senior Apprentice Brother Rin took 3 steps back. He was afraid. This hedgehog, he could not move. But in his heart, anger was boiling. He could only watch as a youth that was inferior to him slapped him, and yet he did not dare to move. This kind of humiliation could be imagined. You are a Moon Guard disciple, so you are high and mighty. You say that the martial hall is not sincere in teaching martial arts, but colluding with others to cheat a Star Guard disciple of their spirit crystals. You are really a disgrace to the 7 profound martial house. Lin Ling said again. These words made Senior Apprentice Brother Ren's complexion turn extremely ugly. Then Lin Ling ignored him and came in front of Zhu Qin. Do you really think you are a genius? Don't think that I don't know that you have already learned the 6-gate formless fist. But you and Senior Apprentice Brother Ren are in cahoots to deceive others. But after you lose to me, you renege on your debt. Your skin is really thick. Pah. Lin Ling slapped out, leaving a clear palm print on Zhu Qin's face. Zhu Qin's eyes were red, full of murderous intent. Many people's pupils shrank. Some of them knew that there was something fishy going on, but some of the newcomers did not. Now that they heard Lin Ling's words, they knew just how ugly Zhu Qin was. Zhu Qin had deceived everyone, making them think that he was a genius. But compared to Lin Ling, he was nothing but trash. Are you unwilling? You can try to touch me, but I can tell you that if you dare to move, you will die here today. Lin Ling said again. But the word, die, made Zhu Qin's heart fiercely tremble. Although Star Guard level disciples were not allowed to kill each other, this was only on the surface. After all, there were so many Star Guard level disciples, how could the 7 profound martial house manage them all? If 1 or 2 people died, as long as it wasn't too big, the 7 profound martial house wouldn't care. Especially Lin Ling. This matter was related to the gambling match 3 months from now. If he killed Lin Ling, the 7 profound martial house would certainly not punish Lin Ling. Of course, the most important thing was that he realized that he was no match for Lin Ling. If you don't dare to speak, then I'll take the bet and leave. Lin Ling lightly said. This was telling Zhu Qin in front of his face that he, Lin Ling, was going to take the bet and leave. And that Zhu Qin's status in Star Sea Pagoda wasn't very high. If he had the ability, then come and stop him. Unfortunately, Zhu Qin did not dare. He did not have the ability to do so. Let's go, Long Xiaoqian. No longer paying attention to Zhu Qin, Lin Ling turned to Long Xiaoqian and smiled. Long Xiaoqian nodded. But the two had just taken a few steps when Wanner's voice sounded out, Big brother Lin Ling, can you take me with you? Yes. At this moment, Wan pitifully looked at Lin Ling. Her voluptuous body exuded a seductive color, making one feel as if they were pressing her to the ground and ruthlessly whipping her. The meaning of her words was obvious. She had abandoned Zhu Qin, and it seemed that she wanted to be with Lin Ling. What a cheap woman. Long Xiaoqian, don't you want to slap her 3 times? Lin Ling looked back and disdainfully laughed. I'm too lazy. But she's calling you. You go. Long Xiaoqian shook his head. I'm also too lazy. I don't want to dirty my hands. Yes. Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders and strode away. Wan Er stood in the same place. She had tried to flatter Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had rejected her. He had even wanted to slap her 3 times, but he was too lazy to do so. He was afraid that it would be dirty. Ah, what a cheap woman. You delivered yourself to his door and he didn't want you. Ha ha. The crowd looked at the pale and humiliated Wan Er, and they covered their mouths and laughed. Lin Ling, you have made me lose face today. Although I don't dare to touch you, I will teach you a lesson and cripple you. I don't think the 7 profound martial house will blame us. Ha ha. Looking at Lin Ling leaving, Zhu Qin's face was extremely ugly. He could not swallow this humiliation. Lin Ling, you freak. You actually reached the peak of the heavenly spirit realm. How long has it been? Walking side by side with Lin Ling, Long Xiaoqian was aware of Lin Ling's cultivation. After thinking about the previous scene, he couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Lin Ling had entered the 7 profound martial house with him. Not long ago, Lin Ling had been slightly stronger than him. But in this short period of time, the distance between them had become greater and greater. You've been addicted to it? Lin Ling gently smiled. Long Xiaoqian's eyes flashed. Faintly, he seemed to understand the meaning behind Lin Ling's words. After arriving at the 7 profound martial house, because the atmosphere here was much crueler, he had gradually become addicted to it. He had walked the same path as the other talented youths. For instance, there were some youths who became strong in order to enjoy a sense of superiority. In order to win the favor of a young girl, they had completely forgotten their heart of martial arts. But Long Xiaoqian was the same. He valued honor more than honor. For instance, in the previous bet, because of Wan Er's words, he had gambled, and had completely forgotten why he practiced martial arts in the first place. On the path of martial arts, other than difficulties and setbacks, enemies and opponents, there are also many external factors such as power, beauty, fame, and so on. Remember, don't let these external factors affect your heart to learn martial arts. Lin Ling said again. I understand. Thank you, Lin Ling. Long Xiaoqian nodded. Luckily, Lin Ling had reminded him, so he hadn't taken the wrong path. As the two of them walked and talked in the vicinity of Star Sea Pagoda, the news of Lin Ling's appearance was like a rolling snowball, growing bigger and bigger. The speed at which rumors spread was always the fastest. Lin Ling, this year's 2nd-ranked genius. His strength was average, but his courage was extraordinary. As soon as he entered the 7 profound martial house, he dared to offend student Su Fan. He did not fear Great Sun Elder, and even made Great Sun Elder and Sword Elder make a bet for him. Such a youth was undoubtedly very curious. This guy is fishing for fame. In order to become famous, he is willing to risk his life. Haha, what a clown. In 3 months he wants to become a Moon Guard disciple. Does he think he is a monstrous genius? I want to see whether or not he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Without cultivation resources, without the guidance of a teacher, it is impossible to become a Moon Guard disciple in 3 months. So far, no one in the 7 profound martial house has been able to do this. In every corner, all the geniuses were talking. Then they all walked towards Lin Ling's residence. They wanted to see just how fierce this clown was. There were even many geniuses that wanted to take this opportunity to step on Lin Ling and become famous in the 7 profound martial house. At this time, Lin Ling's cabin had already been demolished. Sky Eagle and the others were still waiting there. They were surprised to see a large number of talented youths arrive. Moreover, in this massive number of talented youths, there were 5 that were the most dazzling. They were 5 of the 8 heavenly kings of Star Sea Pagoda. 8 heavenly kings of Star Sea Pagoda. This meant that they were the strongest of the star-ranked disciples. They were like heavenly kings that stood above the heads of all the talented youths. In Star Sea Pagoda, they were powerhouses that had reached the 50th floor and above. They were also the most promising to become a Moon Guard disciple. In other words, in Star Sea Pagoda they were the 8 kings. She continued to ask for guaranteed monthly votes. She was already working hard to update. Every day she would have 4 chapters. Every day she would go to bed after 2 in the morning. Fishy was already working very hard. Writing 4 chapters a day was not difficult, but the difficult part was persisting in writing. Chapter 523. Unreasonably difficult. The appearance of these 5 figures was like a crane in a flock of chickens. Their eyes were indifferent, and they did not care about the awe-inspiring gazes around them. Instead, they were talking to each other. Perhaps dragons did not live with snakes. They had the position of heavenly king, and naturally disdained to interact with lower-level disciples. Of these 5 people, 3 were men and 2 were women. The men were handsome like jade and the women were like proud daughters of the heavens. I heard that this Lin Ling was dissatisfied with Master Su Fan's decision to not recruit him, so he caused a ruckus during the disciple recruitment ceremony. Those who study martial arts are so impetuous. This Lin Ling's strength is limited, and he arrogantly said that in 3 months he would become a Moon Guard disciple. He is just playing to the gallery. A woman and 2 men were talking, their words full of disdain. At least the 8 heavenly kings had cultivated in the Star Sea Pagoda for a year. Some had even cultivated for 2 or 3 years. They had relied on their battle records to obtain the title of heavenly king, and were getting closer and closer to becoming a Moon Guard disciple. Lin Ling wanting to become a Moon Guard disciple in 3 months. This was just a fool's dream. That's not necessarily true. He is ranked 2nd this year, so he might have some strength. A young girl wearing a black dress said. She thought that since Lin Ling's name could shake the 7 profound martial house, he should have some strength. This girl was tall and slender, with her long hair tied behind her head. She gave off a very capable and experienced feeling. What attracted people the most was her pair of legs, which were extremely slender and straight. Her black pants only reached her thighs, while the lower half of her body was covered in a black gauze that was as thin as a silkworm's wing. The faintly discernible delicate pearly toes were red, giving off a different kind of attraction. But no one dared to look at her legs, because all the geniuses knew that this young girl's leg skills were extremely fierce. With her legs she could move mountains and rivers. The 7 profound martial house recruits geniuses every year, and every 10 years a monstrous genius will appear. Lin Ling might be one of those monstrous geniuses. Maybe he has some strength, but that is only in front of this year's newcomers. A young man with an indifferent expression shook his head and said. His eyes imperceptibly swept over the legs of the young girl beside him. There was a trace of longing in the depths of his eyes. The black-clothed girl didn't pay attention to him. She shook her head and didn't argue any further. Whether Lin Ling's reputation was undeserved or not, it would be clear in a moment. That's Lin Ling, the youngster in the blue and white robe. At this moment someone cried out in surprise. Many people looked over and saw Lin Ling and Long Xiaochen walking over from afar. Both of them were very surprised. They hadn't expected that their residence would be surrounded by so many people. Lin Ling, many people have come to see you because of your fame. Someone looked at Lin Ling and smiled faintly, but the smile was filled with malicious intent. Obviously, Lin Ling's name had shaken the 7 profound martial house, but he was only a newcomer. Naturally, many people wanted to see just how great this newcomer was. Lin Ling's eyebrows slightly wrinkled. He was also surprised that so many people had appeared here. But soon he shook his head and didn't intend to pay attention to them. But when he arrived at his wooden house, his face suddenly turned ugly. His wooden house had been torn down, and it was covered with feces and urine. Several figures were standing not too far from the wooden house, coldly looking at him. Lin Ling recognized one of them. It was Huang Lin. I've been waiting for you for a long time, but I didn't think that you would be so famous. No wonder you were so bold and dared to touch my little cousin. At this moment, Tianning slowly walked over and spoke in an icy cold voice. He had only just learned of Lin Ling's name and this made him a little excited. After all, he did not feel any sense of accomplishment from bullying a nameless newcomer. But bullying Lin Ling was different. At least the name of Sky Eagle would spread throughout the entire 7 profound martial house. You only have 2 choices. 1. Fight with me and after you lose, drink this half-barrel of feces and urine. 2. Drink this half-barrel of feces and urine. Sky Eagle's sneering voice floated out from his mouth, causing everyone's pupils to shrink. This Sky Eagle was too excessive. He actually wanted someone to drink feces and urine, and half a barrel at that. This was obviously an old man bullying a newcomer. Haha, interesting. However, some of the talented youths couldn't help but laugh. How could they miss such a good show? Lin Ling's name had shaken the entire 7 profound martial house. But if he were to drink feces and urine, then he would become the laughingstock of the 7 profound martial house. You came for Huang Lin, but you don't want to ask what Huang Lin did? Lin Ling's face was icy cold. What did he do? I'm too lazy to know. In any case, since you dared to bully my little cousin, then you will have to bear the consequences of my anger. Sky Eagle shook his head in disdain. At the same time, he kicked the wooden barrel beside him and said, "Are you ready to drink?" "Big brother Sky Eagle, wait a minute, I'm anxious. Can you fill the wooden barrel even more?" A little brother beside him said, causing the crowd to laugh even louder. But facing this massive amount of ridicule, Lin Ling didn't have any angry expression. He just shook his head. It seemed that after his name spread out, there were many people who wanted to see him suffer. Everyone had their own selfish motives. When facing someone who was more famous than them but had never heard of them, they naturally hoped to see the other party's downfall. However, it was still too early for them to see Lin Ling's downfall. "Wait, Sky Eagle, you are only a genius from the Star Sea Pagoda's 60th floor. You don't have the qualifications to fight. I'll go first." At this moment, a youth walked out from the 5 heavenly kings. Sky Eagle wanted to say something, but he immediately suppressed himself. He even smiled and said, "If Big Brother Zhu Chen wants to teach Lin Ling a lesson, then you go first. I'll wait until I go. In any case, I want him to drink this barrel of feces and urine today." The youth faintly nodded, but his gaze was fixed on Lin Ling. Deep in his eyes, a surge of anger rippled out. He was Zhu Qin's brother, Zhu Chen. He was ranked 8th among the 8 heavenly kings. In the vast sea of geniuses in the Star Sea Pagoda, there were only 7 people stronger than him. This clearly showed how terrifying he was. Moreover, he was 100% confident that he would pass the next Moon Guard disciple assessment. Why did you bully my little brother?" Quietly looking at Lin Ling, Zhu Chen's mouth slightly moved and a cold voice came out. Lin Ling bullied Zhu Chen's little brother. Has his head been kicked by a donkey? The crowd was stunned for a moment, then they were shocked. He even dared to bully the little brother of one of the 8 heavenly kings. Was this Lin Ling courting death? Bully? Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't help but shake his head and say, "Then do you know what happened?" He was speechless. This youth should be Zhu Qin's brother, but did he bully Zhu Qin? Not at all. He just couldn't bear to see Long Xiaoqian being played, so he saw through Zhu Qin's scam. From beginning to end, he only slapped Zhu Qin once, and that was because Zhu Qin went back on his word. This kind of punishment was already considered light. He believed that if this kind of thing happened to another cultivator who was more tyrannical, that cultivator would have already killed him. Now, this Zhu Qin actually said that he bullied his little brother? What a joke. No need to quibble. No matter how you quibble, I won't believe you. Because my little brother said that you bullied him. Zhu Qin shook his head, disdainful of Lin Ling's explanation. Lin Ling frowned and coldly said, "I just want to reason with you and distinguish between right and wrong, but that doesn't mean that I'm afraid of you. Don't speak in such a self-righteous tone. Since you don't want to reason, then I don't need to reason with you." Chapter 524. Lightsword Zhu Qin, haha, you want to reason with him? Do you have the qualifications? Do you even know who he is? Humph, he's just a trash newcomer and yet he thinks he's some character. At this moment, a young man's voice came from not too far away, causing Lin Ling to frown. It's Tong Qianjin, one of the 8 heavenly kings. He once set a record in the Star Sea Pagoda by rushing through 50 levels. Someone said as they looked at the young man. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This Tong Qianjin was truly terrifying. He had rushed through 50 levels in a single breath. This was the first time in the 7 profound martial house that someone had done so. After all, everyone knew how difficult the Star Sea Pagoda was. Then who do you think you are? I'm talking to him. What does that have to do with you? Lin Ling frowned. This young man had called him trash. Since this was the case, why should he give him face? Who do I think I am? Ignorant. Let me ask you, have you ever rushed through the Star Sea Pagoda? The young man called Tong Qianjin sneered. No. Lin Ling nodded. Since you haven't, then what qualifications do you have to speak? You haven't even rushed through the Star Sea Pagoda, you have no strength. If you aren't trash, then what are you? Tong Qianjin suddenly shouted. Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't understand what strength had to do with rushing through the Star Sea Pagoda. But these people thought they were strong, so they made things unreasonably difficult for him. Facing such people, Lin Ling was disinclined to speak any more nonsense. He slowly took out the tyrannical song sword and said, "Your little brother wants my tyrannical song sword. Since you want to help him vent his anger, then let's see who gets the tyrannical song sword." What do you want? Zhu Qin frowned. He didn't understand what Lin Ling meant. Did Lin Ling want to give him the sword to appease his anger? Fight. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling pointed his sword at Zhu Qin, and his cold voice sounded out. Everyone's eyes widened. There was complete silence. This youth that had been at the 7 profound martial house for less than a month actually dared to challenge one of the 8 heavenly kings? Was he crazy? Lin Ling. Long. Long Xiaoqian immediately shouted anxiously. He felt extremely guilty because Lin Ling had offended the 8 heavenly kings because of helping him. But now Lin Ling was fighting for him again. Moreover, in his heart he admired Lin Ling. After all, he and Lin Ling had come to Star Sea Pagoda together. However, Lin Ling already had the courage to not fear the 8 heavenly kings, while he didn't even dare to move against them. Long was to challenge Long Lin's to challenge 8 heavenly kings was a 10 heavens dragon king. He couldn't help but look forward to Lin Ling becoming a Moon Guard disciple in 3 months. After all, Lin Ling's growth was too fast. On the empty ground there was still no sound. Lin to Long to help, see Long to help. It had to be known that the 8 heavenly kings were able to stand above tens of thousands of disciples, so there was no need to doubt their strength. Every single one of the 8 heavenly kings was a master of the king spirit realm, and they also possessed powerful martial arts and talent. In these past years, how many people wanted to surpass the 8 heavenly kings and become a moon-class disciple? Every genius that came to the Star Sea Pagoda knew that they had to struggle for at least a year before they could challenge one of the 8 heavenly kings. And that was just barely. Lin Ling, who had been at the 7 Profound Martial House for less than a month, dared to challenge one of the 8 heavenly kings. This was the first of its kind in the Star Sea Pagoda. Ah. In the silence, Zhu Chen's arrogant laughter sounded out. The other 4 heavenly kings also began to laugh. This was the first time that they had seen someone take the initiative to challenge Zhu Chen. Most of the time it was them who challenged others. You're too arrogant to recognize yourself. Zhu Chen said with a contemptuous smile. Did you give me a choice? Lin Ling's face was cold and indifferent. Everyone's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was right. This youth had no choice. You are only at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm, but I am at the middle king spirit realm. In addition to my martial arts and swordsmanship, you are no match for me. Zhu Chen shook his head, his face cold and indifferent. Although Lin Ling was an ant, a newcomer, he had a principle. When he went to battle he would use his full strength. Clang. His sword also flashed out. It was a blue sword, extremely dazzling and brilliant. Zhu Chen is an exception. His king body is a second-grade talent, but I don't know why it is difficult for him to display the full power of his king body. Afterwards, he switched to the sword, and on the path of the sword bloomed with a dazzling brilliance. He seems to be a natural swordsman. Tong Qianjin said as he looked at Zhu Chen's swordsmanship. Obviously he had fought with Zhu Chen before, and knew just how dazzling Zhu Chen's sword was. The 8 heavenly kings were able to stand above tens of thousands of people. Each one of them had their own trump card and also their own name. Zhu Chen's name was Light Sword. Shua. At this moment, Zhu Chen lightly waved his sword. The sword was shadowless and lightless, as if the sharpness of the sword had been hidden. He slashed at a rock under his feet, but the rock seemed to be unharmed after being slashed by him. Light Sword Zhu Chen, he slashed that rock, but the rock seems to be fine. The crowd looked at the rock, their hearts filled with doubt. Did you see that? Newcomer, you know my sword? Zhu Chen said proudly, causing Lin Ling to frown. In the next moment, a gust of wind blew past, and the rock in front of Zhu Chen suddenly shook, and instantly turned into dust. What? Everyone's eyes widened. Under the sword, the rock was slashed into dust. This was not caused by the tyrannical spiritual energy, but by the sword. In one breath I slashed out 5,000 times. Such a fast sword, even without the use of spiritual energy, is extremely terrifying. A cold voice floated out from Zhu Chen's mouth, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying sword, the speed of light. Then they looked at Lin Ling's sword and couldn't help but shake their heads. Lin Ling's sword was very big and majestic, but it was obviously weaker in terms of speed. On the other hand, Zhu Chen's sword was only 3 fingers wide, and it was an elegant sword of killing. This was a true swordsman. Are you qualified to play with the sword in front of me? Pear Blossom Storm Sword. Without waiting for Lin Ling to react, Zhu Chen's sword shot out like a storm of pear blossoms. It was so fast that even the shadow of the sword could not be seen with the naked eye. The terrifying sword attack made Lin Ling's eyes narrow. Although Zhu Chen had not comprehended the true meaning of the sword, the speed of his sword was indeed very fast. With this sword in hand and the strength of a mid-stage King Spirit Realm cultivator, there were indeed few who could be his match. Mid-stage King Spirit Realm cultivator, this was the strongest cultivator Lin Ling had fought so far. Soaring cloud steps. Lin Ling's body turned into a floating cloud, making it seem like he was real and illusory. He actually disappeared from where he stood, and the storm-like sword attack pierced nothing. This kid's movement technique is not bad, no wonder he's so confident. Among the 8 heavenly kings, the black-clothed girl lightly said. Blindly running is useless. Zhu Chen's sword can be used for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping. Tong Qianjin retorted, his eyes quietly sweeping over the girl's slender jade legs that were wrapped in black silk. Do you think you can escape? Bright Rain Sword. At this moment, Zhu Chen's attack had failed, so he coldly shouted, and the sword in his hand became even more terrifying. His sword was very fast, and not only was it fast, he could even control the angle of light, hiding the sword in the shadows. When the sword attacked, it was difficult for the opponent to see it. Lin Ling naturally noticed all of this. He had dodged Zhu Chen's sword earlier because he wanted to see where the mysteries of Zhu Chen's sword lay, and where the difference between him and Zhu Chen was. Chapter 525. Heart's Eye Sword, is your sword very fast? A cold voice sounded out as Lin Ling's figure appeared. He tightened his grip on his sword and said, Dripping Sword. Similarly, the frighteningly fast sword appeared and disappeared. It was as if not a drop of water could pass through it. It was as fast as lightning. What? Watching the 2 swords collide, the crowd's pupils constricted. That young man seemed to have blocked Zhu Chen's light sword. His sword is heavier, but it's very graceful in his hand. It's like moving clouds and flowing water. The speed of his sword is very fast. How did he do it? The girl in black's beautiful eyes flickered. Clang, clang. How can your sword catch up to me? Zhu Chen's pupils constricted. With this young man's sword, he didn't need to fear any early-stage King Spirit Realm genius. Is it only catching up to you? Within the endless sword shadows, Lin Ling's sword was even faster. He slashed out like a storm. His sword was originally heavy and wasn't suitable for fast sword attacks. However, when his sword could reach the speed of a fast sword, then his sword was extremely terrifying. Because at that time, the power of a heavy sword could be displayed. Clang, clang, clang. All of Zhu Chen's swords were sent flying. The tyrannical power made it difficult for him to hold the sword in his hand. He shouted in his heart, Retreat. Lin Ling didn't follow up with another attack. His cold voice sounded out at the same time, Didn't you say your sword was very fast? Why are you retreating now? Zhu Chen's face turned ugly. Why is your sword faster than mine? When you can swing 10,000 swords in a breath, you can also be faster. Lin Ling said indifferently, causing the hearts of the people around to tremble. How did this young man cultivate to be able to swing 10,000 swords in a breath? Could it be that he didn't get tired? Zhu Chen frowned, but then he laughed. Interesting. It seems that I can't play anymore. What I did before was just a sword technique. I didn't use my king body. Clang, clang. A tyrannical aura burst out, and Zhu Chen's entire body shone with a dazzling light, as if he had become one with his sword. Rain Light Physique. According to legend, when the rain falls to the ground, it absorbs light and thus forms a kind of heaven and earth momentum. Tong Qianjin muttered to himself. The rain fell from the sky to the ground in a very short amount of time, but it could absorb light and release the light of the rain. This kind of king body talent was indeed very unique. It seemed that those who possessed it would find it difficult to display its power, but if it was used on a sword, then the sword would be even faster, just like the light in the rain. Torrential Rain. Zhu Chen's sword stance quietly changed. He seemed to have disappeared from the world, and a downpour seemed to have occurred. Zhu Chen's body disappeared. He had actually used the indiscriminate sword slash. His body was slashing wildly in all directions like a storm, and the geniuses who were close to the open space suffered one after another. They were hit by the sword, but the most terrifying thing was that they couldn't see the person and didn't even know when they were hit. Furthermore, one person in the east was struck by the sword, but an instant later, another person in the west was struck by the sword. It felt as if both sides were struck at the same time. This was the most terrifying part. Zhu Chen seemed to have formed a sword domain. You will die under this chaotic sword. A cold voice passed into Lin Ling's ears, causing Lin Ling's pupils to shrink. The 8 heavenly kings were truly fierce. With such a sword, he simply couldn't see his opponent. He could only be cut down by his opponent's chaotic sword. Clang. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a crazy sword slashed at him. Lin Ling waved his right hand and blocked the sword. At the same time, he used the soaring cloud steps to avoid the chaotic sword. However, just as his feet moved, another chaotic sword slashed at him, forcing Lin Ling to use his sword again to resist. The storm-like chaotic sword was simply impossible to defend against. He's lost. I only hope that under Zhu Chen's chaotic sword Lin Ling will not be killed. Otherwise, the 7 profound martial house will blame him, and Zhu Chen will not be able to bear the consequences. One of the 8 heavenly kings said, shaking his head. The others also shook their heads. They thought that Lin Ling would lose without a doubt. I said that I was just playing around. However, once I get serious, you won't have the capital to be arrogant. Under the endless sword domain, Zhu Chen's murderous voice also spread out. Is that so? But are you the only one playing around? Clang, clang. After blocking several more swords, Lin Ling's lips curved up in a cold smile. Zhu Chen's sword was truly terrifying, but no matter how fast the sword was, no matter how chaotic the sword was, the one using it had to breathe. There would always be a moment when they blinked, and that moment was when their weaknesses would be exposed. Enough, mind's eye sword. A cold voice spread out in the open space, causing countless people's hearts to fiercely tremble. They seemed to realize that Lin Ling was about to counterattack. Xiao. The tyrannical Song Sword's magnificent sword light slashed out, piercing into the void. At this moment, the tyrannical Song Sword seemed to become even lighter. However, many people saw that the sword seemed to pierce nothing, because there was no one to Lin Ling's left. But at this moment, Zhu Chen was brandishing the sword in his hand, wanting to cut down Lin Ling. But in the blink of an eye, a sword light came from the horizon, instantly appearing in front of his neck. That sharp sword light caused blood to flow out from his neck. At the same time, his body stopped because if he took another step he might be stabbed to death in the next moment. At the same time, a cold voice sounded out. The moment you blink is the moment you lose. Silence. Silence. In the open space there was not a single sound. Under numerous gazes, the blue and white robed youth held the large sword in his hand and pointed it straight at Zhu Chen. At this moment, Zhu Chen's face was a bit blank as if he had not reacted at all. But he did not dare to move. This meant that he also knew that he was under the youth's sword. What was going on here? The crowd felt as if thunder had struck their hearts, causing them to be shocked. Radiant Sword Zhu Chen, one of the 8 heavenly kings, had lost to the newcomer Lin Ling in a competition of swords. What a powerful sword. He had used the moment Zhu Chen blinked to instantly attack, and that moment was also the flaw in Zhu Chen's chaotic sword. This was because when a person blinked, their mind would go blank for a moment. Although the time was very short, not even a breath of time, if a genius with a deep martial arts foundation were to grasp it, that small moment could be fatal. Sigh. The black-clothed girl seemed to be the strongest of these people. After pondering for a moment, she immediately guessed the fierceness of Lin Ling's sword. What, in the blink of an eye, a thunderous sword attack, a fatal sword strike. Sigh. The crowd's pupils constricted. What a terrifying insight, what a fast sword. All of this sounded simple, but how many people could do it? Impossible, how could you break my sword? Sigh. With Lin Ling's sword pointed at his neck, Zhu Chen muttered to himself, as if he still could not believe that he had lost. You believe in your sword too much. A swordsman, a swift and fierce person. Although one sword can break 10,000 techniques, one's own flaws must be constantly filled. You only seek merit, not defense, only speed, not stability. You simply do not know how to fight with an opponent. The blink of an eye is a flaw, and you actually did not make up for this flaw. Sigh. Lin Ling coldly said. Then he withdrew his sword and looked at Tong Chenjin. You said before that I had not entered the Star Sea Pagoda, so I did not have the qualifications to speak. But now, it seems that a genius who has entered the Star Sea Pagoda is nothing more than this. Sigh. Chapter 526. You asked my sword. In the Star Sea Pagoda region, the symbol of strength was how many levels a genius had passed through. The higher they went, the stronger they were. But Lin Ling hadn't even gone through the Star Sea Pagoda, so he was nothing more than trash. But now Lin Ling's words were like a heavy slap to his face. So what if he was a genius who had reached the Star Sea Pagoda? He would still lose to Lin Ling. He's only using his sword to fight you. He's given up his advantage in cultivation. If he uses his strength to crush you, you'll still be helpless. Tong Chenjin suddenly laughed coldly. His words were, strength overcomes all three. No matter how high your sword technique is, if your cultivation isn't high, then what's the use? Once your strength explodes, any exquisite sword technique will be broken. Lin Ling was at the peak of the Sky Spirit Realm, but Zhu Chen was a King Spirit Realm expert. This meant that Zhu Chen hadn't used his full strength before and lost due to carelessness. That's right. If I use my strength at the Mid-King Spirit Realm to crush you, you'll definitely lose. Zhu Chen's eyes narrowed. His previously defeated heart began to boil again. He was one of the 8 heavenly kings, how could he lose to a newcomer? Then you can give it a try. Don't think that you're the only ones with hidden cards. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble. This youth had defeated Zhu Qin, and that wasn't even his full strength. Was he still hiding a trump card? This newcomer was too terrifying. Just deliberately mystifying. Who doesn't know what to say? We'll only know after we fight. Tong Qinjin's eyes burned with anger. This youth was looking down on them, the 8 heavenly kings. Clang. Lin Ling didn't waste any more words. He pointed his sword at Tong Qinjin. Instead of saying so much, it was better to fight. Good courage? Yes. Looking at Lin Ling's resolute face, his elegant blue and white robe, and his large sword, everyone's eyes turned dreamy. At this moment, the youth was like a god of swords. The sharpness of the sword was displayed on the youth's body. There was nothing it couldn't cut, nothing it didn't fear. This heart of martial arts is so firm. The girl in black also narrowed her eyes. She didn't expect that after Lin Ling defeated Zhu Qin, he would still dare to fight Tong Qinjin. I say you're bullying me with numbers. Aren't you a bit too thick-skinned? If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. You 8 heavenly kings, come at me together. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Then dark clouds rolled in the sky and a huge white skeleton appeared. The white skeleton held a bone sword and smashed down from the sky. Rumble. The earth trembled. A bone sword was stabbed into the ground, shocking everyone's hearts. Beside the bone sword, an indifferent youth with long hair was quietly standing there. What terrifying strength! The hearts of the crowd trembled fiercely. With just one sword, they knew how terrifying that young man was. It made them feel as if they were facing hell. Big brother. Lin Ling looked at the newcomer and smiled happily. The newcomer was Di Shitian. Di Shitian also looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Then he looked at the surrounding people and his face turned cold. Lin Ling is my brother. If you dare to bully him, you'll have to ask my sword first. Is it you? Rumble. The bone sword was pointed at Tong Qinjin. Tong Qinjin's eyes narrowed. He actually didn't dare to fight. Is it you? The bone sword was pointed at Zhu Qin. Zhu Qin's face also turned ugly. The 8 heavenly kings were like ants, not daring to speak. This made the surrounding geniuses suck in cold air. This Lin Ling's brother was so domineering. Big brother, they are not enough to make me afraid. Lin Ling said with a smile. He also knew that his big brother was strong. After all, the D bloodline originally had the sword bone in his body. Moreover, he was once the bloodline of the house master. So, how could he not be strong? I know, but I can't stand them bullying you. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Di Shitian put away the sword in his hand and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. He treated Lin Ling as his own brother. So, as long as someone bullied Lin Ling, he would immediately take action without any hesitation. This kind of heart made Lin Ling's heart warm. Although he didn't fear the 8 heavenly kings, his big brother also didn't want him to be bullied. He wanted to solve all the enemies for him. This kind of protection had already reached the level of doting. Leave these people to me. It won't be long before I trample all these so-called 8 heavenly kings under my feet. Although Lin Ling was grateful for his big brother's protection, he had his own heart of martial arts. So he would solve them himself. That's good too. But this time I came to say goodbye. I will go out and train for a period of time. I will come back in 3 months. Di Shitian said with a smile. This was the reason why he came to find Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. In his heart he also had the idea of going out to train. After all, the level of his heavenly spirit origin core was too high. If he wanted to break through to the king spirit realm, it would be more difficult than anyone else. So, if he wanted to become one with the core, sometimes he still lacked an opportunity. The two of them talked without restraint, causing the surrounding geniuses to have bitter expressions. These two people seemed to be ignoring them. Especially the geniuses of the 8 heavenly kings, their expressions were even more unsightly. Right now they couldn't leave, they couldn't speak. Instead they stood there like supporting characters. This Lin Ling's big brother was too strong. He was definitely a Moon Guard disciple. How could they have the qualifications to speak? Lin Ling, next time we meet, let's fight. In the end, Tong Qinjin couldn't bear to stand there like a supporting character and coldly said, "Consider yourself lucky." Lin Ling indifferently replied. If his big brother hadn't come, he would have exploded with his full strength to see how strong this Tong Qinjin of the 8 heavenly kings was. You. Tong Qinjin growled. Lin Ling seemed to be saying that if his big brother hadn't come, he would have definitely fought with him today. A newcomer like this didn't fear him. It made his title as one of the 8 heavenly kings seem somewhat undeserved. I haven't lost the previous battle. Next time, I'll make you prostrate yourself before me. Zhu Chen's anger boiled as he coldly said, "Can your skin be any thicker? My sword is already pointed at your neck. If it were anywhere else you would already be dead. Do you think there will be a next time?" Lin Ling didn't even look at him, causing Zhu Chen's face to turn red. The surrounding crowd also quietly laughed. They didn't know if Zhu Chen had exploded with his full strength, but he had indeed lost. Lin Ling had already had the opportunity to easily kill him, but Zhu Chen still had the cheek to say that he hadn't lost. If it were anywhere else he would already be dead. Still haven't lost? To think he dared to say that. A bunch of shameful trash scram. If you disturb me and my younger brother again, then stay here forever. Sakura overbearingly roared, causing everyone's face to turn ugly. They slowly left with a humiliated heart. Wait, I remember that you also challenged me. Now let's settle the grudges between us. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice suddenly sounded. Sky Eagle originally wanted to quietly escape, but his footsteps paused. His body trembled and then he said with an ugly face, "I admit defeat." At first he thought that Lin Ling was just a newcomer with a big reputation and weak strength. However, in the previous battle, Lin Ling was already able to threaten the 8th Heavenly King Zhu Chen. As for him, he had only reached the 50th floor of Star Ocean Pagoda. How could he be his opponent? So now he was afraid, extremely afraid. The new chapter was here. I saw the comments and also saw the students who voted. So, even after work I started writing without eating. Today there will be 5 chapters. Chapter 527. Challenging the Mansion Master. You gave me 2 choices before. First, after a battle if I lose I have to drink that bucket of shit. Second, I can drink that bucket of shit directly. Since you gave me the choice you can decide for yourself. Yes. Lin Ling said indifferently. You want me to drink that bucket of shit? Sky Eagle's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe his ears. You can refuse. Yes. Lin Ling said coldly. Yes. Sky Eagle's face was extremely ugly. He regretted in his heart. Why did he provoke this Lin Ling for no reason? Now that he had to drink that bucket of shit in front of countless people, how could he survive in the Star Sea Pagoda in the future? All of you together. Yes. Lin Ling said again, causing Huang Lin's face to turn pale. He even looked angrily at the young man beside him. Previously, the young man had taken advantage of his free time to poop in the bucket. He wanted to see Lin Ling drink it, but now he was actually left for himself. Huang Wei, you pooped the most before. Yes. Huang Lin said furiously. The young man who pooped the most was called Huang Wei. Now, everyone had to drink Huang Wei's shit. The most excessive thing was that they pooped and drank it themselves. The more they pooped, the more they had to drink. I don't want to say the same thing twice. Yes. Seeing their hesitation, Lin Ling shouted again. Indra looked at Sky Eagle and the others coldly with killing intent. He didn't care about the rules of the Star Guard disciples. If they didn't drink, he would kill them. Drink. Yes. Sky Eagle waved his hand bitterly. The crowd couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. They were asking for humiliation. Damn it, Huang Wei, you drink more. You poop the most. Yes. The few of them surrounded the bucket with bitter faces. They used their hands to dig out the shit and urine and stuffed it into their mouths. Their miserable appearance made the people around them laugh. Lin Ling also shook his head and smiled. Ugly. Yes. But then everyone went far away. After all, it was too smelly. On a mountain peak near the Star Ocean Pagoda, clouds and mist drifted, and astral winds howled. 2 figures sat on a rock, allowing the astral wind to blow their long hair, but their eyes were fixed on the distant Star Sea Pagoda. One of the young men said indifferently, "This Star Sea Pagoda is really high. Second brother, it's about time for you to explore it." After the young man finished speaking, he took out the wine flask and drank a mouthful of wine. Then he threw the flask to the young man beside him. The 2 of them were Lin Ling and Sakura. Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine and allowed the fiery liquid to flow down his throat. Then he smiled and said, "Currently I should be able to rush to the middle and upper levels. However, since I'm going to explore, I still want to rush to the 99th floor in one go. Otherwise, I might as well not go." Ah, you have guts. As expected of my second brother. Sakura laughed and rushed to the 99th floor. As far as he knew, there were no more than 5 people in the 7 profound martial house that could do this. However, don't underestimate the 8 heavenly kings. They still have some strength. Sakura reminded. Lin Ling nodded. He also knew that the 8 heavenly kings were not weak. To be able to stand above tens of thousands of disciples, they naturally had their own hidden cards. In the following time, I will go out adventuring and strive to become a Sun Guard disciple as soon as possible. Then I will become a scholar, Elder Xian, and finally challenge the martial house master. Sakura stood up and looked into the distance, his imposing manner overlooking the world. Then Sakura turned to look at Lin Ling and said, "Wait until the day I become the martial house master. I will protect you and third brother Dijitsuan. No matter how big the storm, this big brother will block it." Lin Ling's heart warmed, but he curiously asked, "The martial house master can also be challenged?" Of course. The 7 profound martial house has a strict status, but all positions are won through challenges. The martial house master is also born from the 12 elders Xian. Therefore, a martial artist does not fear a battle. If they want a challenge, they challenge the strongest. Only by becoming the martial house master, standing at the top, can they see further. Sakura proudly smiled. Big brother's goal is too far. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Then he heard Sakura say, "Second brother, your strength and talent are good. Although big brother is stronger than you now, he has cultivated for a year longer than you. Therefore, in a year you will definitely surpass big brother. Since that is the case, why don't you challenge the martial house master? After all, this is the goal of all the geniuses of the 7 profound martial house." Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Challenge the martial house master? His heart began to boil. It had to be known that his heart of martial arts was to stand at the top of the clouds of this world, to look at the world, to be free and unrestrained. If he wanted to reach that height and surpass the 7 profound martial house's martial house master, this was the path he had to go through. If he was inferior to the 7 profound martial house's martial house master, then how could he talk about being free and unrestrained? Moreover, when he could challenge the martial house master, he would stand at a higher level of the rainforest's holy land. At that time he might be able to find out news about his mother. Good, this martial house master position, Lin Ling will take it. Lin Ling stood up, his eyes resolute as he looked into the distance. His unhesitant words stunned Sakura for a moment, and then he laughed out loud. This was Sakura's brother, bold and unrestrained, not afraid of any challenge. The road of martial arts was as vast as the sea. If one did not have a firm goal, then how could one move forward in this vast sea? Therefore, a goal was very important, and he believed that this second brother of his would surely be able to steer the ship. After going through hardships, he would finally reach the end. At that time, us 3 brothers will soar together to the rainforest's holy land. Sakura opened his arms as if he wanted to embrace the world. His bold and resolute voice floated out from his mouth. Good. Lin Ling nodded. Martial house master, this was his goal. He would definitely reach that height. Of course, he was still very far from that height. This required more effort. His primary goal was to break through to the heavenly spirit realm. However, breaking through to the heavenly spirit realm was easy for other geniuses, but Lin Ling's heavenly spirit essence pill was too high. This made it even more difficult to break through. He needed to become one with the pill. Therefore, Lin Ling also planned to go out adventuring and look for an opportunity to make a breakthrough. Afterwards, Lin Ling told Sakura his thoughts, and Sakura nodded. The 2 brothers would go out adventuring, and in 3 months they would meet again at the 7 profound martial house. Sakura was also looking forward to what level Lin Ling would reach in 3 months. The next day, Lin Ling bid farewell to Long Xiaoqian, and then stepped onto the road of adventure. After he left, news spread out from the Star Sea Pagoda. Lin Ling, this clown, had borrowed the name of his brother Sakura to be arrogant in front of the 8 heavenly kings, but he had refused their challenge. He was simply a coward. This news was sent out by Zhu Qin. Obviously, he had lost that day and had lost all face, so he was trying to restore his dignity. Regarding this news, those who were present at the time naturally did not believe it. But those who were not present were 100% convinced. After all, Lin Ling was only a newcomer. How could he possibly defeat Zhu Qin in a single battle? Chapter 528. Going out to adventure. As for those who were present at the time, they still didn't believe it. After all, they had clearly seen that Zhu Qin had been pointed at by Lin Ling's sword, and could have died at any moment. Whether or not he had hidden a trump card, a loss was a loss. How could there be so many excuses? This was outside, then he might have died. Thus, Zhu Qin's argument was simply ridiculous. As for Tong Qinjin's challenge, that was because big brother Lin Ling had arrived, so the challenge had been suspended. Although this didn't mean that Lin Ling had won, it also didn't mean that Tong Qinjin had won. But Tong Qinjin had spread rumors that Lin Ling was afraid of their challenge. This was a bit too shameless. Lin Ling didn't know any of this. At this time he was riding a dragon boat, leaving the rainforest holy land. That giant ancient tree is so mysterious. I wonder what secrets it hides. Standing at the bow of the ship, Lin Ling looked at the rainforest holy land that was getting further and further away. His heart was filled with anticipation. He knew that when he returned, he would definitely become a Moon Guard disciple and sweep through the Star Ocean Pagoda. Lin Ling didn't have a specific destination for this adventure. His only goal was to go to the upper three realms. After all, the only place he had been to in this world was the Cloud Domain. He hadn't seen any of the other powerful regions. We've arrived at the Mountain Sea region. Does anyone want to disembark? We've arrived at the High Tripod region. Does anyone want to disembark? We've arrived at the Blue Heaven region. Does anyone want to disembark? The 100 domains were centered around the rainforest holy land. The dragon boat slowly moved forward. Every time they arrived at the Blue Heaven region, there would be people shouting. Lin Ling finally disembarked from the boat. He had talked with the martial artist driving the boat and learned that the Blue Heaven region was the upper three realms closest to the Cloud Domain. Therefore, he was also looking forward to meeting some acquaintances in the Blue Heaven region. After disembarking, Lin Ling looked up. He saw the blue sky and white clouds floating in the air. This made him feel incomparably relaxed. He didn't know when the pressing cultivation atmosphere at the Seven Profound Martial House had disappeared. The Blue Heaven region, this was a very good place. The realm of Green Heaven was ranked at the bottom of the upper three regions. However, one should never underestimate this place because it had a long history and many ancient warriors had appeared here. Unfortunately, under the long river of history, those ancient warriors had died, but they had left many traces in the realm of Green Heaven. For example, transforming into a whirlpool. Legend had it that the mysterious wonder of heaven and earth was left behind by the battles of the ancient martial artists. It would appear once a year and could engulf thousands of living creatures. Anyone who entered the whirlpool would definitely die. At this moment, in the Iron Soul City in the realm of Green Heaven, the city was majestic and vast. The entire city was built with pitch-black steel. From afar, it looked like a giant steel dragon lying on the ground. TSK, this city doesn't exist in the middle three regions. I came from the Lulan region, and this is my first time coming to such a big city. I came from the Cloud Realm. It took me 3 months just to see how wonderful the outside world is. 3 months? If you came from the Rain Sea, it would only take you a few days. Outside the vast steel city, a large number of martial artists were walking and chatting. They came from other places in the 100 territories and were also martial artists who had come out to train. Rain Sea? Other than the geniuses of the Rainforest Sacred Land, ordinary martial artists are not qualified to ride it. A martial artist shook his head and said, the Rainforest Sacred Land was the center of the 100 territories. It was also the palace of martial arts for thousands of martial artists. Unfortunately, very few martial artists could go to the Sacred Land. From another perspective, every martial artist who came from the Sacred Land was the king of the 100 territories. What a beautiful girl. Right at this moment, a cultivator exclaimed in admiration. Behind the crowd of people waiting to enter the city, there were 2 young girls in the prime of their youth waiting as well. One of them was older. At first glance, she seemed rather ordinary, but if one looked carefully, one would notice that her eyes were filled with intelligence, and one couldn't help but want to take a few more glances at her. Moreover, the girl's willowy waist was very beautiful. If one held it in one's arms, the feeling would be unimaginable. The other girl wore a purple dress. She was younger, but she was like a budding flower, light and pure, giving people a feeling of tranquility. This girl's facial features were devastatingly beautiful. At such a young age, she gave people a feeling of emptiness and purity. In the future, this girl would definitely be a beauty who could shake the 100 territories. The younger girl, wearing a pair of cute deerskin boots, lightly kicked a small stone on the road and muttered, "So annoying, he's still following us." The older girl frowned. His strength is very mysterious, but he doesn't seem to have any ill intentions towards you. Do you really not know him? He seems to be very respectful to you? I don't know him, but he said bad things about Big Brother Ling. He said that a mere youth from the Cloud Domain doesn't have the qualifications to be worthy of me. That's why I hate him. The younger girl pouted. Her cute appearance made the surrounding martial artists shake their heads and laugh. Facing this agile girl, they couldn't help but want to protect her. Big Brother Ling? I really envy that lucky guy. Some warriors said in a low voice. If Lin Ling were here at this moment, he would certainly be surprised to discover that these 2 girls were the heavenly concubine and Yu, who had gone out to gain experience. At this moment, The huge steel city gates rumbled and slowly rose up. The city gates are open. Let's enter. It said that Iron Soul City has first-grade king step martial arts for sale. There are also many weapons. I hope we can snatch them up. Yes. Everyone entered the city one after another. Behind Yu and Heavenly Concubine, a mysterious person wearing a large cloak also slowly entered the city. When Yu looked back, her clear eyes immediately revealed her displeasure. That person was still following them. In truth, this mysterious person didn't have any ill intentions towards them. However, he seemed to know Yu and asked Yu to follow him back. He even said that Yu was his master. As for this inexplicable experience, Yu naturally didn't care. In fact, when the mysterious person pushed them too hard, Yu even said that if they dared to follow them again, Big Brother Linling would definitely teach them a lesson. However, this was in exchange for the disdain of the mysterious person. This caused Yu to instantly become furious. After all, Linling was like a reverse scale in her heart. If anyone dared to slander him, she would have the impulse to go berserk. Yo, is this the first time you two beauties have come to Iron Soul City? How about we have a drink? As they walked on the streets, Yu and Heavenly Concubine's unique temperament instantly attracted the attention of many lecherous men. They stepped forward to tease them. The mysterious man in the distance frowned when he saw this scene. Killing intent bloomed in his eyes. How audacious. They even dared to take liberties with His Excellency. He was about to attack and kill those people, but he restrained himself in the end. Little Princess Yu currently didn't know how strong he was, nor did she know how strong that place was. So, if he wanted little Princess Yu to follow him back, perhaps the only way was to make little Princess Yu suffer some hardships. In truth, the reason why he had been following Yu was very simple. When Yu had left the Cloud Domain, she had encountered some cultivators who had tried to do something to her. However, at that time, Yu had displayed her innate king body and defeated all the cultivators who had tried to do something to her. At that time he just happened to pass by and was immediately shocked. Chapter 529. Taoist Heavenly Een. This ancient talent king body could only be found in that place. It was the bloodline of the Sparrow race. Moreover, he had heard that a royal bloodline had gone missing in that place. It was just that their whereabouts were unknown, so the matter was left unsettled. But he hadn't thought that after so many years, he would actually be lucky enough to encounter this lost bloodline. So no matter what, he had to bring this bloodline back. Get lost. Facing the provocations of these wastrels, the Heavenly Concubine and Yu were already used to it. So they didn't say anything and directly displayed their powerful auras. These wastrels were startled and then they smiled and left. I hope they can suffer some hardships. The mysterious man sighed in the distance, but he wasn't disappointed. This time, Yu could use her strength to intimidate others. But if she met a true powerhouse, she would certainly suffer some hardships. At that time, when the mysterious man attacked, Yu would know just how formidable he was. She would also obediently go back with him. What a familiar feeling. It seems that Big Brother Ling is here. Yu walked forward again. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes looked into the distance, a bit nostalgic. Lin Ling has only been gone for a month and you're already thinking of him. He is currently at the 7 Profound Martial House. How could he possibly appear here? The Heavenly Concubine scratched Yu's small nose, causing Yu to helplessly shrug her shoulders. She unwillingly said, "That's not necessarily true. After all, this is the upper 3 realms closest to the Cloud Domain. If Big Brother Ling comes out to adventure, he will definitely pass through this city." The Heavenly Concubine helplessly smiled. He is currently at the 7 Profound Martial House. How could he possibly come out to adventure? And even if he did, he might not go in this direction. As the two walked and talked, they were soon attracted by the various clothes of the girls on the street. At this moment, they didn't see that in the distance, a large group of figures was slowly walking towards them. One of them was a middle-aged man with a majestic gait. His aura was extraordinary. He had a square face and his narrow eyes carried a touch of indifference. Sir City Lord. As the people on the roadside saw this middle-aged man, they immediately respectfully bowed. The city master of the Iron Soul City, Lu Rinxing, was an overlord of the Iron Soul City. He had great courage and a domineering aura. In the Blue Heaven territory he was a rare master. Is my son coming back? Lu Rinxing didn't pay attention to the respectful gazes around him as he asked the old man behind him indifferently. The young master is about to return from the 7 Profound Martial House. Congratulations to Master. This year's 7 Profound Martial House disciple recruitment, the young master has relied on his monstrous talent to become the disciple of the formidable Master Su Fan. Congratulations. Behind him, a man who looked like a butler respectfully said. His voice was not soft, causing all the martial artists on the road to suck in a breath of cold air. To become a disciple of the 7 profound martial house, that was a true genius. There were countless geniuses in the upper 3 realms, but not all of them could enter the 7 profound martial house, let alone become an apprentice. This Lu Rinxing had a good son. Not only that, but Lu Rinxing's status as the city lord was even more stable. Haha, spread the news and have the people of the city congratulate me. Also, I will tell the nearby main cities to have those city lords come and congratulate me. 3 days later there will be a grand banquet. Lu Rinxing's cold face gradually revealed a touch of pride. Obviously, he was very happy and proud that his son had become a disciple of the 7 profound martial house. Master, the young master is about to return. What about the marriage? The butler smiled again. My son has returned, and the entire city is celebrating. For the Ouyang family to become in-laws with my Lu family, that is their honor. Even if that little girl of the Ouyang family refuses, we cannot tolerate her. My son's wife naturally has to be the most beautiful woman in the entire city, otherwise how could she be worthy of the title of genius? Lu Rinxing lightly said. The butler also smiled and nodded. The Lu family was like a king in Iron Soul City, they had the qualifications to speak. So overbearing. The martial artists on the street sighed. They had already heard about this marriage. It was said that before the Lu family's young master had gone to the 7 profound martial house, he had taken a fancy to the daughter of Iron Soul City's Ouyang family. But that young lady did not seem to like the Lu family's young master. It was just that the Lu family was too powerful and could not tolerate the Ouyang family's refusal. However, at that time the Ouyang family had opposed this marriage. But now their attitude had changed. Not only did they not oppose it, they even approved it. After all, young Master Lu had already become a disciple of the 7 profound martial house. His future was bright. Unless the Ouyang family was stupid, how could they refuse a future powerhouse? Young Master Lu is a proud son of heaven. Only the most beautiful woman in the world is worthy of him. But there is only one beautiful woman. That doesn't seem beautiful. At this moment, behind Lu Rinxing, an old man wearing a monk's robe smiled. His eyes were looking at the young girl on the street, and his eyes flashed with surprise. He did not think that he would meet them here. Taoist Master Tianyin, what do you want to say? Lu Rinxing stopped his footsteps and coldly looked at the old man. This old man was someone he had recruited not long ago. It was said that he came from the Cloud Domain. In the Cloud Domain he was a first-class powerhouse. But he had provoked a strong enemy, so he went far away to seek help. For such an old man, Lu Rinxing naturally did not put him in his eyes. But he saw that the old monk's strength was not bad, and he could be considered half a hired thug, so he let him follow him. The Cloud Domain was an insignificant middle 3 regions. According to what he knew, the Cloud Domain was the closest middle 3 regions to the Blue Heaven Domain. Taoist Master Tianyin. If Lin Ling was here at this moment, he would definitely recognize this old man. He was the Grand Elder of the Heaven Sound Temple of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. When Lin Ling had entered the palace to kill the Crown Prince, Taoist Master Tianyin had come forward to stop him. But after a confrontation with Lin Ling, it ended in a draw. At that time, Taoist Master Tianyin did not dare to fight with his life, and finally left with shame. Afterwards, Taoist Master Tianyin learned about the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb, and Lin Ling's name had shaken the Cloud Domain. At that time he knew that if he wanted to move against Lin Ling, he could only rely on the powerhouses of other regions. So, he went far away, came to the Blue Heaven Domain, and finally worshipped under Lu Rinxing. In his mind, Lu Rinxing was an enemy that Lin Ling would never be able to surpass, and his great enmity had been avenged. Amitabha, this is fate, this is fate. Sir, what do you think of those 2 young girls? Taoist Master Tianyin faintly smiled and pointed to Yu who was looking at clothes on the street. He remembered that the young girl seemed to be Lin Ling's relative. At present he had no way to take revenge on Lin Ling, but he could still humiliate Lin Ling's relatives. When Lin Ling knew, he would be furious. When he wanted to settle accounts with him, he would only meet Lu Rinxing. At that time Lin Ling would die. What's more, Lu Rinxing's son was the legendary disciple of the 7 profound martial house. How could Lin Ling compare? Oh, not bad. One gives a feeling of intelligence and the other one is pure and light. Good. She is worthy of my son. Lu Rinxing looked at the young girl in the distance and smiled with satisfaction. This sanctimonious Taoist Master Tianyin had good taste. Chapter 530. Fire Poison Fruit Men Capture Them. In 3 days, the entire city will celebrate, and it will also be the day of my son's wedding. Lu Rinxing shouted proudly, causing the cultivators on the street to sigh even louder. The two girls were innocent. Of course they were not surprised. After all, in this world the strong were respected. As long as one was strong enough, they would have the power to make all the decisions. The weak would never have the right to speak. Therefore, the two girls could only blame their bad luck for being seen by the city lord at this time. Then, the angry voices of the heavenly concubine and Yu came from the street. However, although they were not weak, they had only awakened their bloodline for a short time, causing their cultivation to be too low. Therefore they could not stop the cultivators of the Lu residence. As for the mysterious old man in the distance, he frowned and almost wanted to attack, but he held back. Little Princess Yu was too naive and pure. Sometimes she should experience some hardships. Only then would she know the cruelty of the outside world and obediently go back with him. Flowers in a greenhouse indeed had to experience some storms sometimes. Moreover, little Princess Yu seemed to admire the young man called Lin Ling. However, the next scene would make her realize that her so-called Lin Ling was just an insignificant ant in front of the strong cultivators of the upper three regions. As expected, Yu and the heavenly concubine were captured by the people of the Lu residence and brought back. At this moment, outside the ancient city of Iron Soul City, a slender figure was slowly walking over. This person was not old. He carried a huge long sword on his back and wore a blue and white robe. He gave off a pure feeling, but his eyes were extremely strange. If one looked closely, they could not help but be immersed in them. The passers-by could not help but take a second look. They were surprised and said in their hearts, "What an otherworldly young man." Yes. The youth was none other than Lin Ling. He was already a little over 18 years old, and his chiseled face had lost a little of its childishness. Instead, it had gained a little more determination. Moreover, after his sword intent had attained 30%, even though he'd restrained it, the sword intent could still be vaguely revealed, causing him to faintly possess an otherworldly and indifferent aura. Iron Soul City, a giant iron city. Interesting. Stopping, Lin Ling looked at the vast ancient city in front of him and smiled. Then he strolled into the city. The purpose of his trip this time was to relax his state of mind and look for an opportunity to break through, so he wasn't in a rush. Of course, if he was a little faster, he might be able to meet someone he knew. Iron Soul City was bustling with noise and excitement. A large number of martial artists were walking around the city, chatting as they walked. From the mouths of these people, Lin Ling learned a thing or two about Iron Soul City. This place had a long history and it had a heavenly vortex. It was said that any martial artist who was sucked into the heavenly vortex would become a soul devourer. It would be difficult for them to reincarnate and they would be trapped forever. Why? The 100 territories were indeed filled with all sorts of strange things. Lin Ling was secretly astonished. He was somewhat curious about this natural phenomenon. This is the upper three regions closest to the cloud domain. If the cloud domain's martial artists go out to gain experience, they will pass by the heavenly stream in the dark forest. Then they will arrive here. Lin Ling muttered to himself again. He looked around, wanting to see if there were any martial artists from the cloud domain. However, he quickly shook his head. Even if there were, he might not know them. Then he continued to move forward. Soon he arrived at the free market. This was a place where martial artists set up their stalls freely. Since martial artists came from all over the world, naturally there would be some natural treasures. Therefore, Lin Ling wanted to see if he could find some good stuff. "Young hero, your sword is not bad, but you lack a good scabbard. This scabbard of mine is from the Rain Clan's expert. It only costs 10,000 medium spiritual crystals. Young hero, I have an elixir here that can help you break through to the next realm. What do you think? First grade king level martial arts, barter?" As soon as he entered the free market, a large number of shouts could be heard. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the so-called treasures were actually very ordinary. A fire poison fruit. At this moment Lin Ling's eyes lit up. In a stall in front of him, there was a fiery red fruit that looked a bit like a lychee. This was a rare fire poison fruit. It was extremely poisonous, but it was very effective for martial artists of the fire element. Most importantly, this was an essential ingredient for refining the first concealment true fire elixir. I currently have the fire element jade and the sun essence stone. I only need the fire poison fruit and the dissolving divine mud. Lin Ling walked over quickly. He stretched out his hand and wanted to take the fire poison fruit. However, at this moment, a delicate hand was faster than him. It picked up the fire poison fruit in an instant. At the same time, a voice asked, What is the price of this fire poison fruit? 1,000 medium spiritual crystals. The stall owner said lightly. Lin Ling sighed in his heart. He was still too slow. In front of him were two young girls. One of them was wearing a red dress. She was about 17 or 18 years old. Her appearance was quite sweet, but there was a trace of worry in her limpid eyes. The young girl next to her seemed to be a maid. She looked quite ordinary, but at this moment she was looking at Lin Ling with a hint of mockery in her eyes. She seemed to be mocking Lin Ling for being too slow. Okay, I'll buy it. The young girl in the red dress didn't hesitate and immediately nodded. Wait, can you give me this fire poison fruit? I can pay 10 times the price. Lin Ling immediately looked at the young girl in the red dress. He also knew the rules of the free market. Whoever made the first move would get it. So, if Lin Ling wanted it, he would have to ask the young girl in the red dress first. 10 times the price? It's only 10,000 medium spiritual crystals. If you don't have the money, why are you pretending to be rich? Do you think my miss lacks that little bit of money? The young girl in the red dress didn't speak, but the maid next to her suddenly said harshly. The young girl in the red dress reprimanded her. Xiaoling, don't talk nonsense. Miss, I didn't talk nonsense. I saw this young man with delicate features, but I didn't expect him to be a wastrel. He wants to use this old-fashioned way to get close to a girl. Unfortunately, he doesn't have enough courage. The maid still muttered. She seemed to think that Lin Ling was a wastrel. He wanted to buy the fire poison fruit to get close to her. Mississippi. Lin Ling shook his head. He was too lazy to say more to the maid. Instead, he said to the young girl in the red dress, Your Excellency, I see that you are not a fire attribute warrior, so the fire poison fruit is useless to you. On the contrary, it is harmful to you. I am a fire attribute warrior, so I sincerely want you to give the fire poison fruit to me. The young girl in the red dress wasn't as arrogant as the maid. She nodded. All right, I'll give it to you. Anyway, the fire poison fruit doesn't have to be poisonous. Since you need it urgently, I won't ask for 10 times the price. The original price will be fine. She was very easy to talk to, which made Lin Ling stunned. He had a good impression of the young girl. However, the young girl's words seemed to be saying that the fire poison fruit didn't have to be poisonous. Did she want to die? Moreover, he saw the worry in the young girl's eyes. Perhaps she really wanted to commit suicide. Taking the fire poison fruit, Lin Ling asked, If you need any help, you can tell me. If I can help you, I will try my best. If it was someone else, Lin Ling would be too lazy to pay attention to them. However, he owed them a favor. With his temperament, he would treat others the same way they treated him. Therefore, if he could help, he would try his best to help. 5 chapters have ended. Asking for tips, asking for monthly votes. I only need a dozen more votes to reach 200. At that time, I will add another chapter on top of the 4 chapters. Chapter 531. Kill. The red-dressed girl froze for a moment. During this time, everyone had opposed her marriage, so this was the first time that she had heard someone willing to help her. Her heart surged and her face dimmed as she said, I want to marry, but I don't like him and I don't want to marry. Miss, the family is doing this for your own good. What's wrong with Sir Lu? He is a genius of the 7 profound martial house. To be able to marry him is the dream of countless girls. Also, if you want him to help, wouldn't that just implicate him? The maid reprimanded. The red-dressed girl wanted to say something, but she finally held back. Lin Ling frowned. This maid seemed to think that he was the master, and actually reprimanded the red-dressed girl. At this time, the maid coldly looked at him and said, I don't care where you come from and I have no interest in knowing. But as a person you must know your place. You want to help the miss, but do you have the qualifications to do so? You're just a country boy. Our Ouyang family's matters are none of your business. Be careful that your curiosity will kill you. The maid's voice was cold and carried a thick threat. At this moment she was not a servant, but a superior master. Lin Ling's face was indifferent. He coldly looked at the maid and said, I only asked a question. Your miss did not speak, so what qualifications do you have to speak? Don't forget your status, you are only a servant. You dare to reprimand me? The maid was suddenly angry. If you can't see yourself clearly, then be careful that your arrogance will kill you. Lin Ling's cold eyes stared at the maid, causing her body to tremble. This boy's eyes were very cold. If she spoke any more arrogant words, this boy would attack her. Subconsciously, the maid did not dare to say anything more, but her eyes were full of resentment. The girl in the red dress hurriedly said, Thank you, but you should leave. It's better if you leave Iron Soul City. Iron Soul City isn't as simple as you think. As for my matter, it's good that you have the heart. I'm very grateful. She didn't want Lin Ling to get into trouble, so she quickly left with her maid. After all, in her heart, this kind-hearted young man might have some strength, but how could he compare to her future husband, Lu Qing? Lu Qing was a disciple of the Seven Profound Martial House. You're dead. The maid left with the girl in the red dress, but her eyes were filled with coldness. Before young Master Lu left Iron Soul City, he had told her to watch over Ouyang Shaoqian and kill anyone who dared to approach her, especially those of the younger generation. There was no need to show mercy. With young Master Lu as her backing, she gradually became bolder. Lin Ling must die. When that time came, she wanted to see this young man kneel before her and beg for mercy. After the two of them left, Lin Ling shook his head. Although he wanted to help, the girl in the red dress didn't want to say anything. Moreover, he didn't know the specific process of the matter, so it wasn't good for him to rashly help. Therefore he could only let it be. I finally got the fiery poison fruit. That night Lin Ling found an inn to stay in. He was thinking about leaving Iron Soul City and looking for an opportunity to break through. At the same time, he was also looking for the last medicinal ingredient, the godly dissolving paste. I'm only missing one ingredient for the first truth fire pill. If I can gather all of them, my king physique will reach the fifth truth fire pill. At that time, my strength will greatly increase. Lin Ling's heart was filled with anticipation. The vermilion bird's flame was his foundation. When it matured, its power would naturally be stronger than sword intent. Shio. At this moment, a soft sound rang out. Lin Ling could faintly hear a voice coming from downstairs. That young man is staying here. Immediately tell everyone in the inn to scram. This is young Master Lu's order. Today, I want that young man's life to stay here forever. The voice was cold and emotionless, but Lin Ling could vaguely make out that it was the voice of a young girl. With Lin Ling's powerful soul force, he immediately realized that the sinister young girl was the maid he saw during the day. That maid actually sent people to kill him. There wasn't much enmity between him and the maid, only a few verbal conflicts. Lin Ling didn't take this matter to heart, but he didn't expect that the maid wouldn't let it go. Because of this loss of face, she wanted to kill him. This girl is so ugly. As a maid, she scolded the young miss. She was stingy, but she wanted to kill him in exchange for her heart's satisfaction. Lin Ling's face turned cold, but soon his lips curved into a sneer. Kill him? Did that maid have the strength to do so? Since you're here, why sneak around? Come out. Come out. After shaking his head, Lin Ling suddenly said coldly. Your Excellency has the nose of a dog. I wanted to give you a surprise, but it looks like I'm going to fail. Come out. Bang. The window of the room broke open and a figure slowly floated in. This was a middle-aged man with the strength of an early King Spirit Realm cultivator. After entering the room, he saw Lin Ling calmly sitting there and was immediately shocked. This youth was very calm and didn't show any signs of panic. Instead, he seemed to be waiting for them to arrive. Get out of here and kowtow to Sister Xiaoling 3 times. Perhaps you'll be able to leave with your life. Cold? Lin Ling shook his head as the cold voice floated out from the middle-aged man's mouth. If I see her, perhaps she won't be able to leave with her life. But that's fine, I also want to see how ugly her face is. Yes. Under the middle-aged man's shocked gaze, Lin Ling stood up and walked out of the room. The middle-aged man was stunned speechless. This youth was only at the Sky Spirit Realm, but he didn't seem to fear him at all. He even dared to see Sister Xiaoling. Didn't he know that Sister Xiaoling had the Lu Manor behind her and could cover the sky with one hand? Killing this youth would be as easy as flipping her hand? Outside the inn, 5 figures stood silently. One of them was sitting on a chair. It was the maid that Lin Ling had seen earlier in the day. At this moment, she was holding a cup of snow-eared bird's nest and drinking it calmly. Her Hongyan fingernails moved along with her stirring, emitting a cold and elegant light. She didn't even have the strength of the Earth Spirit Realm, but could summon several King Spirit Realm experts. The reason for this was the Lu Manor. Sir Lu had given her great authority to supervise her young miss. She'd been a bit overwhelmed at first when faced with this kind of authority, but she'd gradually gotten used to the feeling of being above others. When he comes out, don't kill him immediately. I want him to kneel and ask him where he came from and if he regrets offending me. Xiaoling said faintly after drinking a mouthful of snow-eared bird's nest. The streets had been cleared, but there were still many people hiding in the shadows and watching. This wasn't an assassination, but an open and honorable killing. Many people sighed. Who would be so bold as to offend someone from the Lu Manor? He's coming out. At this moment, someone spoke softly in the distance. At the door of the inn, a slender figure slowly appeared. It was a young man in a blue and white robe. He carried a large sword on his back and had an indifferent expression on his face. What surprised many people was that the young man actually walked out of the door. He didn't run nor did he panic. What courage! Xiaoling frowned. She'd sent someone to invite the youth out. She'd thought that the youth would be caught by the experts like a little chick, but who would have thought that the youth would walk out on his own? The youth was ignoring her. Chapter 532. On a rainy night on a long street. Moreover, this youth's aura was very cold. It was different from what she had seen during the day. It made her feel as if she had awakened a sleeping god. However, she soon sneered. This youth was only at the heavenly spirit realm. She had 5 king spirit masters on her side as well as a middle king spirit powerhouse, so why should she fear this youth? During the day you were very proud and even dared to refute my words. Now are you regretting it? Are you surprised that a maid like me has such great power that I can summon a king spirit powerhouse? Maid Xiaoling lightly said as she took a sip of the bird's nest soup. I'm not surprised that you are strong. I'm just surprised that you are so young, but your personality is so insidious. A gust of wind blew, causing Lin Ling's long hair to flutter in the wind. His cold voice floated out from his mouth. You. Maid Xiaoling stopped drinking the bird's nest soup, her face ugly. This youth was at death's door and yet he was still so stubborn. She coldly said, "Tell me, where did you come from? Before I die, I want to know who died in my hands. At least I don't want some nameless person. Also, you have one more chance. Kneel down and count out 3 times and perhaps I will let you go." Cloud Domain Lin Ling. Lin Ling lightly said. Cloud Domain? Maid Xiaoling was stunned for a moment and then she laughed. Sir Lu is coming back, and the city lord wants to give him a great gift. My family's miss is one of them. I heard that 2 girls from the Cloud Domain were caught today, and they are even more beautiful than my family's miss. I didn't think that the Cloud Domain, which is so close to the Blue Heaven region, would have so many beautiful women. Cloud Domain girls? Lin Ling's pupils shrank. This was a bit unexpected. He coldly said, "What are the names of those 2 girls?" Faintly he had a guess. Iron Soul City's City Lord Lu Mansion was overbearing and arrogant. His family's young master had entered the 7 profound martial house, and was proud and arrogant. Thus, the entire city was celebrating. In order to welcome Sir Lu back, the Lu Mansion had forcibly arranged a marriage, and had even snatched some beautiful women into the Lu Mansion. The girl in the red dress today was probably one of the victims. You don't need to know that. You only need to know that the realm of clouds is like a small city to the realm of green heaven. You have offended the Lu Mansion of the realm of green heaven. Even if the realm master of the realm of clouds is here, you will still have to die. Xiaoling said disdainfully. The Lu residence? I hope it doesn't touch my people. Otherwise this land will no longer be the Lu clan. I will burn this steel city to ashes. Lin Ling's voice carried a frightening chill. He became worried. Regardless of whether it was a guess or overthinking, he absolutely would not allow anything to happen to his people. At the moment he already had killing intent towards the servant girl, Xiaoling. This vicious girl must die. As a servant, not only did he not share his master's burdens, he even pushed his master into a pit of fire. Such a person must die. An invisible gale swept out, and the true intent of the sword slowly spread out. The crowd that was secretly watching from afar sucked in a breath of cold air. This youth was so domineering. He actually said that if it was one of his people he would burn down the giant steel city. But was that even possible? No one believed the youth. Everyone thought that he was just trying to show off his ability. The servant girl, Xiaoling, naturally didn't believe it either. Her eyes also revealed killing intent. You can talk about that after tonight. Do it. Before I drink the snow-eared bird's nest, I want him to kneel before me. Yes. The 5 King Spirit Realm experts coldly shouted, and a terrifying aura of the King Spirit Realm bloomed. Don't resist. You don't have the chance to resist. Kneel down and count out 3 times. Perhaps you can live. If you resist, die. Cold voices floated out from the mouths of the 5, causing the hearts of the crowd in the distance to tremble. At the same time, lightning flashed in the sky. With a rumbling sound, a torrential rain poured down. Clap, clap. What a tenacious heart of martial arts. Even when facing 5 King Spirit Realm experts, he still didn't retreat. Kill? At this moment, a bolt of lightning flashed in the sky. Accompanied by a murderous voice, one of the King Spirit Realm martial artists had attacked. 2nd grade King Step, 7-star bright moon blade. A blade seemed to come from the rain. It cut through the rain, causing a bright moon to appear in the vast torrential rain. What a terrifying aura. They are truly worthy of being from the Liu family. The crowd in the distance found it difficult to breathe. They could see that in the heavy rain, 7 stars were surrounding the moon. This was a powerful martial concept. That youth. Suddenly, everyone looked at the youth standing in the rain. Their pupils shrank. That youth was actually motionless. Could it be that in the face of a powerful King Spirit Realm Master, he didn't have the strength to resist? However, this was also normal. No matter how powerful a Heavenly Spirit Realm martial artist was, how could they be a match for a King Spirit Realm martial artist? Unless they were a genius from the 7 Profound Martial House. However, geniuses from the 7 Profound Martial House were rare. How could they appear in the Blue Heaven region? He's drawing his sword, but it's so slow. Suddenly, someone whispered. They saw Lin Ling slowly draw his sword. But this speed was too slow. He wasn't gathering his aura, nor was he using a powerful sword skill. Did he think that he could block the saber of a King Spirit Realm Master with just that sword? Clang. At this moment, the sword light was like water, cutting through the rain as if it had come from the void. Shwa. There was a dull sound. The martial artist that had slashed out with the 7-star bright moon blade was about to cut down Lin Ling's head, but a dazzling sword appeared, as if it had seen through the flaws of his martial arts. From the endless saber light, the sword cut through his neck. He could not avoid this sword. Sword of the heart. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. His face was indifferent, and his mind was immersed in a state of indifference and calmness. But at this moment, the third boundary of the fast sword quietly rose up in his heart. Sword of the heart. Through one's powerful martial arts background, one could see through the opponent's moves, and cut out a sword that could break through martial arts. This sword was very frightening. It could be said to be a sword that cut off all means of retreat. After all, if the opponent's martial arts were not seen through, then the one to die would be the swordsman. However, a swordsman fought with his back to the river, and fought to live from the brink of death. Rumble. Under the heavy rain, the first King Spirit Realm cultivator to attack swayed and fell on his back. Endless blood spurted out from his neck, sprinkling on the ground along with the rain, causing the street to instantly turn red. How frightening. The street was deathly silent. Killing a King Spirit Realm Master with a single sword strike, this youth was so frightening. He's not an ordinary Sky Spirit Realm cultivator. He's very likely a genius. Kill him together. Kill him. The remaining 4 King Spirit Realm cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air and then shouted coldly. Sword of the Raindrop. Kill him. Allowing the rain to fall on his face, Lin Ling's voice was filled with endless coldness. The sword in his hand became faster and more numerous than the raindrops in the sky. What a dazzling sword. Kill him. The hearts of the distant crowd trembled fiercely. The youth in the rain, his sword was like the heavens. Not good. Shit. A King Spirit Realm expert was just about to use his martial arts when the terrifying sword stabbed towards him. He wanted to retreat, block and counterattack, but at this moment he felt powerless in his heart because the sword was too fast. Chapter 533. Shadow in the Rain. Fast and extremely fast sword strike. When Zhu Qin had slashed out with his sword, he had relied on the speed of his sword to slice the stones on the ground into pieces. But Lin Ling's sword was even faster. Under 10,000 sword strikes in a single breath, the King Spirit Realm martial artist's entire body trembled. Then, as a cold wind blew past, his entire body actually exploded, turning into an endless mist of blood. He had been turned into dust. What kind of sword is that? Looking at the cold youth in the rain, the hearts of the people in the distance shook like thunder in the sky. Caught you. Die. Die. At this moment, a cold shout came from the void. An illusion of a scorpion appeared. The scorpion's tail coldly pointed at the youth in the rain, preparing to deal a fatal blow. This martial artist had the highest cultivation level of the 5. Moreover, his innate king body was extremely insidious. It was the Black Fiendine Scorpion. His attack was a finger, sharp and poisonous. Most shamelessly, he had used Lin Ling's attack to launch a sneak attack while he was killing the other person. A dignified mid-stage King Spirit Realm martial artist. Not only did he bully others with numbers, he even launched a sneak attack. The Liu estate has lost a bit of face. The people in the distance shook their heads. At this critical moment, could the youth block it? Yes, the youth's sword was very powerful, but could he block it? The expert who had launched the sneak attack also had the same thought. His eyes were extremely cold and his attacks were even faster. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. At some point he even thought that the youth had already died under his finger. The rain continued to fall. The rain fell on his face, causing him to subconsciously close his eyes. But this was very fast. It was just a subconscious action. This small blinking had no effect on the battle at all. But against Lin Ling this was a huge weakness. Heart's Eye Sword. Sword. The sword was fast to the extreme, accurate to the extreme, and ruthless to the extreme. There was no extra movement. In an instant it had killed. You. Sword. The martial artist's scorpion finger had already reached Lin Ling's forehead, but he was still too slow. It was even shorter. The sword had pierced through his forehead, causing him to stand there in a daze, allowing the merciless rain to drench him. But before he died he still said, "So that's how it is." He had thought that Lin Ling would not be able to break through his fatal blow, and he had also wanted to see how Lin Ling would break through it. But now he saw that it was a sword that did not seem to exist in this world. Mu Wu is dead too. The remaining 2 King Spirit Realm cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air. 3 moves, or rather 3 sword strikes, had killed 3 King Spirit Realm cultivators. Just what kind of monster was this youth? Retreat. The 2 of them looked at each other and shouted. Scared, both of them were scared. The young man in the rain was like a god of death, his sword reaping lives. Dance of the Vermilion Bird. Lin Ling didn't hold back at all. His opponent wanted to kill him, how could he hold back? If his strength was inferior to his opponent, the one who would die would be him. So, fleeing when he couldn't win? How could there be such a thing? Gorgeous flames appeared. Under the heavy rain, countless vermilion birds flew out, sweeping towards the 2 King Spirit Realm martial artists, causing their eyes to widen. This young man didn't seem to be strong in the sword, he had other tricks up his sleeves. Moreover, this method was even more terrifying. It was the destruction of flames. Boom. Without any suspense, the 2 of them died even faster because the flames of the vermilion birds were even more terrifying. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, 5 King Spirit Realm cultivators had fallen, causing the street to become even more deathly silent, as if it was hell itself. Everyone's eyes were on the youth in the rain, their hearts shaken. The youth in the rain was covered in flames, evaporating the rainwater and forming circles of smoke, making the youth look extremely dreamy. Have you finished drinking? A voice as indifferent as the netherworld sounded out. A slender figure appeared in front of Xiaoling, and she was still holding a bowl of snow-eared bird's nest soup in her hand. Previously, she had said that before she finished drinking, the 5 King Spirit Realm experts had to capture Lin Ling. But now, even though she hadn't finished drinking, the battle was already over. In the end, Lin Ling didn't die, but the 5 people she had brought with her had all died. Clang. The snow-eared bird's nest soup in her hand fell to the ground. Her face instantly paled and her body trembled. 5 King Spirit Realm experts, existences that could cover the sky with a single hand, had all died when they surrounded the youth. Kill me? Lin Ling's voice was extremely indifferent. Wait a minute, I'm from the Lu family, you can't touch me? Xiaoling nervously said, you came from the cloud domain, you simply don't know how powerful the upper 3 regions are. The Lu family is not someone you can provoke. Not only that, but the Lu family's young master is a genius of the 7 profound martial house. He is an existence that you will always have to look up to. At this moment she could only bring up the Lu family to make this youth fear her. 7 profound martial house? I came from there, but it's nothing to be proud of. Lin Ling shook his head and lightly said, causing Xiaoling's eyes to widen. This youth was actually a disciple of the 7 profound martial house? Only he came from the tiny cloud domain. How could he be on the same level as the Lu family's young master? They both came from the same holy land of martial arts. As for the Lu family, you already said it before, so you don't need to worry about it. I said that if the Lu family dares to touch my people, they will disappear from this world. Moreover, you will never see that scene again. Lin Ling said again. But this time Xiaoling suddenly believed in Lin Ling's words. If the Lu family provoked this youth, perhaps they really would disappear from this world. She believed in this intuition. After all, this youth in front of her was truly terrifying. Please spare my life, I was wrong. I only enjoyed the feeling of taking someone's life for a while. But I'm still young and don't know anything, so please don't bother. Next time, I won't dare to play with you again. Xiaoling knelt down, constantly kowtowing. In front of this youth, the background that she relied on was nothing more than this. Therefore she was afraid. Lin Ling didn't say anything more. He shook his head and turned to leave. At the same time, a vermilion bird landed on Xiaoling's body, and a gorgeous flame bloomed, burning her to ashes. Because he was young, he could casually take someone's life? Because he wanted to play, he treated someone else's life as an ant? This statement was laughable. The street was still silent, and only the sound of the rain could be heard. The crowd in the distance looked at the slender figure in the rain, and there was only one question in their minds. Who was that youth? Then they looked at the cold street, and suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction in their hearts. The Ouyang family's servant had been using the Lu family's prestige to flaunt her strength everywhere. Many innocent cultivators in Iron Soul City suffered losses. As long as they didn't like her, they would be taught a lesson. If they retaliated, they would most likely be killed. And now, this unruly and overbearing behavior had finally kicked an iron plate. In the end, a servant was still a servant. Using a chicken feather as an arrow, this was just a moment of pride. Without strength, she couldn't escape the fate of being killed in the end. Rumble. In the sky, the thunderstorm soon ended, and only thunder continued to roar. On the cold street, a slender figure slowly walked forward. Those people from the cloud domain, I hope they aren't my people. But this possibility isn't great. After all, Yu and the others should still be at home. But whether or not they are my people, in 3 days I must go to the Lu family to take a look. If they are my people, then there is no need for the Lu family to exist. Sir Lu, a disciple of the 7 profound martial house, I want to see just what qualifications he has to be so arrogant. Chapter 534. The entire city celebrates in these 3 days. Iron Soul City, this ancient giant city of steel, was unprecedentedly lively. A massive number of martial artists from the nearby main cities had arrived. Even the city lords of the main cities had come to congratulate them. And the reason was that they wanted to see just how dazzling a genius from the 7 profound martial house was. It had to be known that the Blue Heaven region had 28 countries, and Iron Soul City was only the main city of one of them. However, such a main city actually had a genius become a disciple of the 7 profound martial house. This was undoubtedly a kind of pride and also a miracle. At this moment, in the Lu residence, the heavenly concubine and Yu were being watched by several powerful martial artists. With their strength, it would be difficult for them to resist. This made them realize just how small and weak they were. They also realized that in the past, Lin Ling had carried countless difficulties and setbacks, constantly growing stronger and protecting them. This process had been extremely difficult. In the room, there was an old man smiling at the 2 women. Yu didn't recognize this old man, but the heavenly concubine did. This was the highest elder of the Heaven Profound Kingdom's Heavenly Sound Temple, Sage Tianyin. Ba, this old monk is giving you a marriage predestined by fate. You should be grateful to this old monk. Sage Tianyin lightly said. His face was like that of an old monk, full of holiness and majesty. Shameless. The heavenly concubine clenched her teeth. No wonder she and Yu had been caught by the powerhouses here for no reason. It was that bald donkey Sage Tianyin who had framed them. Isn't it good to marry Sir Lu? Sir Lu is a disciple of the 7 profound martial house. His future is bright. Many women want to marry Sir Lu, but they are all coldly rejected by Sir Lu. You have such a lucky chance and yet you don't cherish it. Sage Tianyin said again, compared to Lin Ling, Sir Lu is much better. Lin Ling cannot be compared. He seemed to be kindly persuading them, but the truth was that he wanted the heavenly concubine and Yu to be willing to marry Sir Lu. When Lin Ling saw this scene, he would vomit blood in anger. Despicable. You are not Lin Ling's match in the cloud domain, so you fled to the outer realms to curry favor with other powerhouses. Is this the highest elder of the Heaven Profound Kingdom? Shameful. Heavenly concubine coldly shouts again, causing Taoist Tianyin's expression to turn ugly. This was his humiliation. In the past, he was a person of virtue and prestige and was a grand supreme elder. After Lin Ling appeared, he was like a stray dog and became the laughingstock of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Big Brother Ling will come and save us. Bald donkey, let me tell you, from the past until now, everyone who has provoked Big Brother Ling has met their end. You won't be an exception. You will regret it, Yu said with a frown. This old man disgusted her. Sai, in the future you will know my painstaking efforts. As for Lin Ling, even if he knows that you are getting married, he will definitely not dare to come because he will feel inferior when he meets young Master Lu. Reverend Tianyin shook his head and sighed. It was as if he was considering the future of Yu and Yu, but they didn't understand his painstaking efforts, which made him very disappointed. I feel like vomiting whenever I see you. Scram. The heavenly concubine finally couldn't hold it in and said. This bald donkey was very hypocritical. Reverend Tianyin smiled helplessly and didn't intend to say anything else. Just as he was preparing to leave, A stalwart figure appeared at the entrance. He looked at Yu and Yu indifferently and said, "It is your honor to marry my son. In this world, apart from my son, who else is worthy of the two of you? The Lin Ling that you are talking about? Kiki, compared to my son's prodigy, he is simply trash." The person who appeared was the city lord, Lu Renxing. "You are not allowed to speak ill of Big Brother Ling. Big Brother Ling is much more formidable than that arrogant son of yours." Hearing Lu Renxing's words, Yu immediately retorted. She hated it when people slandered Lin Ling. Lu Renxing let out a disdainful laugh and naturally didn't put Yu's words in his heart. Lin Ling? Never heard of him. He was just a clown. He then left with Reverend Tianyin, which made Yu and the heavenly concubine in the room turn gloomy. At noon, Iron Soul City became even more lively. The streets and alleys were flooded with people. This was because many people had received news that Sir Lu would return at noon. A genius of the 7 profound martial house. I'm looking forward to seeing just what kind of spirit he has. Sir Lu not only returned with pride, but today is also his wedding day. Besides the beauties of the Ouyang family, it is said that there are 2 even more beautiful ones. I envy him. Fame, fortune, beauty, strength, everything. Sir Lu is simply our idol. At the vast city gates, many youths waited in anticipation. Towards Sir Lu, they greatly admired him and regarded him as their goal in life. Without a doubt, today was the stage of the Lu family's Lu Qin. Xiaoqin, when Sir Lu returns, you absolutely cannot show him a black face. He is not someone we can provoke. Also, if the Ouyang family can form ties with the Lu family, this will be a great help to our Ouyang family. In the crowd, a fat old man said to a red-dressed girl. The red-dressed girl frowned, but as she thought of this old man's status, she finally nodded. This was the head of the Ouyang family. She was just a little miss of the Ouyang family. She simply could not resist. Other people wish they could marry Sir Lu, but you are so unwilling. I really don't understand you. You should think more about your family. The old man tried to persuade her. Ouyang Xiaoqin's face was gloomy. Perhaps other people wanted to marry Sir Lu, but she did not like him. Could feelings be forced? With a sigh in her heart, she followed the family guards to the city gates. As she was about to reach the gates, her eyes suddenly revealed a touch of surprise. In the crowd, a young man in a blue and white robe was quietly standing there. His handsome face was calm like an ancient well, completely different from the excited youths around him. His temperament was very different. It was as if he was standing at the city gates, not admiring Sir Lu, but simply looking at him. It's him. His temperament is so otherworldly, much better than Sir Lu's. Ouyang Xiaoqin suddenly smiled. This was the young man who had bought the fire poison fruit from her not long ago. However, Xiaoling did not return 2 days ago. It is likely related to this young man. Now that Sir Lu is about to return, if he knows about this, he will definitely do something to this young man. Ouyang Xiaoqin was shocked and quickly walked toward the young man. It's you? When she approached Lin Ling had already noticed her. He had a good impression of this young lady in red. Hurry up and leave. Sir Lu is about to return. It will be difficult for you to leave. Ouyang Xiaoqin hurriedly said. Lin Ling shook his head and said with a smile, it seems like you don't really want to marry him. That day when you bought the fire poison fruit, you were actually seeking death. So, if I leave you will fall into a fire pit. His words were extremely calm, but there was a strong sense of confidence in them. Ouyang Xiaoqin's beautiful eyes flickered. She didn't know why, but the young man's faint smile gave people a feeling of sunshine, and the calm voice of concern touched her. In the whole city, only this young man knew that she did not want to marry Sir Lu. Chapter 535. Sir Lu returns, is she very powerful? Lin Ling still shook his head. This young girl was very kind. She reminded him of Yu Yun. In the past, Yu Yun had been forced into marriage by the powerful imperial power. At that time, Yu Yun had also been lonely and pitiful. In this world, the strong were revered. In the face of tyrannical power, the weak would never have the right to speak for themselves. Sir Lu has returned. At this moment, the city gates were in an uproar. Countless youths were boiling with excitement, and even some young girls in their prime screamed. Below the city gates, 2 handsome figures appeared. One of them wore a long blue robe, and his long hair was tied behind his head. His handsome face had a touch of confidence and pride, and he was smiling as he looked at the scene in front of him. He was the pride of Iron Soul City, the proud son of heaven of the Lu family, Lu Qin. Appearance, strength, talent, status, and a proud son of heaven. Brother Lu, it seems that your reputation in Iron Soul City is quite good. Beside him was a young boy in a brown robe. His appearance was handsome, and the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned. This smile gave off a strange and evil feeling, and to some young girls who had not experienced much, this smile had a fatal attraction. Since he was walking together with Lu Qing, it was obvious that he was a good friend of Lu Qing, and came from the 7 Profound Martial House. It's just a false reputation. Lu Qing shook his head as if he was helpless in front of this sensational scene in Iron Soul City. So handsome. Seeing Lu Qing's indifferent and calm appearance, the crowd cried out in alarm. The two of them were like the Son of Heaven on an inspection tour, slowly entering Iron Soul City. Not far from the city gates, Lin Ling looked at the two youths. He was not familiar with these two, but he had heard that they were this year's 7 Profound Martial House's geniuses. So, these two were geniuses of the same generation as him. However, the 7 Profound Martial House's recent disciple recruitment was his stage, and he had swept away all of this year's geniuses. So these two? In other words, he had never heard of them before. Brother Lu, there are many people who worship you, but this young boy seems to be so nervous that he has forgotten his own existence. At this moment, a smiling voice rang out. It was the brown-robed youth, and his gaze was fixed on Lin Ling. At this moment, all the youths at the city gate were watching from afar out of admiration and worship. Only Lin Ling remained indifferent and continued to watch with Ouyang Xiaoqian. Therefore, for a moment, Lin Ling became the focus of everyone. What a joke. He worships young Master Lu, but he's so nervous that he's even blocking the way. How foolish. Compared to young Master Lu and young Master Lu, they are like toads. I heard that youngsters nowadays like to carve their idols' names on their swords to motivate themselves. Could it be that this youngster wants young Master Lu to carve his name on his sword? He's so thick-skinned. Numerous voices of disdain sounded out from the crowd. In their eyes, the blue and white-robed young man and Lu Qing were the center of attention, but it was obvious who was a genius and who was mediocre. Lu Qing looked at Lin Ling indifferently and then at Ouyang Xiaoqian. He was a little surprised. Why was the girl he liked with this young man? Was there something fishy going on? However, he might be overthinking it. With his reputation and strength, who would dare to lay a hand on his woman? They were simply blind. Do you want me to carve my name on your sword? Lu Qing looked at Lin Ling and said indifferently, which stunned Lin Ling. He had stayed in Iron Soul City because he wanted to see if anyone from the Lu residence would lay a hand on him. He stood at the city gate and didn't leave because he was different from the other youths. He didn't worship young Master Lu at all. In front of Lu Qing he even treated him like an ant. That was why he didn't leave. However, Lu Qing said that he wanted to carve his name on Lin Ling's sword? What did that mean? You don't seem to be from Iron Soul City, so you must be from another main city. You've put in a lot of effort just to see me. How about this? 3 days later, come find me and I'll carve my name on your sword. I hope it will motivate you. Lu Qing said with a smile. His handsome face coupled with his calm words caused the surrounding youths to cry out in admiration. Lu Qing was so handsome. Not only that, but that blue and white robed youth was too lucky. He was able to obtain Lu Qing's name on his sword. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He faintly understood what this meant. At this time, Lu Qing had already brought Ouyang Xiaoqian forward. As for the brown-robed youth, he looked at Lin Ling and said, "You are also a swordsman? Unfortunately, you don't know. If you want to obtain Brother Lu's guidance, you must have your own way of the sword. You cannot let your idol carve his name on your sword to motivate yourself. Because such a sword is not your sword. My guidance to you is here, I hope you can understand." As he finished speaking, he indifferently left. It seemed that because he was in a good mood, he had given Lin Ling a few words of advice. And that sentence naturally caused the surrounding youths to be even more envious. This blue and white robed youth was so lucky. He had actually obtained the guidance of 2 geniuses from the 7 Profound Martial House. Guide me? Lin Ling was stunned. He helplessly shook his head and looked around. He saw that the hot-blooded youths were now following Lu Qing and Ouyang Xiaoqian. Looking at their worshipful expressions, Lin Ling finally understood why he, Lin Ling, was able to enter the 7 Profound Martial House and these youths could not. What was the use of worshipping others? The road of martial arts was not for you to look up to your idols, but to surpass them, to defeat them. Afterwards, Lin Ling was too lazy to pay attention to them. He followed the crowd. Right now, he wanted to see just who the 2 captured girls from the domain of Cloud were. Bang! Bright fireworks soared into the sky. The entire city was celebrating. Above Iron Soul City's huge square, there was a turbulent flow of people. This cold steel square seemed to welcome endless enthusiasm at this moment. City Lord Lu, congratulations. In the 18 upper 3 regions, there are countless countries, but there are very few people that can enter the 7 profound martial house. But today Lu Qing has done it. He has brought glory to my Blue Heaven region. Sir Lu has become a disciple of the 7 profound martial house at such a young age. As far as I know, the 7 profound martial house only recruits geniuses. Sir Lu is truly a proud son of heaven. In time, your name will surely shake the 100 territories. Everyone congratulated him, causing Lu Rinxing to constantly laugh. At this moment, Lu Qing and the others walked over. The square was instantly silent. At this moment, it was as if they were looking at a proud son of heaven returning with honor. Father, I'm back. Father. Lu Qing's eyes swept over the square. He was not surprised at the grand atmosphere but faintly smiled. For this scene he had already guessed. He had returned from the 7 profound martial house. This was the glory and pride that he should have. This boy's temperament is extraordinary. The eyes of the great figures of the main cities brightened. Lu Qing was neither surprised by honor nor humiliation, neither haughty nor humble. They were all satisfied. It's good that you're back. Chapter 536. Thick-skinned Xiaoqian? She was already here to welcome me. Lu Qing faintly smiled. Getting married under the eyes of countless people was also a kind of pride, and he liked it very much. Of course, it's not just Xiaoqian. It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, not to mention that you are a disciple of the 7 profound martial house. Lu Rinxing had not yet spoken when a middle-aged man next to him laughed and said. Lu Qing shook his head and proudly said, "Ordinary women are beneath my notice." Yes. Although these words were arrogant, he had the qualifications to say these words. You will be satisfied. Yes. Lu Rinxing confidently smiled and clapped his hands. The square quieted down. Under countless gazes, 2 beautiful figures were led out. These 2 women, just by looking at their figures one could tell that they were absolutely beautiful. Everyone was looking forward to seeing under the bridal headscarf. Just what kind of beauty was that? Lu Qing's eyes were also filled with anticipation. Then a maid took off the bridal headscarf of one of the young girls. Suddenly, a pair of lively eyes appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This young girl's temperament was extremely intelligent. Her facial features were exquisite, and her skin was white. At a glance, one could tell that she was a rare beauty. It had to be known that in this world there were many beautiful women, but there were very few beauties with temperament. Good. Yes. Lu Qing's pupils constricted, and he could not help but say a word. Such a beautiful woman was indeed worthy of him. So beautiful? Yes. The crowd also exclaimed. Then they looked forward to the second beauty even more. Then the bridal headscarf was taken off, and the true appearance of the second beauty appeared. This beauty was very young, at most 16 or 17 years old. But at this moment she was wearing a red phoenix robe. Her light and pure appearance and temperament immediately caused the entire city to quiet down. This young girl did not seem like she should appear in the mortal world, but should come from the heavens. She was like a snow lotus on an iceberg, and her temperament was otherworldly. Even Lu Qing was stunned. Although this young girl was still young and had not yet fully bloomed with a woman's temperament, but in time, this young girl would absolutely be a devastatingly beautiful woman. But compared to this young girl, Ouyang Xiaoqian, who he liked, clearly lacked that kind of quickness, that kind of temperament. I want her. Yes. Lu Qing finally could not help but shout. This young girl is like a fairy from the 9 heavens. After the entire city fell silent, many people were secretly amazed. Young Master Lu was handsome and talented, and his 3 unmarried wives were beautiful and charming. Each of them had their own charm. They were a perfect match for young Master Lu, and could be said to be a match made in heaven. Ah! How could they possibly be ordinary women to be able to become my Lu Rinxing's daughter-in-law? Today, the 3 of them being able to enter my Lu family is also their fortune. Lu Rinxing was very satisfied with the envious expressions of the people in the square. Is everyone in the Lu residence so thick-skinned? They're just toads lusting after swans. How dare they say that it's their fortune to be married into the Lu family? At this moment an icy cold voice rang out, causing the entire city to fall silent. The hearts of many trembled fiercely. How bold. Right now the whole city was celebrating young Master Lu, but there were people who said that young Master Lu was a toad who wanted to eat swan meat. This was simply courting death. Who is it? Lu Rinxing's face turned cold. Today was his Lu residence's big day. He did not expect that someone would actually dare to cause trouble and make him lose face. Under everyone's gaze on the cold steel square, A slender and elegant figure appeared. This person was not old. He had delicate features and wore a blue and white robe. He gave people a kind of otherworldly feeling. However, this person seemed to be alone. He dares to oppose the whole city by himself. This young man is really courting death. Many people's gaze focused. They had never seen this young man before. He did not seem to be a famous expert in the Blue Heaven region. Even Lu Renxing's gaze focused. He had never seen this young man before. However, because of this, he was even more furious. A jumping clown dared to make his Lu residents lose face. This was simply like plucking the hair from a tiger's mouth. Lin Ling. There were not many people who knew Lin Ling. However, Reverend Tianyin was definitely one of them. At this moment he was both surprised and excited. He was surprised because Lin Ling actually came. And he was excited because since he came, then he would stay forever. Brother Ling. On the other side of the square, Yu and Heavenly Concubine's beautiful eyes were filled with emotions. After they were captured, they had been silently praying for the young man's arrival. Although this was a kind of extravagant hope and the possibility was not high, perhaps the young man's continuous protection made them think that the young man would always be by their side. However, now the young man really appeared. Unfortunately, although they were excited, their bodies were confined by powerful martial arts. Therefore they could not speak at all. Amit Ba. Today is a great marriage. The whole world is celebrating, but you disobeyed the world and broke the marriage. Could it be that you came out to cause trouble because of jealousy? Alas, it's better for young people to see themselves clearly. Although you are jealous, you are not as good as young Master Lu. Therefore you should leave early. I don't want you to die here at such a young age. At this time, Reverend Tianyin walked out and looked at Lin Ling with a kind face. Lu Renxing and Lu Qing nodded slightly. This old man from the cloud region was really good at talking. He said that the young man came out to cause trouble because of jealousy. From another point of view, this also meant that Lu Qing was more outstanding, so outstanding that it made people jealous. No wonder he is so bold. It turns out that he can't restrain his lust after seeing a beauty. Unfortunately, he said that young Master Lu is not worthy of the three beauties. But does he have the qualifications to say this? He is not as good as young Master Lu. The crowd started to discuss spiritedly. They looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of disdain. Reverend Tianyin. Ignoring the voices around, Lin Ling coldly looked at the front and said. He naturally knew that hypocritical old man. In the past, the Heavenly Sound Temple was famous for its hypocrisy. As the supreme elder of the Heavenly Sound Temple, Reverend Tianyin was the most hypocritical in the Heavenly Sound Temple. No wonder Yu and the others were caught for no reason. It turned out to be you, bald donkey. Lin Ling coldly said. Reverend Tianyin's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. However, he concealed it very well. He still smiled and said, Your Excellency, even ants drag out their lives. Why do you want to seek death? He seemed to be merciful, but in fact, he couldn't wait for Lin Ling to die here. Moreover, he also knew that Lin Ling would never leave. I will return this sentence to you. Even ants drag out their lives. It's better for you to hide. Why do you want to provoke me and seek death? Lin Ling laughed loudly, making the crowd suck in a breath of cold air. This young man was so arrogant. He seemed to know that kind old man. When the old man advised the young man to leave, not only did the young man not give him face, he even said that he wanted to kill the old man. What a ruthless heart. In my opinion, he should be killed so as not to make a fool of himself. Cold voices came from all around the square. Countless eyes were looking at Lin Ling. All of them were waiting to watch a good show. Are they all blind? Chapter 537. You're not worthy. You said that it's their fortune to be able to marry into the Lu residence. Is that true? After laughing, Lin Ling looked at Lu Qing, causing a disdainful smile to appear on Lu Qing's face. This young man seemed to be questioning his pride. Ridiculous. However, with so many people watching, even though Lu Qing didn't care about a nobody like Lin Ling, on the day of the wedding, he naturally had to convince everyone. This young man's troublemaking was just a clown show that he had gloriously come here today. Of course, I'm a proud son of the heavens. It's their fortune to be able to marry me. Lu Qing said indifferently. The crowd nodded. How could a genius like Lu Qing not be worthy of those three girls? Is that so? Then why did you imprison those two girls and not let them speak? Don't tell me that this so-called wedding is actually the girls that the Lu residents snatched back. Lin Ling smiled coldly. Snatched back? The crowd was stunned. Their expressions changed, especially the warriors from other cities. It was the first time they heard of such a thing. Those two girls were snatched back. That was ridiculous. Lu Qing, the young master of the Lu residence, who had the title of a proud son of the heavens, actually wanted to snatch back the bride on his wedding day. He didn't want the bride to marry him out of admiration. "Sir, don't talk nonsense," Reverend Tian shouted angrily when he saw the crowd discussing. "I'm talking nonsense? Then why don't you dare to release those two girls?" "Hehe, the dignified Lu residence is snatching openly. The dignified young master of the Lu residence needs his father to help him snatch his wife. How shameful." Lin Ling laughed wildly. Everyone in the Lu residence became gloomy. This young man's mouth was so vicious. With just a few words he made the Lu residence lose face. "Sir, you're misleading the crowd," Reverend Tian shouted coldly again. "Shut up. You're just a dog. What qualifications do you have to speak? No matter how you hide it, you can't hide the fact that young Master Lu is incompetent. You can't hide the ugly deeds of the Lu residents." Lin Ling shouted aggressively. "This young man is so arrogant. He's going to offend the Lu clan." The crowd's eyes flickered. At first, they thought that the young man came out to cause trouble because he was jealous. At that time they were gloating and watching a good show. But who knew that the young man was so sharp-tongued and smart? With just a few words he caused the Lu residents to be in an uproar. He even completely challenged the Lu residents. Gradually the square became quiet. At this moment, everyone wanted to see what the Lu family would say. If the Lu family nodded, then that would mean that Sir Lu's future wife had been snatched away. If that happened, then Sir Lu would lose some face. After all, he needed his family to help him snatch away his wife. This would make his reputation as a genius of the seven profound martial house a bit undeserved. However, if the Lu residents denied the young man's claims, how would the Lu residents deal with this matter? At this moment, young Master Lu's face was very ugly. The young man below was just an ant, but he was making it difficult for him to breathe. "Come, untie them," young Master Lu coldly shouted. He was a proud son of heaven, so he could not lose face. He could not allow others to say that his wife had been snatched away. Therefore he had to convince everyone. Moreover, everyone knew that these beautiful women admired young Master Lu. Of course he also had confidence in himself. After all, he was a genius of the seven profound martial house. Countless eyes looked at Yu and the heavenly concubine. Then, a martial artist stepped forward and used a complex finger technique to release the shackles on the two girls. Sir Lu is a dragon amongst men, handsome and confident. He proudly married them in front of everyone. If I were them, I would feel very happy and would not refuse Sir Lu. Yes. I wish I could marry Sir Lu, but unfortunately, Sir Lu disdains me beneath his notice. Yes. The crowd began to talk, full of anticipation. You are not worthy. Yes. In the silence, the heavenly concubine's cold voice floated out, causing the square to instantly fall silent. Without any superfluous words, there was only one sentence. You are not worthy. The young girl had said that Sir Lu was not worthy of them. This meant that these two young girls had indeed been snatched away. Sir Lu's face instantly turned ugly. Today was his grand wedding day, and he had returned from the seven profound martial house with endless glory. There were countless young boys and girls in the city who admired him, but his bride had actually said to him that he was not worthy. He had lost so much face that he couldn't even show his face. It had to be known that today he was the main character. You and Big Brother Ling simply cannot compare. You are a toad on the ground and Big Brother Ling is the clouds in the sky. You want us to marry you? Dream on. Yu took a deep breath and shouted in a lovely voice. Then the two young girls quickly ran towards Lin Ling in the center of the square. Big Brother Ling? It seems that those two fairy-like young girls know that youth, and they are very familiar with him. Boom. The crowd seemed to explode. Not only had they determined that Sir Lu's wives had been snatched away, but they were also certain that the two young girls knew that blue and white robed youth. Moreover, compared to Sir Lu, that blue and white robed youth was even more noble. It seemed that he had already won the hearts of the two beauties. All of this was very ironic, and it made the Lu residents into a laughing stock. Around the square, many people couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. On the day of the wedding, the two beautiful wives not only refused the marriage, but also ran towards other men. Sir Lu had lost a lot of face. Of course, if it was any other self-respecting man, they would definitely be furious, let alone Sir Lu who had returned with glory. I also won't marry. At this moment, another voice sounded. Everyone looked over and found that it was actually the young miss of the Ouyang family. Immediately, the crowd couldn't help but laugh. The two young girls from before were still fine because they didn't know Sir Lu. However, the young miss of the Ouyang family had known Sir Lu since she was young, and she also refused the marriage. This slap was crisp enough, and it was 3 slaps in a row. The 3 beautiful wives all refused the marriage. Xiaoqian Yu. Xiaoqian. The people of the Ouyang family were all furious, but Ouyang Xiaoqian didn't even look at them. Instead, she ran towards Lin Ling. Although she knew that the consequences of refusing the marriage were severe, her life was only a few decades. She didn't want to live for others, she wanted to live for herself. How could she let others control her life? Moreover, compared to the Ouyang family and Sir Lu, she trusted that blue and white robed youth more. The 3 young girls ran over and stood behind Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling smile and nod at Yu and Heavenly Concubine. However, his gaze was on the livid Sir Lu. Lu residents, your skin is really thick. You said that it was their fortune to be able to marry into the Lu residents, but now, it seems that they have all refused you. Haha. A faint smile floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, making Lu Qing's face burn. Especially when he saw the 3 beautiful wives standing behind Lin Ling, his heart burned with jealousy. What qualifications did this youth have to be better than him? Chapter 538. A young genius? On the other side of the square, the mysterious old man also looked over. Is that the brother Ling that Lady Yu spoke of? He has quite the courage, daring to come and save Lady Yu alone. However, if he has courage but no strength, he will still lose face in the end and even lose his life. He didn't know why, but he didn't like Lin Ling very much. He wanted to see Lin Ling lose face. Perhaps only then would Lady Yu know that the young man she relied on was just a frog at the bottom of a well. At this moment, the people of the Lu residence all had gloomy faces. Their young master had lost face today, and he would definitely become a laughingstock in the future. Even the nearby main cities would spread the news, and people would laugh at him for being a useless man. Are you done? Lu Rinxing's face was extremely cold. Father, let me. At this moment, young Master Lu walked out. He had no choice but to come out. After all, if he didn't say anything, others would think that he was a piece of trash and even less of a man. Ouyang Xiaoqian and you 2 girls, I don't understand why you 2 are so stupid. Isn't it good to marry me, Lu Qing? My Lu residents will definitely not treat you badly. I will let you 2 become above everyone, and at the same time, you can enjoy my reputation as a genius. However, you didn't cherish it and instead ran away with a piece of trash. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. Young Master Lu stared at Yu and the other 2 girls and said coldly, Can your face be any thicker? Lin Ling laughed mockingly. You said you're impolite. May I ask, before they married you, when did you politely ask for their wishes? Also, don't make yourself sound so high and mighty. Don't even talk about enjoying the title of being a genius. You're nothing but a clown. What qualifications do you have to be proud of being a genius? Not long ago, I met you and you actually said that you wanted to inscribe words for my sword and even gave me pointers. How shameless can you be? As soon as he said this, the crowd was shocked, especially some of the teenagers. They recognized Lin Ling. Not long ago, young Master Lu returned from the city gate. Lin Ling was also at the city gate. At that time, young Master Lu indifferently told Lin Ling that if there was a chance, he would carve words for his sword. At that time, young Master Lu was proud, confident, and calm. At that time, Lin Ling and young Master Lu were standing together. Lin Ling looked like a mediocre person, and it was as if young Master Lu was giving him pointers. Many people still remembered this scene clearly. It's him. That's too much. Is young Master Lu someone he can compare to? Many youths came to their senses, but soon after, disdainful voices rang out. That young man was probably jealous of young Master Lu's prestige, so he came to cause trouble today. So it's you. Looks like I won't be carving any more words on your sword. Young Master Lu also recognized Lin Ling. No wonder he felt that Lin Ling looked familiar. Ah. Lin Ling laughed mockingly. This young Master Lu still thought that since he came from the 7 profound martial house, he could be arrogant in front of him. He sneered and shook his head. There is no need to bother the genius young Master Lu. But if you want to carve words, I will do it for you. I don't care if you worship me or admire me, but today you have gone too far. I will not let you go. If you want to take the 3 of them away, then you must fight with me, a genius of the 7 profound martial house. If you win, you can take them away and I, Lu Qing, will no longer interfere. Young Master Lu said slowly, his voice filled with endless confidence and dominance. A genius of the 7 profound martial house. How could that young man win? But through this young man we can see just how formidable young Master Lu is. Around the square, many youths were boiling with excitement. Next, they could see the geniuses fight. Lu Qing, a genius of the 7 profound martial house. He is at the early king spirit realm and his strength is not bad. Lin Ling is only at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm. There is a difference of one stage between them. This battle will let Madame Yu see just how useless Lin Ling is. In the distance, the mysterious old man faintly smiled. But just as his words fell, a calm voice sounded out. You are too weak to fight with me. But if you want to fight, then I will accompany you. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling pulled out the tyrannical song sword and pointed it at Lu Qing. In the cold steel square, a gentle breeze blew, causing his long hair to flutter and his blue and white robe to flutter. At this moment he was arrogant under the heavens. One man, one sword. Blue and white robe, swift and fierce. All around the square the crowd was silent. They had always thought that this youth was nothing more than a clown, but now they discovered that this youth's aura had changed. In the moment that he had decided to fight, he was full of spirit, proud and awe-inspiring, fearless and fearless. He has changed. In the distance, the mysterious old man's pupils shrank. For the first time he felt that this youth Lin Ling was not simple at all. How arrogant, you actually dare to challenge a genius of the seven profound martial house. Brother Lu, I am a guest from afar, so I will help you deal with this trash. At this moment, the brown-robed youth that had followed Lu Qing came forward. Lu Qing nodded. He was a proud son of heaven, so how could he casually fight? My name is Zhou Xingyu. In the seven profound martial house, I am known as the Star Rain Sword. If you can die under my sword, then you will be honored. Remember my name, Zhou Xingyu. The brown-robed youth wickedly smiled. His hand reached to his waist and a flexible sword appeared. It flashed with a golden light like a snake or lightning, blooming with a gorgeous and golden light. A terrifying aura bloomed at the same time, causing all the youths in the square to suck in a breath of cold air. This was truly a disciple of the seven profound martial house. Just this aura alone was enough to make them feel pressured. Before I wanted to guide you, but now I am too lazy to do so. I have no interest in disobedient juniors. A cold voice sounded out. The youth's figure floated up, and a sword seemed to shoot out from the ground, carrying with it an endless murderous intent as it shot towards Lin Ling. Snake. That's right, it was a snake and a king snake at that. Obviously, this youth's sword skill was at least a king step martial art. It looks like it is at least a second-grade king step. The powerhouses that came from all over the main cities had dignified expressions. The seven profound martial house had a deep and profound martial heritage. This youth seemed to be at the early king spirit realm, but he actually had a powerful martial art. Even these middle and late king spirit realm powerhouses of the older generation did not dare to underestimate him. Geniuses came from the youth. This was the exact description of the scene in front of them. Shio. A brilliant light appeared. The sword could not be seen, but a pair of viper-like eyes locked onto Lin Ling's entire body. Lin Ling did not move. As the viper sword came closer and closer to him, he shook his head and stepped forward. The sword in his hand cut through the void. The sword light bloomed, and the true meaning of the sword gushed out. Shwa. The sword light was like water, and with it, a sword fell to the ground. On the cold square, the brown-robed youth's right hand had been cut off. Blood flowed out, and his left hand painfully caressed his right hand. His face was pale. As for the sword on the ground, it was dazzling. What's going on? The crowd stared with wide eyes. Too fast, everything had ended too fast. They wanted to see the glory of the seven profound martial house's genius, but with a single sword strike, that genius' right arm had been cut off. Chapter 539. Guide me? You think you have the qualifications to guide me? A mocking voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the hearts of the crowd to fiercely tremble. A genius of the seven profound martial house. A nameless mediocre talent. But at this moment, who was a genius and who was a mediocre talent, it was clear at a glance. All of this was like a dream. One sword strike, no one had seen it clearly, but a genius from the seven profound martial house had been defeated. Not only that, but his right arm had been cut off. All of this had been too easy. It had to be known that this youth was only at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm. Many people's pupils constricted. Especially when they thought of the scene at the city gate, they felt as if they were in a dream. It had to be known that at the city gate, the seven profound martial house's Zhou Xingyu had arrogantly said to Lin Ling, "My guidance to you is here, I hope you can understand." But now, this genius who had guided this youth could not even block a single move, and had his arm cut off. All of this was very ironic. Ah. Zhou Xingyu squatted on the ground, emitting a painful cry. He still could not believe that a dignified genius of the seven profound martial house could not even block a single move. How could you possibly defeat me? He lifted his head and roared. Lin Ling slowly walked over. He did not answer Lu Qing's question but lightly said, although the 7 profound martial house is a sacred place, it is only the beginning of martial arts. Just because you have the status of a disciple of the 7 profound martial house, you are so arrogant and self-satisfied. With such an attitude you will not be able to walk far on the road of martial arts. My guidance to you is here, I hope you can understand. Lin Ling no longer paid attention to Zhou Xingyu after he finished speaking. Zhou Xingyu's pupils constricted. Not long ago he had guided Lin Ling. At this moment Lin Ling was guiding him and he could not refute it. This was because Lin Ling was much stronger than he was. The surrounding people were also silent. Now they did not dare to laugh at Lin Ling. Instead they felt that this scene was ridiculous. Zhou Xingyu had wanted to guide others, but in the end he had been slapped in the face. Gradually only Lin Ling and Lu Qing were left in the cold square. Lin Ling looked at Lu Qing and said, "You're the same. You've only become a disciple of the 7 profound martial house, but you're so arrogant and complacent. When you returned to Iron Soul City, you actually enjoyed the admiring gazes of tens of thousands of people. You simply don't know that there is always someone better than you, and there is always someone better than you. Moreover, I was just passing by, and yet you regarded me as an admirer." Lu Qing's face was ice cold, but his eyes constantly flashed. The youth in front of him was about the same age as him, but he was able to defeat Zhou Xingyu. This sort of genius usually only appeared in the 7 profound martial house. "Are you also a disciple of the 7 profound martial house?" Lu Qing said coldly. "I never said I wasn't." Lin Ling replied calmly. "What? He is also a disciple of the 7 profound martial house?" At this moment the entire square was in an uproar. They thought that the proud sons of heaven of Iron Soul City were Lu Qing and Zhou Xingyu, but who knew that there was also a disciple of the 7 profound martial house? Moreover, compared to Lu Qing and Zhou Xingyu, this youth was more low-key and calm. He did not show off because he was a disciple of the 7 profound martial house. If not for saving those 2 young girls, perhaps this youth would not have shown off his ability. Haha, what's funny is that we were laughing at him before, saying that he was mediocre. As for some of the young boys and girls, they bitterly smiled, feeling extremely ironic. A disciple of the 7 profound martial house. On the other side, Lu Rinxing's face was gloomy. Today was his son's stage, but this youth had told him that being a genius of the 7 profound martial house was nothing to be proud of. This was because in Iron Soul City, it was not his son who was a genius of the 7 profound martial house. No wonder you are so arrogant. However, there are countless geniuses in the 7 profound martial house. You are only a disciple, but I am Apprentice Su Fan's disciple. Moreover, I have never seen you at Apprentice Su Fan's place. You should be an ordinary official disciple. Ridiculous, you don't even have an apprentice, what qualifications do you have to be proud? Lu Qing looked deeply at Lin Ling and coldly said. This year's 7 profound martial house's geniuses were not many that could make him fear them. It was only Zuemo, Lan Feng, Tang Yu and the others. As for the other geniuses, they did not have the qualifications to become Apprentice Su Fan's disciple, and had been forced to become an official disciple. In the hearts of these geniuses who had the guidance of an apprentice, official disciples were nothing in their eyes. I'm proud? Your face is really thick. Lin Ling could not help but laugh. Lu Qing had actually said that he was Lin Ling, proud and complacent. But he had forgotten that when he had returned to Iron Soul City, he had enjoyed that feeling of superiority. However, Lin Ling was disinclined to say anything more. Apprentice Su Fan's disciple? Is he very fierce? You will know. Lu Qing confidently nodded. If he could become Su Fan's disciple, he naturally had his own capital. Perhaps during the recruitment he was not the strongest, but under Apprentice Su Fan's guidance, he believed that he had already surpassed many geniuses. Qing, he humiliated you and stole your fiancé. Use your strength and end his life. From far away, Lu Rinxing's voice sounded out, causing many people's pupils to shrink. Lu Qing wanted to kill that youth. Lu Qing was the disciple of a powerful apprentice of the 7 profound martial house. Although that youth was also a disciple of the 7 profound martial house, he obviously did not have the qualifications to be recruited by an apprentice. So, who was strong and who was weak it was clear at a glance. Both of them are geniuses of the 7 profound martial house. I wonder who is more fierce. Many young boys and girls muttered to themselves. Many people had an intuition that this battle would be incomparably fierce. Will he win? If he wins, then we will be free. Ouyang Xiaoqian nervously looked at the square. In fact, she was also very surprised that Lin Ling could reach this step. It had to be known that at the beginning she was afraid that Lin Ling would be killed by Zhou Xingyu. Big brother Ling will win, Yu said with a smile. Although she did not know how Lin Ling was doing in the 7 profound martial house, she had complete confidence in Lin Ling. Madam Yu, that is not necessarily true. You must know that before entering the 7 profound martial house, there are some geniuses that are indeed strong. But after entering the 7 profound martial house, without the guidance of an apprentice, it is difficult for them to escape the fate of decline. At this moment, behind Yu, a mysterious old man appeared. He lightly said, "You're sick." Yu did not look at the old man. She remembered that this old man had treated her as an adult, but when she was in danger, he had not helped her. It was Big Brother Ling who had saved her. The mysterious old man helplessly shook his head. Just as he was about to say something, Lu Qing's voice came from the square. "I admit that I underestimated you. You have the qualifications to steal my woman, but that is only the qualifications. With so many eyes watching, let's see who will have the last laugh between you and me. So use your full strength." Lu Qing proudly looked at Lin Ling. He had already lost face several times, so in order to regain his dignity, he could only use his tyrannical strength to defeat Lin Ling. Only then could he wash away his shame. Chapter 540. My women, I will protect them. After a proud smile appeared on Lu Qing's face, he looked at Yu and the other 2 girls in the distance, his eyes filled with a domineering intent. In front of his 3 beautiful wives, he would prove that he was a genius. Full strength. Lin Ling also looked at Yu and the other 2 girls in the distance. He saw that Yu's delicate face was smiling. This was a smile that said that even if the heavens fell and the earth cracked, she would always believe in Lin Ling. Although the heavenly concubine was also smiling, her smile was a bit forced, and there was a trace of worry in it. They all seemed to be worried about Lin Ling. After all, they didn't know how Lin Ling was doing in the 7 profound martial house. Closing his eyes, Lin Ling let out a light breath. Since they were worried about him, then he would let them see how he was doing in the 7 profound martial house. At least he would let them feel at ease. Opening his eyes, Lin Ling faintly smiled. My women, I will protect them. These soft words caused Yu's smile to become even more brilliant. That smile was enough to turn all living beings upside down. At this moment, her heart was filled with sweetness. Lin Ling had said that she, Yu, was Lin Ling's woman in front of so many people. It was not like before when he said that she was his relative. This bastard, when did I become his woman? The heavenly concubine's face flushed red. She curled her lips as she spoke, but she was also touched in her heart. This was the 3rd time that this youth had saved her. He was like a calm harbor, forever giving her a peaceful haven. Ouyang Xiaoqian also blushed. Although she realized that the youth wasn't talking about her, she still had an indescribable feeling. Your women? Lu Qing's breathing became heavy. This youth in front of him was very overbearing. He had said that the 3 girls were his women in front of him. Where did this youth's confidence come from? He was about to speak, but at this time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded out once more. So what if I have an apprentice to guide me? You won't be able to block even one of my attacks. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling raised his sword and pointed it at Lu Qing from a distance. His blue and white robe fluttered as he spoke, looking indescribably mighty. What courage! Another move. The crowd's hearts trembled fiercely. This young man was so frivolous. In order to protect his woman, he domineeringly defeated a strong enemy with a single move. One had to know that Lu Qing was an even stronger genius than Zhou Xingyu. In your dreams. Lu Qing roared and a terrifying aura burst out, causing the square to shake. The most dazzling thing was that he actually had a 2nd-grade talent, the King Body. My King Physique is the fire attribute 6-6 Extreme Flames, and the martial art I'm using right now is the Extreme Flames Qilin Palm, a 3rd-grade King-level martial art. This is a martial art that my master taught me specifically for my King Physique. It's a martial art domain that you will never understand. Flames burst out from Lu Qing's body. They were yellow flames that seemed to melt a lot of the steel square. And in his palm, the illusion of an ancient Qilin appeared. Its aura was vast and ancient. What a powerful fire. What a terrifying martial art. The hearts of the people around the square trembled fiercely. Even though they were so far away, they could still feel a terrifying flame energy. It was the Qilin's fire. Some of the more knowledgeable martial artists even speculated that the King-grade martial skill seemed to be able to display Lu Qing's King Physique talent to the extreme. With the two complementing each other, the power of the King-grade martial skill had more than doubled. Perhaps Lu Qing's King Physique had already reached the 3rd grade. Your woman, do you think you can protect her? Lu Qing sneered. He took a step forward, and his palm was covered in endless flames as it slammed towards Lin Ling. Playing with fire? Lin Ling's lips curled up. He was a little surprised by Lu Qing's king-level martial art. After all, third-grade king-level martial arts were indeed rare in the Star Ocean Pagoda. This Lu Qing was indeed worthy of being taught by Su Fan. However, playing with fire against Lin Ling? Did he have the qualifications? Rumble. The fiery Qilin's giant palm slammed down. A fiery Qilin galloped on the square, causing the entire square to shake violently. And in front of the fiery Qilin, Lin Ling stood quietly without moving. Then with a bang the Qilin seemed to collide with Lin Ling. He didn't swing his sword. The crowd was shocked as they stared at this scene. They gulped. That blue-white rogue youth, had he died? Playing with fire, I am your ancestor. At this moment, a cold voice sounded out. Under countless gazes, the fiery Qilin was blocked by a hand. This hand was not large, but it pressed down on the Qilin's head, causing the Qilin's nostrils to constantly spit out smoke. Behind the fiery Qilin, Lu Qing maintained his posture, but his eyes widened. His move had been blocked. He looked up and saw that the youth in front of him had an indifferent expression. The corners of his mouth were curled up in a disdainful smile. That's right, it was disdain. In fact, Lin Ling had several ways to easily defeat Lu Qing. But he did not choose to do so. Instead, he planned to use the vermilion bird's flames. This was because his family was watching him. He did not want them to worry, and he wanted them to know that his life in the Seven Profound Martial House was not miserable. Therefore, he wanted to show his pride and use his absolute strength to defeat this disciple of Master Su Fan. At the same time, he wanted to tell everyone present that no one could steal Lin Ling's woman. You are too weak. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing Lu Qing's complexion to instantly change. Bang! An even more terrifying flame erupted from Lin Ling's body, blooming like fireworks. In that billowing flame, a blazing vermilion bird appeared, constantly circling around Lin Ling. Behind Lin Ling grew a pair of vermilion bird wings. At this moment he was like a god of fire, dazzling and overbearing. What kind of innate king body is this? Looking at that aura, it must be at least a 4th grade. Vermilion bird's flames? A terrifying flame aura erupted, causing all the powerhouses in the square to stand up. Their complexions changed dramatically. Even they felt a sense of fear and trepidation at this moment. This flame. Lu Qing's mouth was wide open. He was very familiar with this flame. He had definitely seen it before. But why hadn't he seen this youth in the camp of Master Su Fan's disciples? You dare to steal my woman? Lin Ling's lips curved up in a cold smile. He took a step forward, letting go of Lu Qing's hand and punching out with his fist. Bang! The fiery fist smashed into Lu Qing's stomach, causing him to bend over like a shrimp. Then he was unable to control the terrifying strength, and his body flew backwards, smashing into the ground. Blood spurted out, falling to the ground like a dazzling flower. Although Lu Qing was an early King Spirit Realm martial artist, and not just an ordinary one, after reaching the peak of the Heavenly Spirit Realm, Lin Ling could completely sweep away those at the early King Spirit Realm. Whether it was an ordinary martial artist or a genius, he did not fear them. Sir Lu, you've lost. You couldn't even block a single move. Looking at the figure on the ground, the entire Iron Soul City fell silent. This result was beyond the imagination of countless people. It was still a single move. There was no entanglement, no intense collision, just one move, and the proud son of heaven, Lu Qing, had been defeated. His Qilin flames were immediately extinguished in the face of the youth's vermilion bird flames, like a stray dog. Everything was as the youth had said. Playing with fire? I am your ancestor. Chapter 541. The light of a grain of rice, innate king body, the grade is absolutely not low. Wow! The crowd found it difficult to describe the shock in their hearts. Perhaps the word monstrous would be more appropriate. You followed Su Fan for a month and you're still so weak? Sigh. Lin Ling's wings unfolded behind him, and he flew forward like a magnificent vermilion bird. When he arrived in front of Lu Qing's face was incomparably pale. Only a single voice echoed in his mind. Could it be him? At the same time, on the other side, Zhou Xingyu's face was also pale. After Lin Ling had revealed his innate king body, he had also reacted. In this year's 7 Profound Martial House Disciple recruitment, there was an extremely terrifying monstrous talent. He did not fear Su Fan and even caused the Great Sun Elder and the Sword Elder to make a bet. And that monstrous talent was called Lin Ling. It had to be known that after becoming Su Fan's disciple, he no longer placed many geniuses in his eyes. The only ones that could make him dread were the disciples of the various great teachers, and this did not include the official disciples. Therefore, when Lin Ling appeared, he simply did not place him in his eyes. Moreover, from beginning to end, he did not know that this youth's name was Lin Ling. He only vaguely heard Yu call him Big Brother Ling. And now they had challenged this year's second-ranked genius. What was even more ridiculous was that they were Su Fan's disciples, and wanted to guide Lin Ling. However, both of them could not even block a single move. They had lost disgracefully. You said you would carve words on my sword? Now you have the qualifications. Sigh. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile as he looked at Lu Qing on the ground. Lu Qing opened his mouth but no words came out. Not only did he not feel proud, but he felt incomparably humiliated. Let me carve words for you. Sigh. Lin Ling said again. His right hand gently waved and two large characters appeared on Lu Qing's cheeks. They were the two words trash. And these two words were carved with flames, as if they were branded with iron. After Lu Qing realized this, he was immediately enraged. Today he had become trash. You must die. Sigh. Lu Qing roared. Those who dare to kill me, I will never show mercy. Those who dare to move against my family, I will show no mercy. Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder. The Lu family had kidnapped his family, so he would naturally take revenge. Then, with a boom, a scorching flame appeared in his palm. Countless vermilion birds flew around, causing Lu Qing's eyes to narrow. This young man wanted to kill him. You dare to kill Brother Lu? Not far away, Zhou Xingyu shot over, her face filled with killing intent. Although Lin Ling was ranked second this year, Lu Qing was Su Fan's disciple. From a long-term perspective, Lu Qing's future achievements would definitely be greater than Lin Ling's. After all, Lin Ling was only temporarily strong. What a pitiful person. He escaped with his life, but he didn't know how to cherish it. Instead, he came here to throw away his life. Not only do I dare to kill him, I even dare to kill you. Lin Ling didn't even look behind him as he swung the vermilion bird's flame in his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A massive number of vermilion birds formed from flames flew out, bringing with them a destructive aura. Zhou Xingyu's complexion changed as she rushed over. She immediately wanted to retreat, but she was too slow. Endless flames wrapped around her, causing her pupils to widen. Previously, Lu Qing had been threatened by Lin Ling, so he had subconsciously wanted to help. Perhaps he had subconsciously thought that Lu Qing was Su Fan's disciple, so he could not allow anything to happen to Lu Qing here. However, he had forgotten that he was not Lin Ling's match. Moreover, Lin Ling had spared his life and disdained to care about him. At that time, he should have immediately left, not risking his life to save Lu Qing. After all, the price was too terrible. Of course, the most important thing was that he had forgotten something. Others might fear Su Fan, so they did not dare to move against them. But Lin Ling would not. Dead. A genius of the seven profound martial house has died. Looking at the burnt figure, the crowd's pupils constricted. They were shocked. A genius that they had to look up to had died in front of their eyes. If you dare to kill him, you will die. He is Su Fan's disciple. Unless you never return to the seven profound martial house, prepare to welcome Su Fan's wrath. At this moment, Daoist Tianin's cold voice sounded out. He wanted to make Lin Ling fear him and not dare to attack. However, after his words fell, Lin Ling slowly turned his head, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Su Fan already wanted me dead. Unfortunately, during this year's disciple recruitment, I slapped him 3 times, and he still did not dare to touch me. What? Daoist Tianin's pupils constricted. Their cloud domain's Lin Ling had actually dared to hit a 7 profound martial house's apprentice? To him this was too shocking. After all, he had never been to the mysterious 7 profound martial house in his life. He could only look at it from afar. As for Su Fan, to him he was like Mount Tai. However, Lin Ling did not seem to be afraid of even Su Fan. This had to be fake. You are Lin Ling. At this moment, the only one who knew Lin Ling was Lu Qing. He nervously shouted in his heart. He was as surprised as Zhou Xingyu. He did not think that Lin Ling would appear here. What was even more unexpected was that after a month, Lin Ling did not have the guidance of an apprentice, but his strength seemed to have increased. And now he was stealing Lin Ling's woman. Lin Ling, who is this? I seem to have heard of him. That's right, he is this year's second-ranked genius of the 7 profound martial house. That's him. It said that he defeated the second-ranked Zhao Qing Tian and the third-ranked Long Xiaoqian. He even dared to face Su Fan. His name has shaken this year's 7 profound martial house. After the crowd was silent for a moment, some of the martial artists began to speak, causing the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. Genius, this was a true genius. Compared to Lin Ling, Lu Qing was simply the light of a grain of rice. Whether it was strength, talent, or fame, Lu Qing was inferior by a large margin. What was most ridiculous was that Lu Qing had arrogantly said to Lin Ling that he would carve his name on Lin Ling's sword. All of this was extremely ironic. What do you want to do? Lu Qing took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Kill you? Lin Ling's voice was incomparably cold, causing Lu Qing's face to turn pale. He did not doubt Lin Ling's determination. After all, Lin Ling did not fear Su Fan, so how could he possibly fear him? Moreover, as far as he knew, this Lin Ling seemed to be low-key, but if he was provoked, then this Lin Ling was also a ruthless and merciless person. Wait, I was wrong. I should not have been so arrogant in front of you, and I should not have said that I would carve my name on your sword. Lu Qing clenched his teeth and finally admitted defeat. His words caused the eyes of those in the distance to turn dreamy. Their Blue Heaven region's genius was actually begging for mercy? As for Ouyang Shaoqian, her mouth was wide open, but no sound came out. Not long ago she had warned Lin Ling not to provoke Sir Lu. But at that time Lin Ling had said that Sir Lu was very fierce. And now she finally understood what that sentence meant. Big Brother Ling is fierce. He has only been at the 7 profound martial house for a month, but it seems that many people already know him. Yu Yu and the heavenly concubine looked at the youth that was surrounded by countless vermilion birds, and their lips curved into proud smiles. At this moment, the youth was like a vermilion bird that had descended, blooming with a dazzling light that made them feel proud. Chapter 542. True meaning of steel, city tremble. Thus, this youth used flames to intimidate everyone. As for behind the two of them, the mysterious old man's complexion turned ugly. He didn't think that this Lin Ling that he looked down upon would actually have such skill. You dare to kill him? You will not leave here today. Right at this moment, an ice-cold shout sounded out, causing the entire Iron Soul city to be on the verge of collapse. Was Lu Rinxing. Anyone could see that Lu Rinxing was angry. You are a disciple of the 7 profound martial house. Today's matter, I will give you face and let you leave. But those women must stay and I will let bygones be bygones. Lu Rinxing coldly said. He hadn't made a move all this time because he wanted to see his son wash away that humiliation and once again appear proudly in front of everyone. However, this expectation had disappointed him. His son had been utterly defeated. Not only had he lost the title of genius, he had even received the title of trash. Bang. However, just as his words fell, a gorgeous flame bloomed and fell on Lu Qing's body, burning him to ashes. Another genius of the 7 profound martial house had died. The entire square was silent. Countless people stared with wide eyes, surprised by Lin Ling's actions. Lin Ling had actually killed Lu Qing, and City Lord Lu Rinxing had just said that he would let his son go. But in the next moment, Lin Ling had killed him. This courage was simply unafraid of attracting a fatal disaster. Are you stupid? I was going to take them away today and you actually told me to leave them behind. Moreover, your son wanted to kill me, so how could I possibly leave him behind? Glancing coldly at Lu Qing who had turned into ashes, Lin Ling then looked at Lu Rinxing. Dead? Lu Rinxing still didn't seem to react. He stared at his dead son, his pupils congealing. The son he was most proud of had died, and the murderer had killed his son in front of him. I want you to die. Lu Rinxing's terrifying aura erupted, causing everyone in the city to suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling, this youth, had caused a great disaster. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Iron Soul City shook. In the ancient city, the restaurants, markets and residences built from steel all melted like water, and then flowed towards Lu Rinxing. Even the pitch-black steel square from before was like boiling water at this moment, continuously squirming. What is this? Lin Ling's pupils shrank and his body floated backwards. This Lu Rinxing seemed to control a formidable power. Xiu xiu xiu. Countless black rays of light flew towards Lu Rinxing, and a black sphere appeared in his palm. You must die, all of those women must die, all of them must die, the city must move. Lu Rinxing seemed to have gone mad as he constantly shouted coldly. Under his shouts, Iron Soul City seemed to be under his control. The originally pitch-black steel city walls actually transformed into steel dragons. At this moment, Lu Rinxing was like an enormous steel octopus. It was extremely terrifying. True will of steel city shift. Everyone's heart trembled fiercely. This was one of the true meanings of martial intent. True meaning of steel. It was said that this was the power that every city lord possessed. They were able to control the entire city, and Lu Rinxing possessed a huge steel city. Therefore what he controlled was the true meaning of steel. However, this martial intent wasn't comprehended by him, but by an expert who compressed it into a token and let the city lord control it. This was also the reason why the Lu residents could become an emperor. Die, 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 all of you must die. Die. Countless huge steel dragons kept dancing, and a tyrannical voice came out of Lu Rinxing's mouth. Lin Ling's brows were tightly knit together. He could sense that Lu Rinxing was at the late stage of the King Spirit realm. Of course, the most terrifying thing was that Lu Rinxing was actually using the strength of an entire city to fight him, and that city was the true meaning of martial arts. Iron Soul City was only a small city in the Blue Heaven region, but a city lord already had such strength. From this, it could be seen how powerful the upper three regions were. Lin Ling could laugh at the middle three regions in the past, but compared to the upper three regions he was obviously much weaker. This meant that the road Lin Ling had to walk was still very long. Yu Heavenly Concubine. Lin Ling first looked towards Yu's side, and immediately saw a mysterious old man protecting Yu. That mysterious old man's strength was very strange. He released a light screen that could actually repel the steel dragons. Moreover, that mysterious old man was also looking at Lin Ling, which made Lin Ling feel that the old man's gaze was filled with disdain, as if he wouldn't pay attention to him. That person doesn't seem to have any evil intentions towards Yu, so I don't have to worry about Yu's safety for the time being. Sigh. Lin Ling frowned, and his thoughts fell on the battle with Lu Rinxing. Previously, Lu Qing had told him that as long as he could defeat Lu Qing, Lin Ling could take Yu and Lu Rinxing away. However, it was obvious that these were just words to fool people, so Lin Ling already knew that if he wanted to take Yu and Lu Rinxing away, he couldn't avoid a battle with Lu Rinxing. Moreover, Lu Rinxing dared to attack Yu and Lu Rinxing, which was equivalent to touching Lin Ling's reverse scale. Lin Ling also wouldn't let him go. This battle could never be avoided. In addition, Lin Ling's breakthrough was just around the corner, so he also wanted to see how powerful a late-stage King Spirit Realm expert was. Chi. The terrifying true meaning of steel erupted, and countless steel dragons danced. That earth-shattering aura caused the wind and clouds above Iron Soul City to surge. A huge black vortex quietly appeared. Looking at the vortex, it was pitch black inside, and people didn't dare to take another look. Could it be that the City Lord's power has already caused a change in heaven and earth? Many people were shocked and they all retreated further away. Endless astral winds attacked, and Lin Ling's cold gaze looked forward. There Lu Rinxing's body floated up, holding a black ball in his hand, and behind him the city was squirming. There were restaurants, city walls, shops, and when these steel buildings gathered together, it was extremely terrifying. And those steel buildings turned into black dragons, unceasingly roaring and roaring, making Lu Rinxing look like a demon king at this moment. That young man is not the city lord's opponent, and he can't escape. The crowd in the distance looked over and it was pitch black in front of them. Under the huge black dragon city only the young man was standing there. But the young man is very determined, he doesn't seem to be afraid, and he is only at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm, but the city lord is already at the late stage of the king spirit realm. The crowd's expression was solemn. The young man in the distance was fearless, and his martial heart that was constantly striving for self-improvement was extremely admirable. At this moment the young man was even more handsome than Lu Qing. Lu Qing was indeed like a toad. You're dead, true meaning of steel, black dragon domain. Boom. At this moment, a cold shout was heard, and the terrifying city squirmed, and dozens of steel dragons rushed towards Lin Ling. Boom. Rumble. The sound was deafening as if the black dragons were descending. Sword of Understanding. Boom. Looking at the large number of steel dragons rushing towards him, Lin Ling raised his sword and slashed at those steel dragons. Clang, clang, clang. Golden sparks flew in all directions and a few of them were cut off, but the remaining ones rushed towards Lin Ling again. You actually have 30% of the true meaning of sword. Boom. In the sky, Lu Rinxing's surprised voice was heard. Obviously he was extremely surprised that Lin Ling could cut off his steel dragons. What, he still has 30% of the true meaning of sword. Boom. Chapter 543. The inexhaustible steel intent. However, 30% of the sword intent was obviously not enough to defeat Lu Rinxing's steel intent. Right now, more and more steel black dragons were pouncing towards the young man. How was the young man going to deal with them? Many people's gazes were focused. This battle was even more intense than the previous one. The previous battle was just a warm-up for the young man. This was the real battle between the strong 4,000 vermilion birds. Just then a dazzling light soared into the sky. A terrifying flame burst out and turned into a furnace, melting all the steel-black dragons that were charging towards Lin Ling. Moreover, a large number of vermilion birds were flying around, causing the crowd to stop breathing. To be able to fight against the city lord at such a young age, this was really very rare. Moreover, Lin Ling seemed to be at a lower realm than Lu Rinxing. True fire intent, you are really a terrifying genius. Lu Rinxing's expression was extremely ugly. The trump card that the young man had made him feel like gnashing his teeth. After all, that wasn't a genius but a monster. However, this kind of monster must be left behind. After all, both sides had already become enemies. If the young man was allowed to leave and come back when he was strong enough, then it would be the end of their Lu residence. Pa pa pa. Scorching flames bloomed and melted a large number of steel-black dragons. However, the strange thing was that the molten iron seemed to have a spirit and flowed towards Lu Rinxing again, forming black steel dragons. Lu Rinxing seemed to be undefeatable. Steel could fuse back together, unless Lin Ling's flame could burn the steel into ashes. You will never win against me. You should be proud to be able to take two of my moves. Lu Rinxing's domineering voice came out, causing Lin Ling, who was below, to frown. Late-stage King Spirit Realm, coupled with the terrifying steel intent, this was indeed very difficult to deal with. Million cities move. Lu Rinxing pointed with one hand, and tens of thousands of steel-black dragons rushed towards Lin Ling. No matter how powerful Lin Ling's flame was, it was obviously very difficult for him to burn so much steel at the same time. And this move of Lu Rinxing's had obviously exceeded the limits of martial arts. He was relying on the black ball in his hand. Rumble. From afar the scene was horrifying. Countless black dragons soared through the sky and pointed at Lin Ling like octopus tentacles. Completely no match for him. The mysterious old man clearly saw through all of this with a single glance. He shook his head indifferently. Aren't you very powerful? Hurry up and go save him. These people are so despicable, taking turns to attack one after another to defeat Big Brother Ling. Yu said worriedly. The mysterious old man shook his head. In this battle, you will clearly see how weak Lin Ling is. Coward, you want me to go back with you? I tell you, I will never go back with you. Yu couldn't help but curse. The mysterious elder's expression became unsightly, but there was nothing he could do. At the same time, countless black steel dragons were charging towards him. Lin Ling's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. At present he had already unleashed his full power, but it seemed that he could not shake Lu Rinxing at all. Those true will of steel could actually be reborn after being severed. Obviously his realm was too low. If he reached the King Spirit realm, then it would be hard to say. At this moment, Lin Ling was even more urgent to increase his strength. Cloud-soaring steps. Boom. As the thoughts flowed in his mind, Lin Ling let out a low shout at the same time. Rumble. At this moment, tens of thousands of black steel dragons smashed into the ground, causing the earth to shake. Countless soil soared into the sky. After that, a large number of gazes stared closely, wanting to see if that monstrous young man had died. Even Lu Rinxing's gaze was filled with expectation. However, at this moment, an indifferent voice was transmitted over. Your true will of steel is indeed very powerful, but it has a weakness. Boom. At the left, Lin Ling's slender figure appeared. At this moment he was in a somewhat sorry state. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his face was pale. Obviously, when he dodged those black steel dragons earlier, he also suffered some injuries. However, there were disadvantages but also advantages. He seemed to have seen Lu Rinxing's weakness. Is that so? You're just trying to show off before you die. Lu Rinxing's mouth drew a disdainful smile. Naturally, he didn't believe Lin Ling's words. However, Lin Ling didn't care. He said indifferently, in this battle, I admit that I can't do anything to you, but you can't touch me either. If you don't believe me, you can try. And you think I can't kill you? Million cities move. The steel cities were once again controlled by Lu Rinxing. They turned into terrifying steel dragons and rushed towards Lin Ling like tentacles. This time there were even more steel dragons. They were like black thunderbolts smashing down from the sky. Cloud-soaring steps, true will of clouds. Lin Ling's expression became serious. His figure floated up, like the impermanence of clouds. Soon after, rumbling sounds could be heard. He dodged the first steel dragon. At the same time he took another step and dodged the second steel dragon. Rumble. At this moment, it was as if he was running in a dense forest. He constantly dodged those steel dragons, causing countless steel dragons to miss. Dodged? So the city lord's weakness is speed. Looking at this scene, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. This Lin Ling's battle talent was very powerful. He was actually able to find the city lord's weakness in such a dangerous situation. Moreover, true will of clouds. How many true wills of martial arts did this young man know? One must know that comprehending one true will of martial arts was already very difficult. However, this young man possessed 3 at the same time. This simply made countless people envious. City Lord Liu, you said that I'm an ant. That's right, I'm indeed an ant. However, why is it that you who is high above wants to kill me, an ant, while I'm still alive? After dodging a large number of steel dragons, Lin Ling's figure appeared in another direction. His whole body was burning with flames. However, he also carried the elegance of the white clouds in the sky. It made people unable to see through him. You. Lu Rinxing's expression was incomparably ugly. Indeed, his true will of steel was extremely terrifying in terms of defense and attack. However, the city was located on the ground. It also represented a part of the true will of Earth. Earth belonged to the roots of the Earth. Naturally, its speed was slow. Moreover, if it was other martial artists, even if they knew that his speed was slow, it wouldn't matter. This was because other martial artists didn't have powerful agility martial arts. They simply couldn't avoid his steel dragons. However, that young man's agility martial arts were very mysterious. He was afraid that it had reached the 4th grade of the king stage. He possessed the true will of clouds. That kind of speed was illusory and indistinct, making it difficult for him to catch it. He was a grand city lord and an expert at the late stage of the king's spirit realm. His opponent was only a young man who was still wet behind the ears. Moreover, his cultivation was only at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm. However, he was helpless against him. One could imagine how furious he was. He's hiding so many secrets. In the distance, the mysterious old man's eyes flickered. At this moment, he was also shocked by the young man's strength. City Lord, seal off the entire city. No matter how fast he is, sooner or later he will be careless. Moreover, all of our martial artists will surround him and continuously shrink the space he can hide in. At that time, we'll be able to catch this mouse. Chapter 544. The whole city was besieged. What an ugly monk. Sigh. Many people looked at Reverend Tianyin with disdain on their faces. The bald donkey was bewitching everyone to kill Lin Ling while advising Lin Ling kindly. His face that changed like a grass on the top of a wall was very ugly. Kill him. Kill him with the whole city. Whoever catches him or can kill him will be rewarded with 200,000 middle-grade spirit crystals. Lu Rinxing's ice-cold voice sounded out like heavenly thunder. Despicable. Sigh. Far away, Yu and the others looked at Lin Ling with cold eyes. The city lord was helpless against Lin Ling, so he was persuading other warriors to kill him. The whole city was silent for a moment, but it soon became turbulent. Countless eyes fell on the young man who was trapped under the countless black steel dragons. Today the young man was very dazzling. Today was the young man's stage. Not only did the city lord of Iron Soul City come to kill him, but the whole city also came to kill him. The young man had even caused a commotion in the Blue Sky region, and he was only 18 years old. You're only 18 years old, yet you're able to make us, the older generation experts, attack you. Even if you die, it'll be an honor. Sigh. Not far from the steel giant city, many warriors' eyes flickered. This was a huge sum of money. Die. Sigh. Kill. Sigh. The wind and clouds rolled and a bloody rain fell. A large number of warriors rushed out, and a strong killing intent burst out. Men die for wealth and birds die for food. 200,000 middle-grade spirit crystals was enough to raise their strength to a higher level. Therefore this risk was worth taking. There were countless warriors in Iron Soul City, and with the prestige of the Lu residents in the past, the response brought by this call was extremely terrifying. Do you all want to die? Sigh. Lin Ling's face was extremely cold. A wave of killing intent that had been hidden for a long time spread out. At this moment he seemed to have returned to Gu Yen's sect, and once again fought the world alone. Swish. He raised his sword. It was very cold. Boom. The flames on his body bloomed. It was very hot. The cold and the hot formed a terrifying killing intent that caused the earth to shake. Soaring cloud steps. Lin Ling took a step forward and dodged the massive number of black steel dragons that came crashing down from the sky. Then he threw himself at the martial artists. He was well aware that if he allowed these martial artists to occupy the city, then the space he could dodge to would greatly shrink. Finally, he would be entangled by the countless black steel dragons and die without a doubt. This was the most critical moment for Lin Ling since he had arrived in this world. 4,000 vermilion bird dances. A magnificent vermilion bird flew out from Lin Ling's palm, spewing out scorching flames. Boom. Hundreds of martial artists appeared in front of him. All of them were experts at the early stage of the King Spirit Realm, and there was even no lack of experts at the middle stage of the King Spirit Realm. They had surrounded and attacked Lin Ling, but after clashing with the vermilion birds, a large number of martial artists were incinerated into nothingness. Ah, what a terrifying flame. The remaining martial artists who hadn't died were all experts at the middle stage of the King Spirit Realm, so they were able to block Lin Ling's flames for a moment. However, their pupils constricted. This youth was truly terrifying. He was invincible at the early stage of the King Spirit Realm. In a one-on-one battle, even a middle-stage King Spirit Realm martial artist might not be his match. Don't worry about morality. You're bullying him with numbers. Kill him. After killing a group of martial artists, another large number of martial artists rushed over. This caused Lin Ling's expression to become even colder. These people were despicable. They had no enmity with each other, yet they had joined forces to kill him. Water drop sword. Boom. A sharp sword intent bloomed, and 30% of his sword intent slashed out. Those martial artists that were pouncing over were split into two, and fresh blood sprayed out like rain. So powerful. He killed hundreds of King Spirit Realm martial artists in 2 moves. Boom. The crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. This youth had transformed into a killing god. Fortunately, they didn't join in the fun out of greed. Otherwise, they would be the ones to die. Of course, they also felt disdain towards the city lord's actions. This was the reason why they didn't help. Rumble. After repelling a large number of martial artists, the steel black dragon in the sky smashed down. It wanted to kill Lin Ling with a single strike while Lin Ling was entangled. Moreover, the steel black dragon didn't distinguish between friend and foe. Even the martial artists near Lin Ling were killed. Cloud soaring steps. Blood was already flowing out of the corner of Lin Ling's mouth. Forcefully using various trump cards had consumed a large amount of his spirit chi. Moreover, the heavenly spirit origin core in his dantian had reached its limit and was constantly trembling. However, at this moment he couldn't care less. He swung his sword and fought again. This battle was the most difficult battle Lin Ling had fought since he came to this world. It was also the battle that consumed the most energy. It could be said that he was fighting with his back against the wall. Rumble. His feet had just moved when the steel black dragon in the sky smashed down, creating a huge crater in the ground. Lin Ling had narrowly avoided the crisis of life and death. However, the martial artists who wanted to kill Lin Ling before were not so lucky. They all died under the steel black dragon. The steel true meaning had reached 40%. It was even more terrifying than a 4th-grade king step martial art. Naturally, no one could stop it. What a tenacious young man. Even with the entire city attacking him, he still managed to block it. He seems like an undefeatable god of war. The distant crowd looked at the vast scene and their hearts trembled fiercely. At this moment they admired the young man even more. That was a martial artist of their generation. That was a true genius. What a ruthless heart. He actually killed hundreds of people with a single strike and implicated a large number of our people. Could it be that he has a heart of stone? Why can't he obediently take captives? Why does he have to implicate us? Roar. The remaining martial artists' faces were extremely gloomy as they shouted angrily. However, when they said this, they did not think that Lin Ling had no enmity with them. If they wanted to kill Lin Ling for money, wouldn't they be even colder and more ruthless? So, did they have the right to say this? Moreover, they wanted to kill Lin Ling but were mistakenly killed by the city lord. However, they did not blame the city lord. Instead, they blamed Lin Ling for implicating them. This attitude was very ugly. Talk too much. Die. Die. At this moment, Lin Ling was swimming under the countless steel black dragon. His face was pale, but his gaze was incomparably indifferent. He did not pay attention to the words of those martial artists. An even more terrifying flame erupted, causing a large number of martial artists to die again. No matter if he won or lost this battle, he would not give up. If he wanted to fight, he would fight until the moment he fell forever. So scary. This young man is so ruthless. I don't want this money. Die. Finally, many martial artists were afraid. They retreated one after another. After all, although Lin Ling's realm was not high, the cards he had in his hands were very powerful. Most importantly, Lin Ling was very tenacious. He looked like he would fall at any moment, but he still firmly held on. This tenacious fighting spirit that constantly improved itself caused them to be afraid. This was the so-called, the wicked are also afraid of the daredevil. No matter how fierce and despicable they were still afraid of a madman who did not care about his life and fought with his life on the line. However, they dared to shamelessly kill Lin Ling. How could Lin Ling let them go? If Lin Ling's strength was too weak today, then who would let Lin Ling go? Die. Chapter 545. I will become a demon. The entire city was in an uproar as tens of thousands of people came out just to kill a single youth. It was an extremely spectacular scene as the surging spirit aura rushed into the sky, causing the black whirlpool in the sky to get bigger. Right now, everyone's eyes were on the youth and didn't notice the mysterious scene in the sky. This person has already turned into a demon. Everyone, kill him with all your might for the benefit of the world! Exclamation point. Seeing Lin Ling intimidating tens of thousands of people by himself, Reverend Tianyin gasped. Once upon a time, this insignificant youth from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was standing at such a height. In Taizhou City he, Reverend Tianyin, was just an ordinary existence, and there were countless martial artists who were stronger than him. Right now, those martial artists who were stronger than him were all killed by this youth. This meant that there was a gap between him and this youth. The world laughs at me for being crazy. I laugh at others for not being able to see through me. If the world calls me a demon, then I will be a demon. There is only a peaceful place in my heart, and there is a balance between good and evil in my heart. Right at this moment, a prideful voice echoed from Lin Ling's mouth. Right now, his long hair was fluttering and his clothes were flapping. The flames and the huge sword made him look as though he was looking down on the world. Heroic spirit. Seeing this youth's free and easy manner, the crowd in the distance was filled with admiration. This was a true martial artist, free and unrestrained. What others said had nothing to do with him. He had his own path. Especially some of the young men and women. Right now, they realized how laughable it was to worship Lu Qing not long ago. Right now, they were worshipping this youth even more. The world laughs at me for being crazy. I laugh at others for not being able to see through me. If the world calls me a demon, then I will be a demon. The entire city was silent as countless eyes were looking at the youth. For a moment they were so shocked that they were speechless. Kill. What are you doing? Reverend Tianyin's eyes congealed. His enemy was growing faster and faster, which made him feel extremely fearful. Reverend Tianyin. Right at this moment, a cold voice echoed. Subsequently, the floating clouds drifted among the countless steel-black dragons. In the next moment, a slender figure appeared in front of Reverend Tianyin, which caused Reverend Tianyin's eyes to congeal. He even swallowed his saliva with difficulty. The person in front of him looked as though he came from the nine nether hell as his body was covered in flames. Most importantly, he knew that this person was here to kill him. I was only entrusted by someone else. I am the city lord's subordinate, so I naturally have to speak up for him. In fact, I had no choice. Taoist Tianyin wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything at this moment. Lamentable, the dignified Tianyin Temple's Taishang elder has fallen to the point of being a dog, thinking that by coming to the outer domain, you can let the strong people kill me, but I'm still alive even watching how you die. Lin Ling said word by word. Those cold words made Reverend Tianyin kneel down with a thud and kowtow continuously. Even though the young man in front of him was like an oil lamp that was about to dry up and collapse at any time, he was still afraid. Spare me, I was wrong. I swear, the next time I see you, I will take a detour and never meet you again. He said all the words he could think of to beg for mercy. However, all he got was Lin Ling's cold silence. You bewitched the Lu residents to capture Yu. In fact, you wanted to punish me and let me see my beloved being taken away by others. You bewitched young Master Lu to fight with me. In fact, you wanted me to feel inferior. You bewitched the city lord to kill me. In fact, you wanted me to die in front of you. The corner of Lin Ling's mouth twitched as his cold voice rang out, causing Reverend Tianyin to reveal a bitter smile. Indeed, all failed. He did not expect that Lin Ling's strength was beyond his imagination and even beyond his control. You can die now. Lin Ling raised the sword in his hand. Don't kill me. Tianyin's pupils constricted. At this moment he regretted even more. He regretted that he did not make sufficient preparations before making a move on Lin Ling. He regretted that his obsession was too deep. Even after leaving the cloud domain, he still wanted to take revenge on Lin Ling. In the end, he was going to die. Dream on. Lu Rinxing's roar came from afar. Countless steel black dragons shot towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling was surrounded by him like a mouse in Iron Soul City. Not only did he not kill Lin Ling, but he also watched as Lin Ling continued to kill his men. All of this was a huge humiliation to him. "You are too slow." Lin Ling turned to look at Lu Rinxing in the distance. His mouth revealed a sneer. Swish. The sword light flashed and Tianyin's head fell off. A generation of Heaven Mystics Kingdom's supreme elder fell here. At the same time, a large number of steel black dragons rushed over. However, Lin Ling moved his feet and executed the soaring cloud steps. He disappeared like a floating cloud. Rumble. The steel black dragons missed again. Admirable. The crowd in the distance looked at this scene and gasped. Especially the city lords from other main cities. Their faces were even more dignified. After all, only they knew how powerful Lu Rinxing was. However, City Lord Lu Rinxing was indeed very powerful, but he was helpless against Lin Ling. Today was the stage for that young man. He could shake the entire city by himself. "You are very powerful. Come and kill me. I can tell you that if I don't die today, everyone who makes a move on me will die. I will burn this city to the ground." In the distance, Lin Ling's body appeared again. He swallowed a large number of elixirs to replenish his spirit chi, but his firm eyes were looking at Lu Rinxing coldly. This feud was already a dead knot. If Lu Rinxing didn't die, Lin Ling would die. Lin Ling had to kill Lu Rinxing. The two of them have reached the stage where either you die or I perish? The crowd in the distance shuddered violently. They didn't know why, but they believed in the young man's words. If the young man didn't die, the Iron Soul City would welcome its doomsday. "You are very arrogant, but you will never leave this place today. Even if I have to exhaust you, I will exhaust you to death. Furthermore, you can't even touch me and can only defend passively. You will escape like a rat crossing the street." Lu Rinxing had an extremely awful expression. His eyes were filled with dreadful killing intent. Who was he? He was the city lord of the Upper Three region and had the strength of a late-stage king spirit realm. With such strength and status, he could easily become the ruler of a region in the Middle Three region. He could even become the ruler of a few regions. Lin Ling might have some talents, but his background was insignificant. Such an ordinary person actually dared to destroy his Iron Soul City. Was this ant trying to defy the heavens? Is that so? Lin Ling's pupils constricted. City Lord Lu said that he could only run away and couldn't touch him. Then Lin Ling would try to touch him. A dreadful soul force surged like the sea. At this moment, Lin Ling finally used his trump card. Chapter 546. Someone. Saber of Nirvana. Whoosh, whoosh. The invisible saber cut through space and appeared in front of Lu Rinxing with the speed of teleportation. Then, it shot straight towards Lu Rinxing's soul. At this moment, Lu Rinxing didn't know that Lin Ling was still hiding a trump card. In a moment of carelessness, his soul was immediately impacted. His face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. What, the city lord is injured? In the distance, as the crowd saw this scene, they suddenly found it difficult to breathe. They thought that Lin Ling could not be defeated by the city lord, and that was already amazing. But who knew that Lin Ling actually had the strength to shake the city lord and even injure him? Before, the city lord had said that Lin Ling would never be able to touch him. But now Lin Ling's saber of Nirvana had given the city lord a silent slap. Soul Force attack. Lu Rinxing's face was pale, but he was still a late king spirit powerhouse. In addition, he also had the true meaning of steel, so he was barely able to resist the saber of Nirvana. But if this continued, it would be difficult for him to escape the fate of his soul collapsing. Careless, he knew that he had been careless. This little demon had hidden more cards than he had imagined. Am I going to die? A self-questioning voice sounded in his mind. You won't die. At this moment, a proud voice sounded behind Lu Rinxing. Then a giant heaven character appeared and collided with the saber of Nirvana. The saber of Nirvana was on the verge of collapse. Finally, it was unable to resist the combined resistance of the two powerhouses, and turned into ashes. Lu Rinxing had been saved. Lin Ling frowned. He was a bit disappointed. Who was it? Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this moment, under the giant vortex in the sky, 5 mysterious figures quietly appeared. These people were very young, and they wore the robes of the 7 profound martial house disciples. On their chests, there was a moon character embroidered. These were the 7 profound martial house's moon guard disciples. Most importantly, their cultivation was at the late king spirit realm. They were extremely terrifying. He was saved. Iron Soul City became even more silent. The crowd's faces became dignified. Lu Renxing's luck was very good. He had actually been saved by someone. But who was this person's strength? Lin Ling, your time of death has come. After the silence, one of the young men finally spoke. His gaze was emotionless, and his words caused the hearts of the crowd to tremble violently. They were here to kill Lin Ling again. Lin Ling was just a mere youth, but he was actually exchanged with so many experts to obliterate him. 7 profound martial house Moon Guard level disciple? Haha, they really think highly of me, Lin Ling. I'm just a disciple at the peak of the Sky Spirit Realm, but I'm actually traded for 5 King Spirit Realm experts to kill me. Lin Ling was also very surprised, but he still spoke coldly. Indeed, your face is quite great. For the 5 of us to come and kill you, your death is worth it. The leader of the group said indifferently again. Who is it? Lin Ling didn't say too much nonsense and just asked calmly. The 5 looked at each other, then shook their heads. There's no harm in telling you. In any case, you're going to die sooner or later. It's Senior Brother Extreme Moon Slash. Then one of them said, do you want to kill yourself or do you want to wait for us to kill you? Let me say this first, if we kill you, you will die a very painful death. I'm sorry, but there is no such thing as suicide in my dictionary. Lin Ling's face was extremely cold. Extreme Moon Slash, it really was him. After all, he was currently gambling with Senior Su Fan, and there was also the Great Sun Elder and Sword Elder watching from behind. Therefore, Su Fan absolutely wouldn't dare to move against him. But Extreme Moon Slash wouldn't. Last time he had lost face in front of Lin Ming, so he wanted to kill him as soon as possible. Therefore, he didn't care about the rules and directly sent people to assassinate him. Moreover, if he died as long as there was no evidence, then the Great Sun Elder and Sword Elder wouldn't be able to do anything. Extreme Moon Slash had a good plan. Good, you have courage. You are worthy of having Senior Brother Extreme Moon Slash think so highly of you. Rest assured, I will pass on your words to Senior Brother Extreme Moon Slash. At least let Senior Brother Extreme Moon Slash know that the enemy he wants to kill is not trash, but has some courage. The leader of the group coldly nodded. They had already treated Lin Ling as a dead man. Therefore, if Lin Ling begged for mercy, they wouldn't feel any sense of accomplishment after killing him. On the contrary, Lin Ling wasn't afraid of fighting, which made them feel an indescribable sense of superiority. What's the point of killing a mediocre person? If you want to kill, then kill a martial arts genius. Since you want to tell him, then tell him that if I don't die, he, Extreme Moon Slash, will definitely die. Lin Ling said word by word, and at the same time, he raised the sword in his hand. This Lin Ling really has a lot of enemies and each one is stronger than the previous one. The distant crowd secretly sighed. Lin Ling wouldn't be able to escape death today. It was a pity for this genius. If given enough time, perhaps his achievements would be extraordinary. Help him, I promise you. As long as you help him, I will go back with you. Seeing Lin Ling being surrounded by a large number of experts, Yu Yu continuously shouted at the mysterious old man. The heavenly concubine also clenched her fists. At this moment she hated that her strength was too weak. She couldn't help the young man at all. That's his own problem. If you don't have the strength, then don't provoke so many experts. Lord Yu Yu, after experiencing this matter, you can clearly see that in this world, the strong are respected. If you rely on others, you won't be able to go far. The mysterious old man indifferently said. Are you going to help or not? Yu Yu angrily said. I said this is his own problem. Moreover, Lord Yu Yu should throw away some weak existences. After all, in the future you will be very strong. It's better to throw away a burden like this young man now. The mysterious old man said again. I will never leave with you. Yu Yu gritted her teeth and said word by word. The mysterious old man's body trembled. He wanted to let Yu Yu see the cruelty of reality so that she would be willing to go back with him. However, it seemed that he didn't achieve the effect he wanted. Lord Yu Yu's relationship with that young man seems to be very good. To help or not to help. If he helped, Yu Yu might not be able to let go of the young man. If he didn't help, Yu Yu wouldn't go back with him. The mysterious old man kept thinking in his heart. At this moment, the battle on the other side had already begun. Lu Renxing didn't make a move. He was responsible for trapping Lin Ling because he knew that this young man was difficult to deal with. Every time it seemed that Lin Ling had reached his limit, he would always exceed his expectations. Therefore, in order to prevent any unexpected changes, he had to lock onto Lin Ling's every move. The 5 Moon Guard disciples were responsible for making a move. Just one person is enough. I don't want to embarrass myself in front of a Star Guard disciple. One of the 5 Moon Guard disciples lightly said. They had the pride of a Moon Guard disciple. After all, to them, a Star Guard disciple was nothing but an ant. I'll go. Remember, my name is Feng Go. The strongest of the five stepped forward. He looked at Lin Ling and said, "It's a fair duel. I don't think you will have any regrets." Ah. Lin Ling's lips curved up in a mocking smile. How long have you been cultivating at the Seven Profound Martial House? And how long have I been cultivating? A fair duel? Do you have the nerve to say such words? What a sharp tongue. Chapter 547. Mutation, Sky Vortex. This is the truth. If you said it was a fair fight, then why did the five of you stop me? If you said it was a fair fight, then why did you only appear when I was exhausted after fighting countless people? Lin Ling sneered once again. His voice was not loud, but it was thick with disdain. Haha, these Moon Guard level disciples are just putting on an act. If they want to kill a youth, then just say it. What righteous excuse is that? The crowd in the distance also jeered. If a Moon Guard level disciple wanted to kill Lin Ling, then he could have just directly obliterated him. Why would they use some hypocritical excuse of a fair fight? Were they afraid that others would laugh at them for bullying the weak? They wanted to be a whore, but they also wanted to establish a monument to their chastity. Words are useless. Accept your death. If you don't die within 10 moves, then the five of us will immediately leave. Feng Ji's complexion was ugly. Obviously, Lin Ling's words made him feel a bit ashamed. To bully the weak, this was not a good name. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The great battle began. Spiritual energy billowed, causing the clouds in the sky to surge like waves. The mysterious vortex that was floating in the sky was becoming increasingly large. As more and more people saw it, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Suddenly, some of the older martial artists' hearts stirred. Could it be that the ancient wonders of the Blue Heaven region had appeared? And they could see that because the spiritual energy fluctuations were too vast and mighty, the vortex was becoming increasingly large. Soaring cloud steps. At this moment, Lin Ling's complexion was indifferent. He did not choose to meet the Moon Guard level master head-on. Instead, he used his movement martial arts to constantly move around, restoring the spiritual energy he had consumed. 4,000 vermilion bird flames. After his spiritual energy had been restored to a certain degree, he waved his hands and a massive amount of vermilion bird flames flew out. This made Feng Ji's complexion turn ugly. This Lin Ling was very tenacious. However, although Lin Ling's king body had reached the level of fourth adage true fire, his boundary was too low. Facing a genius of the Seven Profound Martial House, it was obvious that he was at a disadvantage. Ping ping ping. The deafening sounds of the great battle continued to spread out. Many people's eyes focused on the battle, but they gradually discovered that the 10 moves had already passed. This Lin Ling is so strong. He fought against two geniuses, Lu Qing, the city lord, tens of thousands of cultivators, and finally a genius at the level of a Moon Guard. However, he was still able to withstand 10 moves from Lin Ling. This proves that Lin Ling's foundation is incomparably solid. If it was a cultivator at the peak of the Sky Spirit realm, they wouldn't have been able to last for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. However, their thoughts were not wrong. Lin Ling's heavenly spirit origin pill was purple in grade. It belonged to the highest grade, so in terms of the endurance and recovery of spiritual energy, it surpassed many martial artists. In addition, Lin Ling was currently using the vermilion bird's flames, which made his body incomparably strong. This was why he was able to last for so long. His agility technique is very strong. He's like a little fox, only dodging and not fighting. Moreover, he has a soul force attack that I can't defend against. Junior brothers, let's attack together. Feng Ji's face was ferocious after a few exchanges. It was actually very easy for him to kill Lin Ling, but it was a bit difficult to kill Lin Ling within 10 moves. Because Lin Ling only dodged and didn't fight, he was enraged by the fact that Lin Ling kept dodging his attacks. Shame on you. Many people in the distance shouted in disdain when they saw the high and mighty Moon Guard go back on his words. What fair battle. What 5 people leaving after 10 moves. All of these were just excuses for the Moon Guard to comfort himself. They didn't want to lose face, but in the end they were still going to lose face. Ha, a Moon Guard disciple. Very impressive but also shameless. You guys are really thick-skinned. Lin Ling laughed heartily. At this moment he didn't have the slightest bit of fear. Perhaps he didn't have the time to think about other things at this point in the battle. The only thing he could do was to fight. Fight until the moment his blood ran dry. Rumble. At this moment, the huge whirlpool in the sky finally stabilized. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A terrible suction force appeared, which made Lin Ling and the others who were in the middle of a fierce battle change their expressions drastically. What on earth was that? Rumble. A terrible change appeared. The earth shook and then a large amount of soil flew up and was sucked into the whirlpool in the sky. Even some weaker warriors were sucked in by it. That whirlpool seemed to be sucking in everything. That whirlpool has always been there. It finally appeared at this moment. It is probably the wonder of heaven and earth in the realm of green heaven, the sky whirlpool. A warrior finally shouted. In fact, many people had noticed that whirlpool. They just thought it was a change of heaven and earth caused by the great battle. The sky whirlpool. Lu Renxing gasped. As the city master of the realm of green heaven, he had naturally heard of this name. It was a unique wonder of heaven and earth in the realm of green heaven. No one knew why it was created. No one knew where it appeared every time. Everything was unpredictable. However, every time it appeared, people would be plunged into misery and suffering. No one who was sucked into the sky whirlpool survived. It was a terrible forbidden space. Even the realm of green heaven was famous in the upper three realms because of the sky whirlpool. The only thing that was known was that the sky whirlpool had terrifying soul devourers. Retreat. Retreat. Lu Renxing, who was in control of the Iron Soul City, was the first to run away. The 5 moon guards obviously didn't know what that terrible whirlpool was. One of them was sucked in before he could react. Save me. Retreat. That disciple shouted in terror. However, he couldn't resist at all. The suction force of the whirlpool was like countless hands wrapping around him and pulling him into the whirlpool. How terrible! Retreat! Retreat! The remaining 4 people shouted. One of them looked at Lin Ling coldly. He was still thinking about senior brother Tai Yuzhan's warning. Therefore he took the opportunity to sneak attack Lin Ling when he was running away. Shattering Divine Fist. Retreat! Lin Ling only had 2 choices when the powerful attack was cast. One was to be attacked. 2. Be sucked into the sky whirlpool before he could escape. Shameless. Shameless. Lin Ling was resisting the suction force of the sky. When he saw the shameless sneak attack, his face turned pale. However, he made up his mind in an instant. Even if he was injured, he would make the person who sneak attacked him pay the price. Rumble. The powerful punch hit Lin Ling, causing blood to flow out from the corner of Lin Ling's mouth. In his dantian, the heavenly spirit origin core also cracked. Fortunately, his vermilion bird's flame made his body extremely tough. Otherwise, this punch would have killed him. However, he endured the injury and performed the cloud-soaring steps. When the disciple who sneaked attacked him was about to escape, he suddenly hugged him. You sneak attacked me and now you want to run away? Cold? A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. The Moon Guard disciple's pupils constricted. A terrifying thought appeared in his mind. Lin Ling wanted to die together with him. This young man was ruthless. Let me go or you will die. Yes. The Moon Guard disciple shouted anxiously. However, Lin Ling sneered. Not only did he not let go, he hugged him even tighter. If you want to die, let's die together. Let me go. Now let me go. You're going to die. Why drag me down with you? I was wrong. I shouldn't have sneak attacked you. Yes. The Moon Guard disciple panicked even more. He could not afford to offend Lin Ling. That kind of fierceness made his heart tremble. However, Lin Ling sneered and shook his head indifferently. He would rather die than live in dishonor. How could he let the person who killed me, Lin Ling, have an easy time? Let's die together. Chapter 548. In life they were his people. In death they were his ghosts. At the same time, a terrifying suction force came from the sky, pulling Lin Ling and the heavenly concubine toward the whirlpool in the sky. The disciple's face turned pale and he regretted it even more. The 2 figures gradually disappeared into the pitch-black whirlpool, causing the crowd in the distance to suck in a breath of cold air. That youth was ruthless enough. He wanted to bully him and before he died he wanted to drag someone down with him. As for that high and mighty Moon Guard disciple, he was pitiful. If not for the appearance of the One Heaven whirlpool, it would only be a matter of time before he killed Lin Ling. However, he did not expect that Lin Ling would die, and he would also pay with his life. However, although they thought this, countless eyes were still looking at the whirlpool with faint anticipation. They were anticipating that the youth would break the miracle and walk out of the ancient One Heaven whirlpool once again. Perhaps the youth had created too many miracles today, like an undefeatable god of war, so even now no one dared to believe that the youth was dead. Unfortunately, the miracle did not appear in the end. Brother Ling. Brother Ling. Lin Ling. Brother Ling. Looking at the sky, Yu and the heavenly concubine's eyes narrowed. At this moment, Their hearts were in pain as if they were missing something in their lives. Was the youth dead? That brilliant smile, that clean blue and white robe, that slender back that had always protected them, had he left them? Now all of this was fake. The youth would definitely not die. Brother Ling. Brother Ling. Yu shouted. She did not care about the terrifying whirlpool in the sky and ran toward it. Lady Yu. Brother Ling. The mysterious old man's expression changed. He moved his feet and immediately blocked Yu. He felt uneasy. Lady Yu had actually almost thrown away her life for an ant. Slap. A crisp slap landed on the mysterious old man's face, causing his eyes to narrow. Scram. Brother Ling. A terrifying aura erupted, and a peacock king with endless feathers quietly appeared behind Fengyu. At this moment, her fine black hair fluttered in the wind, and her slender and elegant body blossomed with multicolored rays of light. Rumble. After that terrifying aura erupted, the entire land began to tremble, forming a powerful force that was actually able to contend with the vortex in the sky. Using his aura to fight against transforming heavenly vortex? The crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air as they sensed the multicolored aura rushing towards the sky. This was not the eruption of a cultivation realm, but the eruption of an innate king body. This meant that the girl had used her innate king physique to resist the first sky vortex. How can her talent be so terrifying? Lu Rinxing also sucked in a breath of cold air. That young girl who almost became his daughter-in-law was actually so terrifying. However, he had a feeling that the young girl didn't seem to be able to control that terrifying power. It was only when her heart was excited that this power was released by her. Damned Lin Ling. Even in death he won't let me off easily. That's my daughter-in-law. Lu Rinxing roared angrily again. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's appearance, that pure and holy young girl would have long been his daughter-in-law. However, all of this turned into a dream in the end. Great, you madam, you finally awakened. This is the second time you've awakened. As expected, after experiencing great ups and downs, the Emperor physique can awaken. The mysterious elder's pupils constricted as he could not help but say in pleasant surprise. He knew in his heart that Madame Yu's sudden awakening of her Emperor physique was most likely because she had received a huge shock in her heart. He could not help but feel grateful to Lin Ling. This was because that youth's death had allowed Madame Yu to awaken a second time. Scram. At this moment Yu's aura had changed. She no longer had the pure and holy feeling she had in the past. Instead she was filled with majesty. And her eyes were multicolored. It gave people a feeling that they could only be seen from afar and could not be profaned. Cold, emotionless and even killing intent. Madam, Lin Ling is just a scenery in your life. He is not worthy of you. Your world is the pinnacle of the rainforest's sacred land. You have the bloodline of one of the 4 desolate races. The mysterious elder said extremely respectfully. He is not worthy of me? Yu's multicolored eyes looked coldly at the mysterious elder. At the same time, her body floated towards the elder. A crisp slap landed on the mysterious elder's face once again. It made the elder's face turn blank. Why did the madam hit him again? You said that he is not worthy of me? When I was a beggar, when I was so dirty that no one dared to approach me, then where were you? When everyone mocked me, when I felt so inferior that I did not dare to face anyone, where were you? In the Guyan sect I was just a beggar girl. It was that kind boy who always protected me. Whoever bullied me, he would help me regain my dignity. When I felt inferior, he was always by my side. I will always remember that in the Guyan sect, the person who always held my hand was Brother Ling. You said each word clearly. It made the mysterious elder's heart tremble. He could vaguely see that in the Guyan sect, where the strong preyed on the weak, Madame Yu was just a dirty girl. However, there was a kind boy who held her hand every day, bringing her forward under the sun. Everyone despised Yu for being dirty. They mocked and disdained Yu. However, that boy stood up for her and helped her regain her dignity. He did not even hesitate to offend a powerful enemy. All of this happened in the Guyan sect. All of this was the past between Yu and that young man when they were young. Right now, Yu turned from an ugly duckling into a white swan. They actually said that Lin Ling was not worthy of Yu. Everything that Yu currently had seemed to have become their merit. They actually had the nerve to say that it had nothing to do with that young man. I never thought that Lin Ling and Yu would have this kind of past. In the distance, the heavenly concubine's beautiful eyes flowed with tears. She knew that Lin Ling was Yu's only relative in this life, and Yu was also Lin Ling's first relative. Even if Yu's origin was the 9 heavens goddess, she would never forget that young man. I'm sorry I was wrong. I don't have the qualifications to criticize him. He was a good person, but he is already dead. Madame Yu still needs to look forward. The mysterious elder said in a low voice. Yu indifferently looked at him, shook her head, and softly said a sentence. I am his person in life, and his ghost in death. Whoosh. A gorgeous figure shot towards the whirlpool in the sky. Under countless gazes, the beautiful girl with the halo of heaven followed the young man and left. Madam. The mysterious elder knelt down, but at this moment he did not stop Yu. She was his person in life and his ghost in death. She would accompany him forever. Even if he went to the ends of the earth, the girl would still accompany him. Yu had already stated her heart. If the mysterious elder continued to stop her, then Yu would kill him. That girl? The crowd's hearts were extremely complicated. Some envied Lin Ling for having a close female friend, while others lamented the sad fate of this young man and girl. The young man was a hero's lament, while the girl would accompany him forever. This pair of determined lovers moved the hearts of countless people. Yu? The heavenly concubine shouted and also rushed towards the pitch-black whirlpool in the sky. However, at this moment, the whirlpool erupted with a blinding light. A terrifying energy rushed out, sending the heavenly concubine dozens of meters away. Chapter 549. Land of Soul Devourers, Lin Ling Yu. Tears flowed from the heavenly concubine's eyes. In less than a day, 2 of her loved ones had left her. They won't die. They definitely won't die. I'll wait for them here. Biting Hongyan's lips, the heavenly concubine looked at the sky with determination. Is it finally over? Many people had mixed feelings. Lin Ling's name was probably unforgettable in their lives. The young man had shocked the entire city and fought the Blue Sky region. Such a miracle would probably leave an indelible name in the Blue Sky region. Lin Ling. Lu Renxing's eyes were red. He was furious and unwilling. His son had died in Lin Ling's hands. However, he couldn't kill his enemy with his own hands. All of this was a huge humiliation to him. He didn't gain anything from this battle. Instead, he lost a lot and left a name of endless ridicule. Rumble. In his anger, the Iron Soul City under his control surged. It was as if the entire city was enraged. No matter what, it's good that he's dead. Feng Gu looked at the rolling dark clouds in the distance and sneered. Silence. This place was as silent as death. It was as if this place had been abandoned by the world. The aura of death spread out. This place gave people the feeling of hell. There were no living creatures. There was only darkness and silence. In this dark space, 3 figures floated. Around them, a large number of soul-like things surrounded them and started to devour them. These were soul devourers. They were even more terrifying than souls. They specialized in devouring people's life force and souls. They were the terrifying souls unique to the sky vortex. Devour. A deafening sound was heard. It made people tremble in fear. No, what are these? One of the people who was surrounded shouted in fear. This person was the first to be sucked in. The other person was the one who was implicated by Lin Ling. At this moment, he was also surrounded by countless soul devourers. As for Lin Ling, he was also among them. They're not afraid of my flames. These spirits are so scary. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He wanted to erupt with an even stronger aura, but he helplessly discovered that the heavenly spirit origin core in his dantian had already collapsed due to the intense battle. Chaotic spiritual energy was spreading throughout his body. At the same time, countless soul devourers flooded over. Lu Renxing, if I don't die, you'll definitely die. Lin Ling's eyes turned red, but he still couldn't resist those soul devourers. What an exuberant life force. It's enough for us to devour. The terrifying soul devourers were like human heads, emitting a cold aura that floated around. These soul devourers were formed from the people who had been sucked into the vortex over the years. After being sucked into the vortex, they could never leave. They could only become soul devourers, constantly devouring life force or devouring each other. They could be said to have swallowed everything. The 2 moon guards were quickly devoured and turned into soul devourers as well. They charged at Lin Ling to devour him. Scram. At this moment, a dazzling light came from afar with an irresistible majesty, driving away all the soul devourers around Lin Ling. This is the Emperor's Qi. She has the innate Emperor physique. If I devour her, my soul devourers will be even stronger. Oh no, there's an innate suppression. The soul devourers who had been driven away stared coldly at the newcomer from afar. The newcomer was Yu. At this moment, her body was emitting colorful light, and there were gorgeous peacock feathers behind her, making her look like a peacock king. Because of this, the soul devourers didn't dare to approach her. Of course they were only a little afraid, but they wouldn't give up. After all, after becoming soul devourers, although they still had a little consciousness from when they were alive, they were still devouring. Brother Ling. Looking at the young man floating in the void, Yu Yu's cold eyes softened. A drop of tear flowed down her delicate face and fell on Lin Ling. Especially when she saw the big and small wounds on Lin Ling's body, her heart ached even more. These were the wounds that Lin Ling brought to them when he protected them. In the ancient Yen sect, in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and even in the 100 regions, this young man had protected her without any complaints or regrets. Brother Ling, this time it's my turn to protect you. With a determined gaze, Yu Yu looked at the restless soul devourers and shouted, "Get lost!" A tyrannical aura was released like an invisible astral wind, pushing the soul devourers further away. However, in the next moment, the soul devourers pounced again. The soul devourers only had one thought, and that was to devour. Perhaps this was their only mission. Get lost. Don't bully Brother Ling. Yu Yu shouted again, and the peacock illusion appeared behind her, constantly attacking the soul devourers. However, there were just too many soul devourers. They were like devils still crazily devouring. Devour, devour, devour. The soul devourers could only live longer by devouring vitality. Time passed slowly. Even though Yu Yu had the powerful innate monarch body, she couldn't resist the frenzied devouring of the soul devourers. Yu Yu's charming face revealed exhaustion, and her aura was getting weaker and weaker. However, she still gritted her teeth and persevered. She was unleashing her potential to protect Lin Ling. She didn't know if Lin Ling would wake up, but she could sense that Lin Ling wasn't dead yet. However, the Heaven Spirit Essence core in his Dantian was shattered. Hence, while she was resisting the soul devourers, she was also channeling her vitality into Lin Ling's body through the five-colored peacock. She wanted to save Lin Ling. She had to treat him while resisting the enemies. This was obviously a price that Yu Yu couldn't bear. Devour. A soul devourer took the opportunity to rush in. Its sinister face opened up, and it bit Yu Yu, swallowing a large amount of Yu Yu's vitality. Subsequently, more soul devourers rushed in. Get lost. Yu Yu shouted again and pushed the soul devourers away. However, if this continued, she would definitely die. After an unknown period of time, the entire void became chaotic. More and more soul devourers rushed in. Yu Yu gritted her teeth and finally made a decision. She planned to use herself as a bait to attract more soul devourers, giving Lin Ling time to recover. Come and devour me. The five-colored peacock with endless feathers appeared, attracting a large number of soul devourers. Then they surrounded Yu Yu and tried to devour her. Yu Yu floated in the void, her delicate body trembling slightly. Her waterfall-like black hair gradually turned pale. Her pure and holy face gradually became tired and lost its color. Her vitality was being devoured continuously. As for Lin Ling, he was motionless. There were no soul devourers around him. His Dantian had completely collapsed, and the Heaven Spirit Essence core had disappeared. Chaotic spiritual energy filled his Dantian. There was spiritual energy from the world-cleansing demonic flame and the vermilion bird's flames. The spiritual energy flowed through Lin Ling's body and dissipated, merging into Lin Ling's internal organs, limbs, and meridians. However, after a mysterious force entered his Dantian, the two types of flames that were dissipating gradually seemed to have found a backbone and stopped dissipating chaotically. That mysterious force was similar to the power of the peacock. At the same time, it was repairing Lin Ling's shattered Dantian. Chapter 550. Beauty withers with a snap of a finger, a moment of youth. Until a certain moment, the world-cleansing demonic flame and the vermilion bird's flames fused together. A new vermilion bird appeared in Lin Ling's Dantian. This vermilion bird was even more lifelike, as if it was the king of the vermilion birds. Its pair of bright eyes seemed to look down on the world. If someone was here at this moment, they would know that the Dantian produced a king image. That was the symbol of the king spirit realm. The heavenly spirit origin core was shattered, and the man and the core became one. The innate king body king image would appear in the Dantian. This was also known as the king image. This was the symbol of the second stage of the martial path, the immortal realm. The immortal realm was divided into three stages: King Spirit Realm, Emperor Spirit Realm, and Saint Spirit Realm. These three stages represented breaking away from the mortal body and achieving the great Tao of martial arts. The first stage was also known as the mortal body realm. This was the realm where a martial artist surpassed their own limits and cultivated the mortal body. It was divided into the 10 stages of body transformation: the martial spirit realm, the earth spirit realm, and the heavenly spirit realm. Unfortunately, not many people in the 100 territories knew of these profound cultivation systems. Most martial artists buried themselves in bitter cultivation. Only the powerhouses of the rainforest's holy land knew of them. Moreover, in the king spirit realm of the immortal realm, the clearer the king image in one's body, the more solid their foundation and the stronger their martial arts. For example, the king image in some fire attribute martial artists was only a wisp of flame. This meant that the king image wasn't clear. Therefore, even if they were a king spirit realm powerhouse, they couldn't be considered geniuses and couldn't jump realms to fight. In Lin Ling's Dantian, the vermilion bird king image was extremely clear. This meant that his foundation was very solid. This was also one of the reasons why he could jump realms to fight. After all, Lin Ling had a purple heavenly spirit origin core. However, Lin Ling himself wasn't too clear on this point. However, the higher the grade of the heavenly spirit origin core, the harder it was to break through. There were two main reasons why Lin Ling was able to smoothly break through. First, the recent battle. Second, Yu Yu's help. Yu Yu's king body was of a higher level than Lin Ling's. It was Yu Yu's mysterious power that helped Lin Ling smoothly break through. Otherwise, it would have been even more difficult for Lin Ling to break through. The early stage of the king spirit realm. The king spirit realm was divided into 4 minor realms: early stage, middle stage, late stage, and subversive stage. The difference in realms came from the degree to which the king image within one's dantian was formed. The more lifelike the image was, the higher the realm. But if a Wuxia was clear at the early stages, then at the middle and late stages, the Wuxia would be even more terrifying. This was only seen in the geniuses of the 7 profound martial house. In the 100 domains, most of the king spirit powerhouses had a vague understanding of the Wuxia. Their future achievements were limited. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes slowly. In the depths of his eyes, a wisp of flames circulated. Breakthrough? Moreover, when the world-cleansing demonic flame fuses with the vermilion bird's flames, I currently have a 4th grade king body. What a powerful aura. It's several times more powerful than the sky spirit realm. What the hell happened? Lin Ling was at a loss. Then, memories of the limitless sword saint appeared in his mind. Gradually, he began to understand his own situation. He had a purple heaven spirit essence core, so it was the most difficult to break through. But after breaking through, his foundation was the most solid, and his Wuxia was the clearest. This sort of Wuxia not only made his spiritual energy purer, but also slightly increased the power of his martial arts. Then he understood why he was able to jump realms to fight. He also understood that there were many martial artists in the 7 profound martial house who had a clear-cut Wuxia like him. It was just that he had never had the chance to see them. But before, he had only seen ordinary king spirit realm martial artists. It seemed that after reaching a certain boundary, the limitless sword saint's memories would continue to open, allowing Lin Ling to know more. But according to common sense, I shouldn't have been able to break through. Why is that? Lin Ling frowned. His eyes swept around, and suddenly he felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Not too far away from him, a young girl was floating in the air, a deathly aura spreading out. At this moment, the young girl seemed to be in her twilight years. Her body emitted a dim light, but there were still a massive number of soul devourers swallowing her. Moreover, the young girl seemed to see Lin Ling. She stretched out her hand with difficulty. "Big brother Ling." Lin Ling's entire body trembled. He faintly guessed that the reason he was able to smoothly break through to the next realm was because of Yu Yu's help. Yu Yu had followed him into the one transformation heavenly vortex, and had been protecting him the entire time. Yu Yu? Lin Ling felt as if a knife was twisting in his heart. He threw himself at the young girl and held her in his arms. "Big brother Ling, Yu Yu, I finally protected you once." The young girl's beautiful face was no longer as lively as before. She was haggard and pallid, and even her fine black hair had turned gray. She was extremely dim. After she said that sentence, she suddenly smiled with relief as if she was very happy to be able to protect Lin Ling. After that, her beautiful eyes slowly closed and a soft voice rang out, "Big brother Ling, don't look at Yu Yu. Yu has become very old. Yu Yu doesn't want you to see the moment when I'm old." Her life force had been swallowed, making Yu Yu look like an old woman. Her former spirituality and holiness had disappeared. Her beauty aged in a flash, and her youth was gone in an instant. Every girl would want to leave their best side to their loved ones. Therefore, Yu Yu didn't want Lin Ling to see her old appearance. "Yu Yu will always be so beautiful in my heart, forever, forever." Lin Ling hugged Yu Yu in a daze. His eyes were blank and he bit his lips so hard that they were bleeding, but he didn't seem to feel anything. All of this happened too quickly. His family, the girl he loved the most, died to protect him. This isn't real. In the void, Lin Ling's painful voice rang out. However, the merciless soul devourer didn't care about him. Instead, it crazily wrapped around him and swallowed his life force. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to feel anything. You roar. Finally, a shocking roar erupted in the void. Tears flowed out of Lin Ling's cold eyes and gently fell on the young girl's face. The tears quietly slid down the young girl's white hair that had already lost its color. Everything was as if it had just happened yesterday. In Gu Yin's sect, he held the young girl's hand and slowly walked forward under the sunlight. The sunlight pulled their shadows long as if they were walking until the end of time. Outside the small forest of Gu Yin's sect, the young man's first big battle was to save the young girl. In the end he won. He carried the young girl back. The young girl cried and said to the young man, You dragged you down. The young man said, I will be stronger than them. But now the young man lost. For the first time in his life he didn't lose to the enemy. Even at the last moment he didn't lose to the enemy. However, he lost the girl he loved the most. He lost his first family member in this world. Devour, let me become a soul devourer. Lin Ling's face revealed a crazed expression. A terrifying killing intent appeared, and his eyes became strange. The Eye of Time quietly appeared and stared at the soul devourers around him mercilessly. Those soul devourers were swallowing his life force, but he didn't resist. He wanted to become a soul devourer. He wanted to devour everything here. He wanted to devour this world. He hadn't lost until the last moment. He had never admitted defeat in his life. Even if he had to go to the end of the world, he would save his first family member, his most beloved girl. This week I won't explode. I'll stay on Singles Day and do my best. Thank you for everyone's support. By the way, I'll ask for monthly votes and rewards. Chapter 551. A New Soul Devourer. This kid is stupid. Devour him. Devour. His vitality is very strong. He is not an ordinary King Spirit Realm cultivator. If I devour him, my soul devourer will be even stronger. Pitiful. He was saved by the girl's vitality, but he doesn't know how to cherish it. Pitiful. The ferocious soul devourers pounced on Lin Ling and devoured his vitality crazily. However, Lin Ling stood still and let them devour him. He wanted to give up his physical body and let his soul appear. Finally, at a certain moment, a mysterious aura burst out. Above Lin Ling's body, a pitch-black shadow appeared. This shadow's facial features couldn't be seen, but its eyes were extremely terrifying. They were a strange green color. All of you die. Pitiful. This soul devourer was obviously different from the previous ones. A soul-shaking voice burst out from this soul devourer, and a change suddenly occurred in its eyes. Time seemed to be frozen. All the soul devourers remained motionless, and a sense of fear spread across their ferocious faces. Time had been frozen. At the same time, invisible ripples bloomed in the sky above Iron Soul City. In the Green Heaven region, in the 100 regions, in the Rainforest Sacred Land, time had been frozen for a moment. The clouds in the sky stopped, the wind stopped blowing, and the sun stopped shining. Everything had come to a stop. However, this was only for a short moment. In the next moment, everything returned to normal. No one noticed the change in the world. Time has stopped. What kind of emperor physique is this? Pitiful. Is this one of the legendary 8 desolate physiques? Pitiful. What is it that can stop time? It's terrifying. Although it's only for a moment, it means that a powerful physique has been born. Pitiful. Only in the sacred ground of the rainforest were the experts who sensed it. Their expressions were incomparably solemn. Although they didn't know who it was or where it happened, and they weren't even sure if it was the birth of a powerful physique or the power of some martial arts, they were still extremely fearful. Without a doubt, someone who had the ability to freeze time in the Rainforest Sacred Land had extremely terrifying potential. Find out who it is. Which martial house's genius is it? Pitiful. I hope it's a martial palace's genius. Pitiful. Find him and see if he is one of the top 10 geniuses Martial Hall's war list. Pitiful. The Rainforest Sacred Land began to stir. Unfortunately, all of this happened in the one sky whirlpool in the realm of Green Heaven. Freezing time for a single breath would not change anything. In fact, the soul devourer who released this power did not even notice this change. At that moment, the soul devourer's eyes were filled with indifference as it turned into a terrifying dark cloud and charged forward to devour everything. What a terrifying soul force. What's with this new soul devourer? Sir, as a new soul devourer, don't be so arrogant. Be careful that all of us soul devourers devour you. Oh no, he's devouring me. The new soul devourer was filled with killing intent as it madly devoured the surrounding soul devourers. At first, the other soul devourers tried to resist and even tried to devour it back. However, they were shocked to find that the new soul devourer's soul force was extremely condensed and had already surpassed theirs. The Lord of Soul Devourers. How is this possible? The remaining soul devourers panicked. In the sky vortex transformation, the big fish ate the small fish, and the small fish ate the shrimps. Only by constantly devouring could a soul devourer become incomparably powerful, and finally become the master of soul devourers. The soul force of the master of soul devourers was naturally terrifying. According to legend, as long as the one sky vortex transformation did not disperse, the master of soul devourers would be immortal. How could they not be afraid of this new soul devourer whose power was close to that of the master of soul devourers? Sir, I'm willing to follow you. We're all willing to follow you. One by one, the soul devourers shouted in panic. All of you must die. Unfortunately, the new soul devourer was cold and ruthless. Not only did it not stop, but it also started to devour even more crazily, causing its soul devourers to grow bigger and bigger. Gradually, it became like a dark cloud covering a part of the void. All the life force that was taken must be returned. The rolling dark cloud passed by like ripples of demonic chi. No soul devourers could stop it. You're Lin Ling. One of the tiny soul devourers looked at the huge soul devourer. This soul devourer was a new soul devourer and belonged to the lowest level in the one sky vortex transformation. Any soul devourer who saw it could devour and even bully it. This new soul devourer was the Moon Guard disciple from before. I remember you. You're here to kill me. I want your soul devourer. A majestic voice came like the master of soul devourers, causing the new soul devourer's soul to tremble. Lin Ling was so scary. In the next moment he was devoured and his soul was torn apart. The pain was even more intense than the pain of his physical body. Time passed quietly. There were no more soul devourers in Lin Ling's area. There were only two figures floating in the void. One of them was Yu, and the other was Lin Ling's physical body. Soul devourers devour life force. I've devoured so many soul devourers, so I should have devoured a lot of life force. In the void, Lin Ling's soul became more condensed. It was no longer a pitch-black shadow like before, nor was it in the shape of a head like the other soul devourers. Instead, he had a human form, just a little blurry. Life force return. Sensing the life force in the soul devourer, Lin Ling let out a low shout. The large amount of life force that he had devoured previously turned into a ray of light that enveloped Yu and his physical body. A portion of the life force was separated, causing Lin Ling's soul devourer to become even weaker. These soul devourers look like souls, but they're not souls. How mysterious. Mysterious. Lin Ling said coldly. He looked at Yu, who was shrouded in life force, and finally relaxed. He had only wanted to transform into a soul devourer in anger. However, he didn't expect that the soul devourer he had transformed into would be so strong. However, he guessed that there were two reasons why he could become an extraordinary soul devourer. First, it came from his own eyes. Second, soul force. Lin Ling's soul force had always been his strong point. Therefore, after transforming into a soul devourer, he was naturally stronger than ordinary soul devourers. However, in this case Yu could be saved. Yu had died because her life force had been devoured, but her soul hadn't died. Therefore, as long as he returned the life force to Yu, it would be fine. In fact, Yu wasn't really dead. She was just like an old woman who was about to die. The life force isn't enough. I have to continue devouring. Continue? Lin Ling's cold eyes looked into the distance. At this moment, a large number of soul devourers were coming from afar. They were attracted by the life force that Yu was emitting. TSK. There's life force there and no soul devourers are devouring it. Continue? Devour, hurry up. Continue? A large number of soul devourers arrived with excited and ferocious voices. However, when they approached Yu, they immediately felt a terrifying soul force spreading out. You soul devourers, are you here to die? Continue? A cold voice sounded at the same time, causing countless soul devourers to tremble. The Lord of Soul Devourers? And it's a humanoid soul devourer? Panic. They actually dared to approach the Lord of Soul Devourers. This was simply courting death. Run. Run. Some soul devourers began to run. Facing the Lord of Soul Devourers was like seeing a king. It's too late to run now. Run! Endless black clouds spread out, enveloping a large number of soul devourers, and then began to devour them. Chapter 552. Heaven and earth steal me, I steal heaven and earth. Days passed quietly. Lin Ling's soul devourer became bigger and more condensed. He was like a soul devourer lord, and no soul devourer dared to come near him. Yu Yu's face gradually regained its color, and her five-colored white hair quietly turned black. However, she still did not wake up. Not enough. This time Lin Ling headed to another area. Sir, you've crossed the line. This is my territory. He had just gone to another area when a cold voice came. It was the soul devourer lord in that area. I want to devour all the soul devourers in your area. If you stop me, I'll devour you too. Lin Ling replied coldly. Then he began to devour the soul devourers around him like a terrifying shark. He knew very well that in this heartless place, the only way to survive was to become even more heartless. Only then would he be able to protect the peaceful place in his heart. Therefore he did not have the kindness of a woman. Instead he chose to devour domineeringly. Sir, don't break the rules. The soul devourer master finally appeared in that area. Dark clouds were rolling around him, but when he saw Lin Ling he was shocked. Human form? How can there be a soul devourer lord in human form? What is your soul hiding? Boundless demon eye. Lin Ling did not say much. His eyes emitted a green light, and an invisible soul wave burst out, causing the soul devourer lord to be momentarily dazed. Boundless demon eye. This was a remarkable ability that Lin Ling found after transforming into a soul devourer. It could intimidate people's soul power and cause them to be dazed. In fact, Lin Ling himself did not know when this remarkable ability came about. However, he knew that it came about after he transformed into a soul devourer. As far as he knew, not every soul devourer lord had it. This made him guess that it was his eyes that brought about this strange change. His eyes had the ability to see through time, and now it seemed to have awakened a new ability. It was the boundless demon eye. Moreover, during this period he kept thinking back. It seemed that when he transformed into a soul devourer, his eyes used an even more powerful remarkable ability to freeze time. However, Lin Ling had no clue about this remarkable ability. He only used it when he was angry. Blade of Nirvana. After the boundless demon eye, Lin Ling's soul power condensed. A thin soul blade, as thin as a silkworm's wing, shot at the soul devourer lord, causing the soul devourer lord to let out a terrified cry. Its soul was scattered, but it then condensed again. Devour. The soul devourer lord glanced at Lin Ling fearfully, then left quietly. Was afraid. It had lived in the sky vortex for countless years, but this was the first time it was afraid of the newly born soul devourer lord. Thanks. Lin Ling didn't pursue the sovereign of soul devouring because he knew that it would take a very long time to devour the sovereign of soul devouring. So, he'd chosen to devour ordinary soul-devouring sovereigns. Devour. Devour every day. From 10,000 to 100,000, it gradually reached 990,000. Finally, under the cover of Lin Ling's soul power, he could easily devour 10,000 soul devourers. His soul power was like a large number of tentacles, constantly spreading in the whirlpool. However, this place was very big and he still couldn't find the exit. Moreover, he found that the soul devourers here were simply endless. Of course, with the continuous devouring, Lin Ling's soul power had reached an unprecedented level. On this day Lin Ling didn't devour anymore. Instead, his soul returned to his body. His body had been repaired by the endless life force so he could easily return to his body. At the same time he was also the first soul devourer to have a physical body in the whirlpool. At this moment he was injecting endless life force into Yu Yu's body. This time Yu Yu should be able to wake up. Yu Yu, you are my person in life and my ghost in death. I'm not dead yet, so how can you die? Lin Ling said firmly. In his right hand, a dazzling life force was injected into Yu Yu's body. Then he waited nervously. Yu Yu had already regained her former liveliness and purity. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Her delicate little face, which was like an exquisite piece of art, remained motionless. However, gradually her long eyelashes fluttered slightly. At that moment, it almost made Lin Ling's soul power tremble. At this moment, if there were any soul devourers here, they would definitely be shocked. After all, they knew that this newly born soul devourer was terrifyingly ruthless. He didn't care about feelings and would devour on sight. That kind of ruthlessness even made other soul devourers afraid. And now, this cold and frosty soul devourer's soul was trembling for a young girl. Of course, this was secondary. Gradually, Lin Ling finally revealed a warm smile. This was the first time he smiled in the whirlpool. This smile wasn't cold, and it even had a hint of friendliness. It had the cheerfulness and brilliance of a young man. And what made him smile was that the young girl in his arms slowly opened her eyes. "Brother Ling, is Master hungry? I'm going to cook." After Yu woke up, the first thing she said made Lin Ling's heart fill with endless warmth. This silly girl still thought that she was in Guyan sect and wanted to cook for him in Hua Leitang. Wait, could it be that I didn't say Brother Ling and Brother Ling accompanied me to hell? Soon Yu's pure eyes flickered. She remembered that she followed Brother Ling to the whirlpool. After that, many terrifying soul devourers wanted to devour Brother Ling. She used her life force to attract the soul devourers and died in the end. But now that she saw Brother Ling, could it be that Brother Ling was also dead? Looking at Yu's snow-white face, Lin Ling finally couldn't help but laugh loudly. His laughter was filled with gratification and even tears. He had saved her. "Yu, this is the whirlpool. You're not dead yet and I'm not dead yet. We're both alive and well," Lin Ling explained, causing Yu's eyes to focus. Then she gradually learned everything from Lin Ling. In order to save her, Brother Ling turned into a soul devourer and devoured tens of thousands of places to save her. In the end, Brother Ling still protected her. Yu couldn't help but hug Lin Ling and cry loudly. Her tears wet Lin Ling's chest, but Lin Ling still smiled and didn't interrupt her. He knew that Yu was crying because of happiness, or perhaps because the two of them were reunited. "My mother and father loved each other, but in the end they were separated by life and death. This kind of thing will never happen to me. If the heavens want to take you away, I will trample the heavens. If the earth wants to take you away, I will tear apart the boundless earth. If all living beings want to take you away, I will make them vanish into thin air." Gently patting Yu's slender back, Lin Ling looked into the distance and muttered to himself. After losing something and regaining it, it was always the most precious thing. After losing it once, he didn't want to lose it a second time. Life was bitter and short, like a mayfly's dream. If he had to lose the most precious thing every time, if he couldn't protect the peace in his heart every time, then what was the point of living? Therefore he had to become stronger. "If the heavens and earth steal me, then I'll steal the heavens and earth." Chapter 553. Huai Divine Clay. After a long time, Yu looked at Lin Ling with a smile and said, "This place is actually pretty good. There are no ugly faces here. At least it's very quiet. It's just that I feel like something is missing. In this place I am the king." Lin Ling smiled faintly. With a wave of his right hand, a terrifying soul-devouring power surged out. In the distance, a large amount of mud floated over. One must know that every year the divine whirlpool would absorb a large amount of mud and other things. Now that Lin Ling was the soul-devouring master, it was extremely easy for him to control these things here. "Brother Ling, you're so powerful," Yu exclaimed. Lin Ling smiled. He had heard such words of admiration countless times. In the past he didn't care at all. Now that Yu said it, he didn't know why, but he felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Perhaps he would only feel satisfied when someone he cared about said such words. Even more powerful water trees come. Lin Ling's right hand continued to wave. Soul-devouring power surged out and the mud condensed into a small island. A pond, trees, and even a small house appeared on the small island. Everything was just like Lin Ling's small courtyard in the past. The only thing missing was living things. "I can even make a bridal chamber," Lin Ling said with a smile. Yu's face turned red and her breathing quickened. Looking at Yu's constantly moving chest, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He didn't know when this little girl had grown up. That place was actually not as small as in Yuer's. Shaking his head with a smile, Lin Ling carried Yu and touched Yu's slender and smooth legs. Then he walked towards the small island in the distance. That was their temporary home. Although the divine whirlpool was a place where the strong preyed on the weak, after becoming the soul-devouring master, this place was extremely safe. Lin Ling and Yu both enjoyed the tranquility. Of course, Lin Ling was also looking for a way to leave. Although he liked this warm feeling, he also knew that there were too many people outside and too many things waiting for him to do. His battle was not over yet. On this day, Lin Ling arrived at another region of the One Transformation Heavenly Vortex. "All soul devourers in the vicinity of this region, come out and meet me immediately." An indifferent voice floated out from Lin Ling's soul, causing all the soul devourers in the area to tremble in fear. That new soul devourer lord was so domineering. It actually wanted all the soul devourers to meet it. "Your Excellency, you're too arrogant. As a new soul devourer, do you have the ability to summon us? Dark clouds billowed as large numbers of soul devourer lords arrived. It was said that these soul devourer lords had existed since the birth of the sky vortex, and had a long history. In the void, a terrifying soul force fluctuation erupted, causing many insignificant soul devourers' souls to tremble. This was the gathering of soul devourer kings, and countless soul devourers were looking at the new soul devourer king in the center, secretly admiring him. Tell me what you know about the one sky vortex. In the void, Lin Ling was wearing a blue and white robe, calmly looking at the endless dark clouds in front of him. Those were all terrifying soul devourers. No soul devourer dared to face them head-on, but Lin Ling was indifferent. Young man, scram. One of the soul devourers shouted angrily. The other soul devourers also harbored evil intentions. Seems like there's no room for discussion. Lin Ling shook his head indifferently, and his slightly delicate face turned cold. Behind him, endless dark clouds appeared. His soul devourer had appeared. Boundless demon eye. Blade of Nirvana. Without saying anything, Lin Ling's two soul force attacks erupted, causing the soul of the soul devourer lord to tremble. It was torn into pieces, and when it reformed, it was already far away. Its soul was damaged, but it was very difficult for soul devourers to die. Even if its soul turned into a wisp of smoke, it could still recover. This was also the reason why Lin Ling did not devour the soul devourer lord. Can you speak now? Lin Ling said expressionlessly. Right now he was in the one sky vortex devouring 10 heavens in 8 directions. How powerful was his soul? That ancient soul devourer lord was not qualified to take advantage of his seniority. Soul force attack. This new soul devourer is not simple. The attitude of the other soul devourers changed. They were not as arrogant as before. One of them said indifferently, "You want to leave this place, right? But as far as we know, there's no way out." "You don't have to worry about that. Tell me everything you know," Lin Ling said indifferently. He sneered in his heart. This was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. The strong devoured the weak. Now that he had displayed his powerful soul force, these soul devourers were polite to him. Their expressions changed very quickly. Good. The soul devourers did not hide anything and told Lin Ling everything they knew. Lin Ling nodded. He was more familiar with the one sky vortex now. After a long time, Lin Ling slowly left. At the same time, he spread out his soul force and searched the surroundings. He wanted to find a way out, so he would not let go of any corner of the one sky vortex. Finally, at a certain moment, 2 pieces of white soil floated in the void, causing Lin Ling's mind to surge. Most of the things here had turned into ashes with the passage of time. Even if they did not disappear, they had lost their spiritual energy. However, those 2 pieces of white soil did not. Instead, they emitted a mysterious aura. Around the soil, there were a large number of soul devourers circling. One sky divine soil. One sky divine soil, there was a record in the limitless sword saint's memories. This was a rare material that was said to be able to transform into anything in the world. Moreover, it would not transform even after millions of years. If it was used to refine a battle weapon, it would be able to transform into a myriad of things. It would be the same as Lin Ling's previous battle weapon, but even stronger. If it was used to refine pills, it would be able to refine a strange type of colorless and odorless poison pill. It was said that it could even turn an Emperor Spirit Realm expert into water. Of course, the most important thing for Lin Ling was that the One Sky Divine Soil was an indispensable material for refining the One Sky True Fire pill. One Sky Vortex, One Sky Divine Soil, is there a connection between them? Lin Ling's eyes flickered, but he did not have time to think about this. His soul force moved, and in a flash he moved 1,000 li away. Step by step, he walked towards the white soil floating in the void. A person? How can there be a person? No, look at his soul force, it's a soul devourer. Not good. The soul devourers around the divine soil were frightened. Devour. Without even looking at the soul devourers, Lin Ling's body emitted a dark cloud and swallowed all the soul devourers. Some of the soul devourers ran faster and hid far away, but Lin Ling was too lazy to care about them. He looked at the divine soil with a burning gaze. I finally found it. I've gathered all the herbs for the One Sky True Fire pill. Lin Ling smiled and wrapped the 2 pieces of white soil with his soul force. Then he turned into a dark cloud and left. After becoming the soul devourer's lord, Lin Ling was like a true king in the One Sky Vortex. With a thought, he could do anything. Unfortunately, Lin Ling guessed that this kind of terrifying power could only be used in the One Sky Vortex. He was afraid that it would not work in the outside world. What's going on? Today I received 0 rewards and 0 monthly votes. This is the first time I've experienced this situation since I released the book. Chapter 554. 5 Motifs. True Fire. A small island floated in the air. There were wooden houses and flowers on the island. It was as peaceful as a paradise. Among the flowers, a young girl was beautiful. She was wearing a purple robe with golden edges. Her graceful figure drew a seductive arc. Her jade-like calves peeked through the edge of the robe. The girl was showering the flowers. It was a beautiful scene. Coupled with the dark void, it was like a fairyland. Brother Ling, you're back. Suddenly, the girl's pretty face showed a small dimple. Yes, today's harvest is not bad. The person who came was Lin Ling. He waved the rune bag in his hand and smiled. I found the divine dissolving mud. No matter how ruthless Lin Ling was in the divine dissolving whirlpool and how majestic he was just an ordinary young man here. Then Brother Ling's innate king physique has improved. Yu was happy for Lin Ling. Of course, how can I compare to you? Awakening is an existence that surpasses the king physique. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. During this period he already knew about Yu's innate king physique. It was an existence that surpassed rank 10, Peacock King. Compared to Yu, Lin Ling's innate king physique was a little weak. This made Lin Ling sigh. Yu was picked up by Hua Leitang in the past, but he didn't expect Yu's background to be so extraordinary. Comparisons are odious. I spent so much effort to improve my innate king physique, but you surpassed me after awakening. How can I live? Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Yu giggled. Then Brother Ling, are you jealous of me? Lin Ling knocked her smooth forehead. You're my sister. As your brother, I won't be jealous of you. I'll be happy for you and protect you forever. With that, he strode towards the wooden house. Hee hee. Yu smiled. She liked the confident look of the young man, but then she pouted unhappily. Who wants to be your sister? I want to be your bride. Inside the house, Lin Ling smiled faintly. Even though there weren't many people here, he didn't feel lonely at all. Instead, he enjoyed the time they spent together. Of course, there were a few times when he couldn't restrain himself and sneaked into the girl's boudoir, wanting to steal something, but in the end he was chased out by the girl. The young girl said that big sister Heavenly Concubine is still waiting for us outside. If we do this here, we will be letting big sister Heavenly Concubine down. In the end, Lin Ling could only touch her hand and occasionally kiss her on the lips. Collecting his thoughts, Lin Ling took out various materials. 100,000 middle spiritual crystals, sun essence stone, divine dissolving mud, fire elemental jade, and fire poison fruit. Among these 5 materials, the divine dissolving mud is the rarest. Luckily, I got 2 pieces this time. Lin Ling kept recalling. This alchemy was very important. The first shade True Fire pill was a 7th grade pill, so he had to prepare it for a while. Luckily, Lin Ling's foundation in alchemy was solid. In addition, he had refined 7th grade pills before, so he wasn't very nervous this time. Boom. Flames bloomed and swallowed continuously. Lin Ling waved his hands and various materials floated up. Right now, he was using the alchemy method without a cauldron. Pa pa pa. The flames burned, turning the wooden house into ashes. From afar, one could only see a blood-red flame burning. If he wanted to refine the first shade True Fire pill, he had to refine it with the vermilion bird's flames. Time slowly passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. On the 3rd day, the crisp cry of a vermilion bird sounded. The flames converged and a blood-red pill appeared in Lin Ling's hand. This pill was translucent and a flame could be clearly seen inside. First shade True Fire pill. First shade, flames condensed from essence, energy, and spirit. Currently, Lin Ling already had the 4th shade. If he reached the 5th shade, then the power of his flames would increase greatly. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling swallowed the pill. After the pill entered his body, a burning feeling arose spontaneously, causing Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. He felt that his essence, energy, and spirit were undergoing the tempering of flames. A person's essence, energy, and spirit were formless and colorless, but flames could still burn. This first shade True Fire pill was indeed very powerful. After that, Lin Ling began to feel tired. His spirit was unbearable and he had no strength left. Hold on. Lin Ling forced himself to be alert. He knew that if he wasn't careful, then all his previous efforts would be wasted. In the void, time was like an hourglass. Yu looked at that ball of flame every day and was extremely nervous. Finally, at a certain moment, the cry of a vermilion bird sounded. From that blood-red flame, a slender figure slowly walked out. Hot. Even Yu felt a burning sensation. She suddenly smiled. Success. Fifth shade true fire, burning a person's essence, energy, and spirit. It's the flame of a fifth-grade vermilion bird. If I meet Lu Rinxing again, his steel true meaning, I can burn it all. A calm voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. That was a confident smile. Right now, his only problem was how to leave this place. In the void, Lin Ling looked into the distance. The eye of time appeared, the birth of a whirlpool, and the current stability appeared quietly. This was a strange space. When it was first born, it was just a black dot. It kept absorbing energy from the outside world and finally stabilized. And this space was constantly connected to the outside world. It was just that the connection point kept changing. Moreover, the connection point was very small. Only at a certain moment would a huge whirlpool appear and forcibly absorb foreign objects. This was what Lin Ling learned from the other soul devourers. Therefore, Lin Ling had to find the connection point and expand it. If it were any other soul devourer master, it would be impossible for them to do this. However, Lin Ling had the eye of time and could see through the endless years, and the pattern of the appearance of the vortex. Therefore he only needed to deduce. Time passed quietly. Lin Ling kept looking, but he was a little tired. Yu quietly appeared behind him and massaged his temples. Lin Ling smiled slightly. After that, Lin Ling once again focused on his task. This process was dull and tedious, but Lin Ling was not afraid of boredom. Next, Lin Ling split his soul devourer into many smaller soul devourers and began searching in all directions of the one sky vortex. Found it. Finally Lin Ling smiled. Yu behind him also smiled. Lin Ling seemed to have succeeded. Through the eye of time he familiarized himself with the pattern of the whirlpool. Then he let the soul devourers search around and finally found the connection point to the outside world. Let's go. Lin Ling held Yu's hand and took a step forward. He appeared in another direction as if he had teleported. There a fist-sized light spot appeared. It was the connection point to the outside world. Soul devourers return. Lin Ling let out a low roar, and the entire invisibility heavenly vortex shook. Countless soul devourers flew over like locusts. The vast scene even made the soul devourers in the various regions gasp. They thought that they would never be able to get out of this place, but they did not expect that the new soul devourer would succeed. Attack! Lin Ling shouted again. Countless soul devourers charged at the fist-sized light spot. He wanted to expand the light spot, form a whirlpool, and then leave through the whirlpool. Rumble. The locust-like soul devourers shot into the light spot, causing it to expand bit by bit. During this process, a large number of soul devourers disappeared. These soul devourers were Lin Ling's soul force. Chapter 555. We're back. Boom. At a certain moment, the light channel finally exploded, revealing a void vortex that was quickly disappearing. Yu, we can go back now. Lin Ling smiled and Yu was also excited. Then the two of them rushed into the vortex. As soon as they entered, the vortex disappeared. At the same time, a large number of soul devourers arrived. We missed it, we missed it. If we knew, we would have believed him. He really did it. The soul devourers were extremely regretful. They had almost been able to go to the outside world, but they were too late. All of this was because they did not believe in Lin Ling. They never thought that they would be able to leave alive after entering the one transformation heavenly vortex. Now that they missed it, they lost their chance. It was too late to regret. Chi-chi. In the clear sky, a black vortex appeared. Then two figures shot out from the vortex and landed on a mountain peak. The two of them looked into the distance and smiled. At the same time, the black vortex in the sky quickly disappeared. After all, it was Lin Ling who forcefully opened the vortex, so it disappeared quickly. Brother Ling, we're back. Yu's eyes were filled with tears. The outside world was her home, where her family and sisters were. She had finally returned. She could not help but look at the young man beside her with admiration. The young man had once again created a miracle and brought her back from hell. A refreshing wind blew on Lin Ling's face, causing his long hair to flutter. Standing on the mountain peak, he looked into the distance. Returned from hell? That was indeed the case. Yu, back then, you were forcefully kidnapped and I was wanted by the entire city. Don't you think it's time for us to get back at them? Lin Ling said softly, his eyes cold. Yes, it's time for us to get back at them. Yu nodded. Back then, she and the heavenly concubine were just passing by Iron Soul City, but the Lu family forcefully kidnapped them. Lin Ling went to save them, but in exchange he was hunted by the entire city. Now it was time for revenge. This time I will burn Iron City. Lin Ling clenched his left fist. Lin Ling's life principle was how people treated him. If Iron Soul City bullied him, then he would destroy the city. Soul Devourer return. With a light shout, the Soul Devourers that had rushed out of the whirlpool shot towards Lin Ling like locusts. This allowed Lin Ling's soul power to reach an unprecedented level. Although it couldn't compare to Zaihua's sky vortex and didn't have the power to control the world, it still allowed Lin Ling's soul power to be extremely powerful. According to the level of cultivation, he might have reached the Holy Spirit realm. The soul power of a Saint Spirit realm expert was terrifying. Furthermore, Lin Ling had an additional soul force technique, the Boundless Demon Eye. In addition, Lin Ling's cultivation had reached the early stage of the King Spirit realm. His king body had risen to the 5th grade. However, his king body had appeared when he was breaking through to the King Spirit realm, so on the surface he only had a 4th grade king body. Only when he used his full strength would Lin Ling reveal his 5th grade king body. This was a hidden technique for him. He could catch people off guard and win. We should still be in the Green Heaven region. I wonder how Sister Heavenly Concubine is doing. Let's hurry over. Yu Yu looked into the distance and said worriedly. Lin Ling nodded. He was also worried about the Heavenly Concubine. Although the feeling of being reborn after a calamity leaves a deep impression, I don't want to experience it again, Yu Yu said softly. Then, her beautiful eyes looked at the young man beside her. She still felt like she was dreaming. She and Brother Ling were still alive. However, this time, it was because of Brother Ling's hard work that the two of them could leave Zaihua's sky vortex. But what about next time? Therefore she had to become stronger. Yu Yu's eyes became firm. She did not want to be Lin Ling's burden. She did not want to lose her family again. Then the two of them stepped on the clouds and flew into the distance. Feilai Mountain was a very strange mountain. Rocks were scattered everywhere, and the color of the rocks was dark brown. However, the most attractive part was the top of the mountain. There was a huge red rock there, and it was completely out of place with the rest of the mountain. According to legend, the huge rock at the top of the mountain flew from the sky. Therefore this mountain was also called Feilai Mountain. Feilai Mountain was very close to Iron Soul City. Standing at the top of the mountain, one could see everything in Iron Soul City. Can we really find the 3-flowered red fruit here? We've been walking for 3 days but we haven't seen a single 3-flowered red fruit. Sigh, it's really difficult to find the 3-flowered red fruit in this season. Cultivation requires money and buying martial arts requires money. The path of martial arts is really difficult. Why don't we block the road and kill passers-by? I haven't touched a woman for a long time. If I don't have money, the woman in Peach Blossom Courtyard in Iron Soul City will ignore me. Several figures were walking along the mountain. They seemed to be warriors who came out of the firmament region to gain experience. Wait, look at that girl. Wow, she's so beautiful. Suddenly, they stopped and a young man with a face full of acne exclaimed, "It's her." Another young man in red also looked forward. The girl in white was very beautiful. Looking from the back, she had a slim waist. If he could hug her, it would be unimaginable. He seemed to know the girl in white. The people beside him could not help but ask. After all, it would be a lie to say that they were not attracted to such a beautiful girl in the wilderness. Moreover, they were warriors who had always been lawless. Why would they care so much? 2 months ago, young Master Lu of Iron Soul City got married. She was one of the beauties. The young man in red said. A burly middle-aged man couldn't hold it in any longer and said with an evil smile, "Young Master Lu has already died in Lin Ling's hands. That means that this beauty is currently unguarded. In my opinion, let's attack. There's no one here anyway." "Do you want to die? She is Lin Ling's woman," the young man in red said coldly, which made people tremble. 2 months ago, the young man had defeated the whole city alone in the Battle of Iron Soul City. How could they not know? Lin Ling is dead. Why should we be afraid of him? Moreover, she is the woman of the monstrous genius, Lin Ling. It's more interesting. However, some of them still could not help it. Do you think the city governor doesn't know that the girl has been waiting here every day? Last month, the city governor came to catch the girl in person, but he was stopped by an old man. So, the city governor doesn't dare to touch her. The young man in red shook his head. Even the city governor can't do anything? Everyone gasped. So, someone was secretly protecting the girl. However, the girl had been standing there all the time. What was she going to do? She is waiting for Lin Ling. She said that Lin Ling will come back. If he doesn't come back in a day, she will wait for a year. If he doesn't come back in a year, she will wait for a lifetime. The young man in red said with jealousy. If there was such a beautiful girl waiting for him, his death would be worth it. Unfortunately, the girl was not waiting for him. She was waiting for a dead man. Crazy. Chapter 556. You're Lin Ling? Although we don't dare to touch her, we can at least flirt with her. My heart is itching to see such a beauty standing in front of me and doing nothing. Zhang Tai is right. In fact, I'm very jealous of Lin Ling. Why would Lin Ling make that girl wait for him? Lin Ling is just a dead man. He's already turned into ashes in the transforming heavenly spiral. He wants to challenge our Iron Soul City by himself. He overestimated himself and ended up dead. Hee, such an arrogant person won't go far on the path of martial arts. A few of the youths said disdainfully. They were in the wilderness and there was only the girl in white. Therefore they were being unscrupulous. Shut up. At this moment, on the flying rock at the top of the mountain, the white-clothed girl slowly turned her head. Her lively eyes carried a hint of coldness, but she was a little haggard. With just a glance, the hearts of the martial artists surged. So beautiful, much more lively than the prostitutes of the Peach Blossom Courtyard. Aren't I telling the truth? What's the point of waiting for a dead man? If you want to have fun, we can satisfy you. One of the youths was getting bolder and bolder. Although there were people protecting the girl, they weren't there. So what if they flirted with her? I said shut up. The girl in white shouted coldly again. TSK, you're as arrogant as Lin Ling. In the past, Lin Ling was so mighty and dared to save you in front of the whole city. But where is he now? And do you know Iron Soul City? It's time to reward those who attacked Lin Ling that day. Every one of them will be rewarded. They'll be respected by tens of thousands of people in Iron Soul City and be called heroes. The youths mocked with disdain. Lin Ling won't let the Lu residents go. The girl in white frowned. The transforming heavenly spiral has a long history. No one has ever come out alive. Wake up. You'd better be our woman than Lin Ling's woman. As long as you dare to state your conditions, we'll agree. We'll even make you want to die. No one cared. Lin Ling won't die. The girl in white said with a pale face. These filthy warriors were insulting Lin Ling. It was obvious that the Lu residents had snatched them away and Lin Ling had come to save them. However, the Iron Soul City had twisted the truth and called Lin Ling a piece of trash while all the warriors who attacked Lin Ling were heroes. Iron Soul City's face was very thick. Ah! Everyone laughed even louder. This young girl had been waiting for Lin Ling all this time, which made them very jealous. Therefore, the more uncomfortable the young girl was, the more pleased they felt. If I'm not dead, then go to hell. At this moment, a cold voice came from the sky. In the distance, two figures approached. It was a young man and a young woman. The young man was wearing a blue and white robe, giving off an extremely clean feeling. The young woman was slim and graceful, like a lotus in the snow. However, at this moment, the youth's eyes were filled with killing intent. Sir, do you know what you're saying? The warriors' faces turned cold. This person wanted them to go to hell. How bold. Moreover, they had also seen the newcomers. The young man was at the early stage of the King Spirit Realm, while the young woman was at the Heavenly Spirit Realm. Although this level of strength was very powerful, there were also early-stage King Spirit Realm experts among them. Moreover, there were two of them. Of course, one of the warriors' eyes flashed. The young man looked very familiar, as if he was the genius Lin Ling who had appeared out of nowhere 2 months ago. However, didn't that young man die in the one sky vortex? Soon he shook his head. This young man couldn't be Lin Ling. You're very arrogant. You want us to go to hell? Do you think that just because there's an expert protecting the girl in white, that expert will protect you? Sir. A tall and sturdy middle-aged man walked out, his eyes filled with killing intent. This young man dared to be so arrogant in the middle of nowhere. Who would know if he killed this young man? I'm in a bad mood today. I can only look at beauties but can't touch them. Who knew that a piece of trash would come to save the damsel in distress? Brother, who kill him? Sir. Also, the little beauty next to him seems even prettier. There's no one to protect her this time. Everyone laughed coldly as their gazes fell on the agile young woman. Scum, Brother Ling, let me do it. The young woman was Yu. At this moment, her little face was covered in frost. These warriors were obviously not good people. They had done all kinds of evil and had even bullied Sister Heavenly Concubine, so she felt a chill in her heart. On the flying stone, the Heavenly Concubine stared at Lin Ling and the young man in a daze. She felt like she was still in a dream. Let me do it. Lin Ling shook his head coldly. He didn't like these scum, so he didn't want Yu to dirty her hands. If he wanted to be the bad guy, then he would be the bad guy himself. Whoosh. Behind him, the tyrant Song sword was unsheathed. Sword intent gushed out as he pointed it at one of the King Spirit Realm warriors. Do you think we're prey? You're actually sharing the responsibility? Brother Hu, don't hold back. Everyone was furious. This blue-white robe youth was too arrogant. He was surrounded by them, but not only was he not afraid, he even planned to attack first. However, just as they finished speaking, the sword light was like water, passing by the middle-aged man called Brother Hu and instantly leaving a bloody mark on his neck. Too fast. It was so fast that they couldn't react in time. Brother Hu wanted to say something, but blood spurted out from his neck, causing him to fall on his back. How is this possible? Everyone's eyes widened. Brother Hu was quite famous in Iron Soul City. His martial arts foundation was extremely deep, and he had already reached the peak of the early stage of the King Spirit Realm. He was just one step away from the middle stage of the King Spirit Realm. But now he was killed in the blink of an eye. This was a dream. This time, everyone was no longer arrogant. Their hearts trembled, especially the young man who recognized Lin Ling at the beginning. At this moment, his face was pale. Could it really be him? How is this possible? Wang Ping, who is he? Do you know him? The others could not help but ask. After all, that youth was so strong. He seems to be. The young man said in fear. Not long ago you said that I was dead and turned into ashes in the one sky vortex. Now no one recognizes me in front of you? Lin Ling's cold voice rang out, causing everyone's eyes to widen. A guess arose in their hearts. Lin Ling. Not long ago they said that Lin Ling was sucked into the one sky vortex and would die without a doubt, never to come out. But now this terrifying monstrous genius had appeared in front of them. This was too unreal. If Brother Hu hadn't died, they would definitely have thought that this was a dream. They would even think that this was Lin Ling's brother. After all, to be able to come out of the one sky vortex, he was the #1 person in this world. You're Lin Ling? Another early-stage King Spirit Realm cultivator said with difficulty. Swoosh. The sword light flashed past and a bloody mark appeared on his neck. Lin Ling did not need to answer. His sword was the answer. In the past, when he was at the peak of the Sky Spirit Realm, he could kill early-stage King Spirit Realm cultivators. Now it was naturally easier. Moreover, these people were obviously not good people. They even dared to insult the heavenly concubine. Then they should all die. Brother Mozhan is also dead. He couldn't block a single sword strike. It's definitely Lin Ling. Chapter 557. Heroes List. Wait, we're just passing by. This has nothing to do with us. Soon, one of the martial artists knelt down and begged for mercy. The other martial artist did the same. You didn't look like you were just passing by. Lin Ling's face was still indifferent. We were just talking. We didn't dare to do anything. After all, that girl has someone protecting her. We didn't dare to do anything. Hearing Lin Ling's cold words, one of them raised his head and smiled apologetically. He didn't dare to resist. After all, Lin Ling had become famous in the realm of Green Heaven after the battle in the Iron Soul City. He was a genius that required the entire city to kill. How could they compare with him? So, if she doesn't have anyone protecting her, you will attack her? Lin Ling said indifferently. His words startled them. It was true. If there was no one protecting the girl, they would definitely attack her. Without saying anything else, a large number of vermilion birds appeared in his palm. Lin Ling waved them lightly and walked towards the heavenly concubine without looking at them. No. The martial artist's eyes widened as they let out their last cry. Then they were burned to ashes. The last thought they had before they died was that Lin Ling had returned. In the past, the Iron Soul City had surrounded Lin Ling. Now that Lin Ling had returned, he would definitely take revenge. After all, Lin Ling had said that if he didn't die, it would be the end of the Iron Soul City. Unfortunately, they would never be able to see that scene. You're back. The heavenly concubine looked at Lin Ling and Yu excitedly. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have thought that she was dreaming. I will be back. Lin Ling nodded. He looked at the haggard heavenly concubine and felt a little guilty. The heavenly concubine had been waiting for him and Yu. If she couldn't wait for a day, she would wait for a year. If she couldn't wait for a year, she would wait for a lifetime. He was very touched by her determination and friendship. I knew you, you loathsome bastard. Nothing can stop you. Even the one sky vortex can't stop you. The heavenly concubine finally smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. Then she slowly closed her eyes. She had spent too much energy waiting here every day, so she could no longer hold on. Sister heavenly concubine. Yu immediately ran over. Lin Ling shook his head and said with a smile, she just fell asleep. It's fine. Then he retracted his gaze and looked at a place not far away. An elder had appeared there at some point. It was the elder who had protected Yu and the heavenly concubine last time. Just as the rumors said, the old man was protecting the heavenly concubine. Lady Yu's back. The old man was clearly very excited at this moment. He had not expected Lin Ling and Yu to return. However, because he felt somewhat guilty, he did not dare to walk over. Instead, he looked deeply at Lin Ling. This young man was very terrifying. He had actually rushed out of the one sky vortex. He had underestimated him. Just what kind of secret was he hiding? He did not say a word. Lin Ling also remained silent. He did not have a good impression of the old man. However, the old man had protected the heavenly concubine. That was why he remained silent at this moment. You protect them for now. I'll go take care of some things. Finally, Lin Ling said softly and then slowly left. All right. Seeing the handsome young man leave, the old man nodded. At this moment he was no longer as arrogant as before. Perhaps that young man made him very fearful. It was as if he could never see through him. He had always thought that the young man was not worthy of Lady Yu. But now he did not think so. The young man had sacrificed a lot for Yu. He indeed had no qualifications to deny the young man. Brother Ling. Yu's beautiful eyes flickered. But then she smiled. She knew what Lin Ling was going to do. He was definitely going to Iron Soul City. Based on her understanding of Lin Ling was very kind most of the time. When he saw injustice on the road, he would pull out his sword to help. However, if you bullied him, then even if you hid at the ends of the earth, he would still seek revenge. He dared to take responsibility for his actions. He was clear about his likes and dislikes. This was Lin Ling. Iron Soul City was still bustling with noise. Under the sunlight, the giant Iron City exuded a sacred and inviolable majesty. Make way, make way. On the square of Iron Soul City, a large number of martial artists were lingering. At this moment, a large group of martial artists walked along the road. Their majestic voices were heard. The crowd immediately made way for them. They looked at the group of people in awe. They knew in their hearts that they were martial artists from the Lu residence. In Iron Soul City, to be a martial artist from the Lu residence was a supreme honor. Moreover, they had great authority. Countless martial artists were working hard for that spot. Now, when they saw the martial artists from the Lu residence arrive, they were naturally in awe. Notice to the whole city today. The person who came pasted a notice on a huge black rock, causing many people to surround it and read it. There were 2 notices. 1. 10 days later, the city governor, Lu Rinxing, will be rewarded by his superiors. He will own 2 main cities and become the governor of 2 cities. 2. Reward the heroes on the hero list of Iron Soul City based on their contributions. The first notice had undoubtedly shocked the whole city. Lu Rinxing was very lucky. He was valued by the Green Lotus country of the Blue Heaven region and was rewarded with a main city. This made Lu Rinxing famous. 10 days later, there might be a powerful martial artist from the Blue Heaven region who would come and personally reward Lu Rinxing. I'm so envious. It's a pity that I didn't contribute in the last battle. Otherwise, I could accompany the city governor to create endless fame. The crowd sighed secretly. Lu Rinxing's meteoric rise was getting higher and higher. As for the second notice, reward the martial artists according to their contributions. At the center of the square, there was a huge stone tablet with thousands of names engraved on it. They were the martial artists who had made great contributions in the last battle of Iron Soul City. These martial artists were not only rewarded with spirit crystals, but they could also become martial artists of the Lu residence. Without a doubt, to be able to appear on the stone tablet was something that countless people envied. They could be called heroes. I didn't expect Wu Daoxian to be on the list. That day when he was chasing Lin Ling, he only sent out a palm strike from afar. Are you talking about me? Trash, who told you not to make a move? What's the use of being envious of me now? Hee, it's not that I'm envious. I just feel that those who are unrighteous are doomed to destruction. Good and evil are in people's hearts. You despicably made a move. Be careful of retribution. Retribution? You want to say that Lin Ling came back to take revenge? What a joke. A whirlpool is like hell. Have you ever seen someone come out alive from hell? The square was abuzz with discussion. Some people became heroes and were very proud, while others were very jealous. Of course, there were some people who wanted to be on the same level as Xie Tian. They smiled disdainfully. Hero? The Lu residence was really thick-skinned. Snatching a woman in broad daylight, and the other party came to save her. Then the entire city was surrounded and killed. Even those who launched the sneak attack became heroes, while Lin Ling became the villain and trash. The Lu residence had the final say in everything under the heavens. Heroes list? There are more than 3,600 people. It seems like there will be some to kill. On the square where everyone was discussing, a slender figure wearing a cloak was looking indifferently at the sacred stone tablet. Under the hood, a cold smile was like a wolf under the moonlight. Chapter 558. Returning from Hell. I'm now a hero on the hero's roll. Do you see? This is the hero card given by the Lu residents. It represents supreme glory. Who else in this world can do it but me? In a brothel, a burly man proudly waved the jade card in his hand. Many women in the room looked at him with admiration. The hero's role represented a martial artist from the Lu residence. With the hero card, it meant that this martial artist had attacked Lin Ling during the earth-shattering battle 2 months ago. That was bold. Master One is so powerful. Instantly, all sorts of giggles could be heard. I'm powerful in many ways. Little vixens, I'll let you have a taste of my power. The man was even more proud. Being admired by beautiful women was undoubtedly something to be happy about. I have to thank Lin Ling for all of this. He made me famous. Attacking me in exchange for endless glory, but at the same time, it also brought about death. At this moment, a cold voice came out from the room, causing the room to quiet down. Everyone looked over and saw a slender figure slowly walking out from the darkness. It was a young man, handsome and otherworldly. He wore a blue and white robe, but his cold eyes made him look like an emissary from the 9 nether hells. Who are you? The tall and sturdy man frowned and said coldly. The one who made you a hero is also the one who turned you into a dead spirit. The young man spoke softly as if he was talking about the most ordinary thing. However, in the next moment, a sword light flashed and a sword mark appeared on the burly man's neck. His eyes widened as he stared at the young man. Under the light, the young man's face became clearer and clearer. It made him recall a terrifying memory. It was him. That young man had returned from hell. However, when he wanted to say something, the sword mark on his neck made him unable to say anything. In the end, he fell on his back. The sudden turn of events made the women in the brothel scream. The young man ignored them. He looked at the golden jade card and smiled faintly. Hero card? Interesting. He waved his right hand and the hero card hung on his waist. Then he disappeared from the room. The screaming women in the brothel were stunned. That young man didn't kill them? Obviously the young man came with a purpose. At the same time, in a small village not far from Iron Soul City. Who is the village chief? Come out now. A thin and weak man swaggered into the village, causing everyone in the village to tremble with fear. Hand over all your money. The thin man spoke coldly and took out a jade token. I'm a warrior from Iron Soul City's Lu residence. I have a hero token. If you resist, it's equivalent to going against Iron Soul City. Sir, this is just an ordinary village. An old man said reverently. Die. Without another word, the thin man punched the old man to death. I don't want to repeat what I've said before. The crowd was even more terrified. This man was using the name of a hero to plunder everywhere. Was he really a hero on the hero card? Hey, that girl is not bad. She's coming with me tonight. The man ignored the crowd's fear. His gaze fell on a girl and he licked his lips. Sir, I already have a family, please spare my life. The woman was a bit beautiful, and immediately began to beg for mercy. You have a family? Who is it? If you dare to come out, I'll kill you all the same. I have a hero token with me and I'm responsible for protecting this area. I'm just tired today and I'm looking for someone to serve me. Why aren't you cooperating? The man sneered. The crowd's heart skipped a beat. How cruel. The people on the hero list were not heroes but bandits. You have a hero token and I'm lacking one. At this moment, under the moonlight, a slender figure walked out from the forest in the distance. The blue and white robe shone under the moonlight, making the eyes of the villagers flicker. Do you want to die? The man looked at the newcomer coldly and frowned slightly. He did not understand why someone dared to provoke him when he had a hero token. Did they want to offend the Lu residents? Hero token, a nice name, but it's owned by a scumbag. The newcomer shook his head and did not say anything else. He waved his right hand and a gorgeous flame bloomed under the night sky. It flew across the sky and landed on the man, causing him to howl in pain. How dare you touch me? I'm from the Lu residence. Tell me your name if you dare. I'm Lin Ling. The man's eyes narrowed when he heard the soft voice. When he looked at the young man again, his face was filled with fear. Under the moonlight, the young man looked extremely handsome. However, because of his indifference, he looked more like a god of death who had been resurrected from the 9 Serenities hell. This young man's face was exactly the same as the young man who had fought not long ago. He was still arrogant and had fought against the whole city alone. "What do you want?" the man said with difficulty. "Nothing. It's just that all the martial artists on the heroes list will die. None of the 3,800 martial artists will be spared. I was wondering if killing heroes was against the laws of heaven, but now it seems that the so-called heroes are just a self-comforting title for a group of scumbags," the young man said coldly. Then he stretched out his left hand, and the hero token appeared in his hand. The young man turned around and left, while the man was burned to ashes. "He's so powerful. He killed a master on the hero list with one move." The crowd stared blankly at the young man who was leaving. Their hearts were trembling violently. However, the young man's cold killing intent made them feel warm. Although the messenger from hell was ruthless, he had his own principles. The young man was Lin Ling. He was here for revenge. When he had fought with Lu Rinxing, many warriors had attacked him for money. After the battle, he had gained the title of hero. Those warriors had used the title of hero to show off their strength. Today Lin Ling had come to kill them. Every injustice had its perpetrator, and every debt had its debtor. Some things in life could not be wrong. If one made a mistake, one would have to pay the price. "Your Excellency, why do you want to kill me?" "Because of the hero token." "Stop. I still have a mother, a wife, and a child. I attacked you because I need to raise them. I did nothing wrong." "You have family. You become strong for your family. But have you ever thought that I don't have family? If I die, what about the people behind me? You attacked me selfishly, so you have to face my revenge." No matter what the reason was, as long as they had the hero token, as long as they attacked Lin Ling that day, Lin Ling would not let any of them go. Because they wanted to become stronger, they attacked Lin Ling to get the reward and let their family live a better life. However, they did not expect that Lin Ling did not have a family. Lin Ling was dead. What about his family? Lin Ling had no grudges with them. He only attacked the mayor. However, they attacked Lin Ling. Therefore, no reason could stop Lin Ling from killing them. The fourth night watch is over. Tomorrow is the 11th of the Singles Day. It will explode. Please support me. I will fight hard. I hope that more readers will fight with me and work hard. So please give me tips and monthly votes. Fishy is not a hypocrite. Because I have worked hard, I want to get everyone's support. Chapter 559. Everyone was in a state of panic. "You're Lin Ling. You've really walked out of the One Sky Spiral. How is this possible? So just kill me. That day in Iron Soul City, you said that if you didn't die, it would be the end of Iron Soul City. Now that you've returned from hell, the end of Iron Soul City has arrived." Lu Rinxing, Lu Qing, they don't know what kind of existence they have provoked. Some of those who were killed were unwilling to accept it, but some were convinced. After all, in this world, the strong preyed on the weak. Only those who survived in the end were the true powerhouses. 8 days passed quietly. On a mountain peak, Lin Ling stood quietly. His clear eyes looked forward. He had killed more than 2,000 people. Moreover, it was a continuous killing. His body began to emit a murderous aura. There was even a moment when he almost fell into a killing trap. There was only killing in his mind. However, every time that happened, he would tell him why he was killing, and why he had come to this world. Therefore, he didn't fall into a killing trap. He still maintained his heart and didn't become a warrior who killed for the sake of killing. At least compared to those warriors who killed for the sake of killing, his heart was still clear. More than 2,800 people. Lin Ling shook his head and looked at his left hand. Then he smiled. That smile was still clean under the moonlight. It didn't have any bloodthirsty thoughts. More than 2,800 hero jade tokens hung on his waist. Under the moonlight they were dazzling. He would leave these jade tokens to Lu Rinxing. He would let him know the fate of the heroes on the heroes list. The remaining people are in Iron Soul City. It's time to wash everything away. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Then his body disappeared from the mountain peak. Outside Iron Soul City it was quiet. However, a slender figure was moving forward along the giant iron city. Every 10 meters the figure would stop and sprinkle something. Gradually the thing he sprinkled covered the entire giant iron city. If someone was here and dug up the soil, they would find that it was a flame seed. Countless flame seeds surrounded the steel city. At the same time the Iron Soul City was in turmoil. In just 8 days all the experts on the heroes list in the Iron Soul City disappeared one by one. No one knew where they went or if they were still alive. However, this was enough to make the people of Iron Soul City panic. More than 2,800 martial artists had all gone missing. What had happened? At this moment, no one was worshipping the huge stone tablet in the square of Iron Soul City. Instead, many people were avoiding the stone tablet. It was as if the name that appeared on the stone tablet was not a hero, but a death god's name. Fortunately, I didn't make a move that day. Otherwise, my whereabouts would be unknown by now. Who do you think did it? Is it Lin Ling? Lin Ling is already dead. It's definitely not him, and he's just missing. Maybe the city lord is secretly gathering them, we just don't know. The crowd was discussing animatedly with all kinds of thoughts. However, it was undeniable that the Iron Soul City was quietly covered with a layer of dark smoke. Many people had a feeling that a storm was coming, and it was just the calm before the storm. At this moment, the core of Iron Soul City, the Lu residence, was still brightly lit. In a luxurious room, Lu Rinxing was sitting quietly with his brows slightly furrowed. My lord, the second miss and the others are missing. The martial artists of the Lu residence who went to Hui City are also missing. It seems that as long as the people of the Lu residence are not in Iron Soul City, they are all missing. Yes. An old man who looked like a butler looked at the middle-aged man respectfully and said. It was very scary, as if there was an unknown horror hanging over their heads. Is it the old man who guards the heavenly concubine? Yes. Lu Rinxing's dignified face had a touch of coldness as he slowly opened his mouth. Impossible, that old man has already said that he won't do anything to Iron Soul City. He said that all of this will be settled by Lin Ling. The butler said again. Previously they wanted to capture the heavenly concubine, but they were stopped by the old man. After that, the old man said that every grievance has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. All of the grievances will be settled by Lin Ling himself, so the old man won't do anything. Lin Ling was sucked into the sky vortex and died long ago. It's impossible for him to come out. Since it's not him, then who is it? Lu Rinxing shook his head and said, this matter was too strange. All of them were missing. Could it be that those people agreed to disappear together? This kind of thing is very normal. In the 100 territories, there are often some unforeseen events. City Lord is making a fuss over nothing. Yes. At this moment, several handsome figures appeared in the room. It was Feng Gu and the other two. Not long ago they assisted Lu Rinxing in killing Lin Ling. After that, Lu Rinxing also focused on repaying them, allowing them to be like emperors in Iron Soul City. Therefore they didn't leave for the time being and were enjoying the pleasure of being above others. You're right. Perhaps some remnants of Lin Ling's party are causing trouble. But it doesn't matter. After I become the city lord of the two cities, those clowns will all die. Lu Rinxing smiled faintly. His eyes were full of killing intent. Moreover, he also found out that Lin Ling came from the insignificant Cloud territory. When the time comes, he will wash the Cloud territory with blood. Even if Lin Ling died, he won't let Lin Ling's family have an easy time. After all, his son died in Lin Ling's hands. In 2 more days you will become the city lord of the two cities. Congratulations, congratulations. Feng Gu and the others smiled faintly. Then they pointed out, City Lord seems to have bought a new batch of girls. I wonder if we can go take a look? Of course. Lu Rinxing immediately nodded, but his heart was full of disdain. These geniuses' hearts of martial arts were not stable. They were addicted to beauty and had ruined countless girls during this time. But to Lu Rinxing this was a good thing. If they liked girls, then he would give them to them. With them, his Iron Soul City would be stronger. The next day, Iron Soul City was calm and peaceful. The 10th day quietly arrived. The entire city surged. Today was the day that Lu Rinxing would become the city lord of the two cities. In the Blue Heaven region, having a city lord was equal to having supreme strength. After all, the more cities one had, the more cultivation resources one could plunder. Early in the morning, the entire city was silent. Countless people appeared at the square. Their eyes were looking at the 4 people in the square. These 4 people were the 4 strongest people in Iron Soul City. Among them was City Lord Lu Rinxing and 3 geniuses from the 7 profound martial house. These people were like emperors sitting there, talking and laughing with each other. The crowd secretly envied them. In the world of martial arts, those with great strength would have supreme glory, making everyone admire them. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky billowed. A figure stepped on the clouds, displaying a mysterious movement martial art, and walked over from the distance. So strong, is that the messenger of the Blue Heaven region? Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. To step on clouds as if they were flat ground, their martial arts background was obviously extremely terrifying. Chapter 560. Unhindered by the heavens and earth, is Lu Rinxing here? A moment later, a figure stopped in the sky. It was a young man in white clothes. He was about 20 years old and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He was handsome and confident, and he wore the robes of the seven profound martial house. Its senior apprentice brother Li Muxiang. On the ground, Fenggu and the others were surprised but then smiled. Obviously, they knew who this person was, and they weren't surprised that he was a messenger from the Blue Heaven region. After all, the geniuses of the seven profound martial house came from the 100 domains. Before these geniuses went to the seven profound martial house, they were naturally famous in their hometowns and had a high status. Another genius of the seven profound martial house. It seems that he is a moon guard level disciple. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. It wasn't difficult to guess the origin of this powerful messenger. Senior apprentice brother Li Muxiang, you should be able to enter the seven profound heavens chosen list this year. Ignoring the awe of the ants, Fenggu looked at the youth in the sky. Haha, I should be able to barely enter. But, the seven profound heavens chosen list is not easy to enter. Those who enter are all peak moon guard level disciples. The youth in the sky faintly smiled. Seven profound heavens chosen list? Some older martial artists' pupils shrank. They had heard of this seven profound heavens chosen list. It was said that in the seven profound martial house, the geniuses were divided into ranks. The weakest were candidate disciples, followed by star guard level disciples, and then moon guard level disciples. Above moon guard level disciples was the seven profound heavens chosen list. Without a doubt, this youth was stronger than Fenggu and the others. The world of these geniuses was something that they could only look up to. Compared to them, Lin Ling's background was obviously weaker. It was said that Lin Ling was only a star guard level disciple. Lu Rinxing, as the city lord of Iron Spirit City, you can be said to be untainted. You have made great contributions to the tens of thousands of martial artists of the Blue Heaven region. Today, the Blue Heaven region has asked me to come forward and reward you with a main city token. Li Muxiang faintly looked at Lu Rinxing. Lu Rinxing's heart was suddenly filled with ecstasy. He had been waiting for this moment. After all, he was not a genius and could not enter the seven profound martial house. If he wanted to become stronger, the only way was to have more cultivation resources. And now he had. I'm so envious. From now on, the city lord will have a meteoric rise. The crowd sighed inwardly. It turns out that the Blue Heaven realm, the upper 3 regions of the 18 regions, is also so ugly. You take the wealth of the people and say that you are clean. Do you think we are all blind? Right at this moment, an untimely voice resounded, and it caused the entire city to go silent. How bold. Today was the day that the city lord had made a name for himself, and yet there was someone who dared to oppose him. Not only that, but they dared to oppose him in front of the geniuses of the seven profound martial house. Not only was this a humiliation to the city lord, but it was also a slap to Li Muxiang's face. As soon as this voice fell, the ground shook as if there was an enormous ancient demon beast slowly walking over from afar. Who is it? Countless people became curious. Even Li Muxiang, who was in the sky, smirked. In his hometown, this was the first time he had heard someone who dared to oppose him. Under countless gazes, a slender figure slowly walked over from the front. His pace was neither fast nor slow, and each step left a footprint. On his shoulder was a huge stone tablet that was extremely dazzling. Amazing. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. It was as if they were seeing a giant slowly walking over. Bang. The huge stone tablet was heavily smashed to the ground by the newcomer. Then, under everyone's gaze, the newcomer's face was finally revealed. It was a handsome young man in a blue and white robe. His eyes were bright and piercing, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. That was a sneer of mockery. Silence. The entire city suddenly went silent. Many people were familiar with this young man, but now he was here. This must be a dream. Lin Ling. Lu Rinxing's eyes widened. Why did that young man come back? Impossible. I saw him being sucked into the transforming heavenly vortex with my own eyes. He couldn't have come out alive. Feng Ji's heart trembled. Transforming heavenly vortex? In the sky, Li Muxiang's expression changed. The Blue Heaven realm was his hometown. Naturally, he knew about the transforming heavenly vortex. That place was a place where one could enter but not leave. He had never heard of anyone coming out alive. This young man actually came out alive. This was a miracle in the Blue Heaven realm. The entire city was still silent. The crowd still felt that this was unreal. The young man didn't seem to have come back from the transforming heavenly vortex, but from the 9 serenities hell. How terrifying. Interesting. Later, you tell me how you came out of the transforming heavenly vortex. After being surprised, Li Muxiang said indifferently. He was very curious about Lin Ling's experience. However, his words were a little arrogant. It seemed that he thought that Lin Ling had to tell him if he asked Lin Ling. Originally, I wanted to give a token to Lu Rinxing, but you seem to be dissatisfied with Lu Rinxing. That's fine. The Blue Heaven realm never deceives people. After you settle it yourselves, I will give the token to you. Li Muxiang said again. His words caused Lu Rinxing's eyes to narrow. He was so close to obtaining another main city, but Lin Ling had interrupted him. Emissary! Lu Rinxing shouted anxiously. However, Li Muxiang waved his hand. He was a high and mighty emissary. Naturally, he wouldn't interfere with the matters of the Iron Soul City. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded, Your Excellency, let me give you a piece of advice. This is a grudge between me and the Iron Soul City. You'd better not interfere. You're talking to me? Li Muxiang was stunned. Originally, he didn't want to interfere, but he didn't expect that the young man would threaten him and tell him not to interfere. It was all very funny. He curiously asked, What if I interfere? Then you'll still die. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. Today he came with a firm intention. He must destroy the Iron Soul City. No one could stop him. If anyone tried to stop him, he would kill them without mercy. So arrogant. The crowd was stunned for a moment. Then their pupils constricted. Lin Ling came back alive and interrupted the glorious moment of the city lord. He definitely came with the intention of destroying the city. However, Lin Ling actually said that if the emissary interfered, he would kill the emissary too. If this wasn't arrogance, then what was? One should know that Li Muxiang was one of the top geniuses in the Blue Heaven realm. He was also the top among the Moon Guard disciples. He was about to be ranked in the 7 profound genius list. However, Lin Ling was only a Star Guard disciple. Li Muxiang laughed. He wasn't angry. He could also see that Lin Ling was only at the early stage of the King Spirit realm. How could he be moved by such strength? If he didn't want to know how Lin Ling came out of the One Sky Spiral, he wouldn't even bother to say anything. You have pride. Okay, I promise you that I won't interfere. Li Muxiang said indifferently. He looked at Lin Ling as if he was a senior. Lin Ling didn't pay attention to Li Muxiang. His gaze was ice cold as he looked at the distant Lu Rinxing. His tranquil voice finally transmitted, Lu Rinxing, in the past, you ordered the entire city to kill me. Today I have returned from hell alive. The voice seemed to be greeting a friend, but the monstrous killing intent made countless people gulp. They were finally sure that the young man would destroy the Iron Soul City. Just like what the young man said 2 months ago, if the young man didn't die, the Iron Soul City would face the end of the world. Chapter 561. Death List. Far away on top of Feilai Mountain, Yu and the heavenly concubine were looking at Iron Soul City with smiles on their faces. They knew that Iron Soul City had bullied them in the past. Today the young man was back. He would rise from the place that had fallen. He would destroy Iron Soul City. They believed that the young man would definitely be able to do it. The Iron Soul City would definitely be destroyed. He's back. Among the crowd, Ouyang Xiaoqian's beautiful eyes flickered. The young man's carefree figure was deeply engraved in her heart. Now the young man was back. Xiaoqian, he's the one who dragged your future down. How dare he come back? He's courting death. The Ouyang family's patriarch snorted coldly. If it wasn't for that young man, their Ouyang family would have already climbed up the coattails. You're always thinking about yourself. Ouyang Xiaoqian said coldly. She was getting more and more disgusted by the Ouyang family's patriarch. Haha. Haha. However, after a moment of silence, Lu Rinxing's disdainful laughter rang out. Are you courting death by coming back? The crowd's eyes flickered as they recovered from the shock. Lin Ling was indeed terrifying. If it was a one-on-one battle, there wouldn't be many opponents in the Iron Soul City. However, did Lin Ling know what kind of enemy he was facing? That was a battle with the entire Iron Soul City. Last time he couldn't win against the Iron Soul City. This time he was lucky enough to come back alive. Could he win? City Lord, I didn't make it to the heroes list last time. Today I'm going to make a contribution. Even the heavens are helping me. I'm going to join this battle too. Many warriors were no longer afraid. All kinds of disdainful voices rang out. Last time they didn't make a move and missed out on the heroes list. Now that they saw Lin Ling again, they immediately felt that it was a great opportunity to make a contribution. Pitiful worm, you escaped with your life but you still want to court death. Fenggu and the others sneered. In their hearts, Lin Ling was like an ant. As for the crowd, they sighed inwardly. Lin Ling was too impulsive. Wasn't he inviting people to kill him again? After all, the heroes list not long ago was still a hot topic. Heroes list? Under the countless jeers, Lin Ling's smile became even colder. He gently placed his hand on the huge stone tablet behind him, causing everyone to be puzzled. Lin Ling had carried the stone tablet here not long ago. What did that mean? Wait, that's the heroes list. Suddenly someone exclaimed. Only now did they realize that Lin Ling had brought the heroes list with him. But why did Lin Ling come here with the heroes list on his back? I'm looking forward to seeing more people on the heroes list, because it's the list of the Grim Reaper. Lin Ling coldly smiled, his smile carried a hint of evil charm. He waved his right hand like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. A large number of jade plates fell to the ground with tinkling sounds, making the hearts of the crowd tremble. Looking carefully, those were all hero plates. Moreover, there were many hero tokens, more than 2,000 of them. Most importantly, some of the hero tokens looked very familiar. The martial artists who owned those hero tokens seemed to have disappeared. Could it be that the martial artists who disappeared not long ago are related to Lin Ling? Someone said in fear, which silenced the whole city. No one dared to laugh anymore. The martial artists who had been looking forward to fame were now like ducks holding their necks. They remembered the recent rumors. It was said that all the martial artists on the heroes list who were not in Iron Soul City had disappeared. But now they had a feeling that they had not disappeared but died. In that case, Lin Ling had killed more than 2,000 martial artists, and those martial artists had attacked Lin Ling in the past. Lin Ling was taking revenge, like a messenger of the Grim Reaper from the Nine Serenities Hell. Say it, why don't you say it? A bunch of trash. Looking at the silent crowd, Lin Ling said lightly, which made the crowd even more silent. You came back alive to prove that you are not a stray dog. You are enjoying a sense of superiority in front of these people and making them fear you. Is it interesting? Seeing that the entire city was afraid of Lin Ling alone, Lu Rinxing finally opened his mouth. The fury in his heart was surging. During this period of time, their Lu residence was also in a state of panic, but they never thought that all of this was done by Lin Ling. Did Lin Ling think of them as livestock to be slaughtered? It's not to make them fear me but to let them know that if they wanted to get something from me in the past, they should pay the price today. At present, there are 3,897 martial artists on the heroes list. Lin Ling said calmly. 3,897? I remember that there are 3,893 martial artists on the heroes list. Someone was puzzled, which made the crowd confused as well. But soon they narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling wanted to kill 4 more martial artists than those on the heroes list, which meant that the 4 martial artists should be the mayor, Fenggu, and Lu Rinxing. As soon as this idea came out, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they knew that Lin Ling had come for revenge, the battle had not yet begun, and Lin Ling had already arrogantly put the 4 martial artists on the Grim Reaper's list. This was too arrogant. The mayor and the 3 Moon Guard level disciples, were they all trash? Shameless boasting. Fenggu and the other 2's faces were icy cold. One of the youths stepped forward and said, "Just a bunch of clowns. Senior brother Fenggu, I alone am enough." As he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Ling and said, "Last time you escaped and luckily you didn't die. This time you still dare to come to your death. Have you forgotten the shame of last time? The shame is for you. Last time, if I hadn't fought thousands of people and almost killed Lu Rinxing, how could you be so arrogant? You only know how to take advantage of others. Are these the 7 profound martial house's Moon Guard level disciples?" Lin Ling disdainfully smiled, and his words caused many people to nod. Last time, Lin Ling had fought with the entire city, and even Lu Rinxing had almost died. But at the last moment, 5 Moon Guard level disciples had arrived. Although they had suppressed Lin Ling, it was obviously an unfair victory. "Ah, your mouth is still as sharp as ever. Very well, this time I will let you die convinced of your defeat." The youth lightly shook his head, and an invisible wind rippled out, causing many people's hearts to become dignified. Although last time these people had won an unfair victory, it was undeniable that their strength was indeed formidable. The Lake King Spirit Realm, in addition to the 7 profound martial houses' background, this time they might be able to kill Lin Ling. Interesting. You're only at the early King Spirit Realm, and at best you're a Star Guard disciple. You dare to challenge a Moon Guard level disciple? In the sky, Li Muxiang lightly shook his head. Geniuses had the ability to jump ranks to fight. Some had a strong king body, some had high-grade martial arts, and some had powerful weapons. In short, they could easily kill a martial artist of the same level. Jumping ranks to fight was extremely easy. In the 7 profound martial house, Li Muxiang had even seen geniuses that jumped 4 realms to challenge others. Those could be called monstrous geniuses. For instance, someone at the early King Spirit realm could fight someone at the peak of the King Spirit realm. But, geniuses against geniuses, this was a bit difficult. Lin Ling was not facing an ordinary late King Spirit realm martial artist, but a genius. For him to be so arrogant, wasn't this just courting death? My king body is the 3rd grade wild void body. This kind of physique only appears in the easternmost part of the upper 3 regions. After coming to the 7 profound martial house, I was valued by the 3 mad scholars. They taught me a 4th grade king step cultivation method in martial arts, the mad god heaven void art. This allowed me to display the full potential of my wild void body. Chapter 562. I'll kill you in 10 moves. An arrogant voice drifted out from the young man's mouth. His clothes fluttered in the wind and exploded with a bang, revealing his tall and sturdy body. A terrifying and domineering aura spread out, even forming a mist, making it seem unreal. Tyrannical aura? When he fought Lin Ling last time, this genius obviously didn't use his true strength. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The 7 profound martial house's moon guard level disciples were truly fierce. Madness was also a type of talent king body. It was a power that was above anger. Anger needed to be provoked more and more. But madness was not the same. To be rampant under the heavens, one had to have an imposing aura. 3 Mad Scholar is one of the more famous scholars of the 7 profound martial house's 36 academies. His guidance in martial arts, haha, that fellow is not simple. Li Muxiang lightly nodded. Moon Guard level disciples had the opportunity to enter the 36 academies to study. If they were chosen by any of the 36 scholars, then they would reap great benefits. 4th grade King Step martial arts in addition to a 3rd grade talent King body and late King Spirit realm. That little boy Lin Ling is in for a hard time. Li Muxiang said. Bang. At this moment the youth stomped on the ground. The earth shook and even steel cracked under his feet. It was extremely terrifying. Then a figure shot straight towards Lin Ling. Soon all that could be seen was a fog. Mad fist of the world. A terrifying aura accompanied a giant fist, smashing towards Lin Ling. Rumble, rumble, rumble. This fist was like a thunderbolt. This Moon Guard level disciple has some skill. Lin Ling's pupils flashed. This was his first time fighting a Moon Guard level disciple, but not only was he not afraid, but his blood was boiling with excitement. The last battle had not ended yet. Now was the time to see just how fierce this fellow was. Dripping sword. A dazzling sword cut out. At the same time, Lin Ling used the cloud ascending steps, constantly retreating. It's useless. Stop. However, the youth shouted and his fists rang out, blocking all the swords. Mind's eye sword. Stop. A strange sword thrust out incomparably fast. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the youth. Ding. However, the sword had been blocked. Although the Heart's Eye sword had taken advantage of the moment when the opponent blinked to strike out, if the attack was not strong enough, then the sword would not have any effect. But now, the youth's entire body was surging with wild energy, so naturally he had easily blocked the sword. It was as if the young man was wearing a thick and heavy armor. His fist flew across the sky and smashed towards Lin Ling. Then, with a loud clang, Lin Ling retracted his sword and forcefully blocked the punch. However, that punch was so powerful that it actually bent Lin Ling's sword. Following that, a terrifying power erupted and Lin Ling's body was sent flying. I'm completely no match for him. The hearts of the crowd surged. Lin Ling had overestimated himself and came to seek revenge, but he was simply being suppressed and beaten. Someone like you dares to be arrogant? The young man took a step forward, his wild chi exploded, and like a cannonball he shot toward Lin Ling, 3 wild giant cauldrons. Cauldrons? His 2 palms struck out and a terrifying thing happened. His palms struck Lin Ling, but the steel buildings in the distance collapsed with a loud bang. His palms were even more terrifying. Moreover, his speed was very fast. Before Lin Ling's body landed on the ground, he had already caught up with Lin Ling. Dad. Many people rejoiced in his misfortune. Not long ago, Lin Ling had moved the heroes list and killed more than 2,000 heroes, which made them very afraid and did not dare to make a move. But now they were going to see Lin Ling die with their own eyes. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This was the first time he had seen a 4th grade king step martial art, which indeed made him a little surprised, but that was all. Hello. Everyone heard a calm voice. Lin Ling was actually warming up. 30% sword intent, heart sword. Cauldrons. A dazzling sword light fiercely slashed out. This sword carried a fierce 30% sword intent, and had the power to break 10,000 techniques with a single sword. In the past, when Lin Ling was at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm, he could use this sword to break Lu Renxing's steel intent. Now he had reached the early stage of the King Spirit realm, and this sword was even more powerful. The young man used a 4th grade King Step martial art, but Lin Ling's was 30% sword intent. From a certain point of view, martial intent was stronger than King Step martial arts. Swish! The sword light flashed and the young man's fist stopped in front of Lin Ling. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped and countless people's hearts beat violently. Sword intent. Ah! Suddenly a murmur was heard. Then with a bang the crowd saw the Moon Guard disciple's head fly out, and a large amount of blood spurted out from his neck. His head fell below the heroes list in the distance, and he became a new member of the Death God list. This unforeseen event made countless people happy, and the fluke that had just risen was now panicked again. Martial intent. Boom! In the sky, Li Muxiang's pupils shrank. Among the Moon Guard disciples, there were very few people who could control this kind of wondrous martial intent. Although it didn't mean that a genius with martial intent could sweep through everything, a genius with martial intent was indeed very strong. And that young man was only a Star Guard disciple, but he had martial intent. This talent was quite amazing. Dead, Qianquang is dead. Boom! Feng Gu and the young man widened their eyes as if they couldn't believe what they saw. Not long ago Lin Ling had been nothing more than an ant to them. But now that they saw him again, Lin Ling had reached the early King Spirit realm and the true meaning of the sword had correspondingly revealed itself. He had become even more terrifying, causing them to feel dread. You killed Qianquang. Feng Gu said in a low voice. Not only did I kill him, but 2 of the 5 people who came to kill me also died by my hands in the one transformation heavenly vortex. In the distance, Lin Ling held his sword and said indifferently. What? 5 people tried to kill Lin Ling and 3 of them died? The crowd sucked in a cold breath. This Lin Ling was extremely difficult to deal with. Anyone who wanted to kill him would definitely be bitten back by him. You're dead. Feng Ji's expression was incomparably ugly. This was a great humiliation to him. You'd better take care of yourself. Lin Ling shook his head. Feng Gu said he was dead for sure, but he had to kill Feng Gu no matter what. I admit that I underestimated you. You defeated someone at the late stage of the King Spirit realm with the strength of an early stage King Spirit realm. I'm sure that you're the strongest among the Star Guard disciples. Feng Gu said word by word. He walked out step by step, which made many people feel relieved. Feng Gu was the strongest among them, so he should be able to suppress Lin Ling's frivolous steps. Lu Renxing's eyes flashed. Lin Ling was so terrifying. After returning from hell, it seemed that no one could stop him. He said coldly, Feng Gu, you must kill him. Don't worry. Feng Gu nodded proudly and looked at Lin Ling. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Lin Ling's indifferent voice. One more person is added to the Death God list. Feng Gu was stunned. The battle hadn't even started and Lin Ling said that he was on the Death God list. This was looking down on him and the veins on his forehead bulged. When he became a Moon Guard disciple, Lin Ling was probably still in the countryside learning martial arts. Back then you said that you'd kill me in 10 moves but you failed. Today I'll return the promise. I'll kill you in 10 moves. An even more frivolous voice floated out. Lin Ling never showed mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Chapter 563. King Elephant appears what? Killing Feng Gu in 10 moves? The crowd's eyes focused. In the next moment they saw Lin Ling's elegant figure dashing towards Feng Gu, slaying Feng Gu with his sword. You're dead. Feng Ji's expression became even more ferocious. A formless wind rippled and he disappeared. This was the true meaning of wind. It was very ethereal and everything moved with the wind. No one could catch his figure. They could only hear his arrogant voice. Don't think that you can look down on everyone just because you defeated a King Spirit realm genius. A Moon Guard disciple is not as simple as you think. Lin Ling, I can't catch his figure at all. Many people were dazzled. It was as if Feng Gu had disappeared from the world. Do Moon Guard disciples only know how to run? However, Lin Ling's disdainful voice sounded. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling also disappeared. It seemed that after reaching the King Spirit realm, all of Lin Ling's martial arts had greatly increased in power. However, although Lin Ling's speed was fast, like an ethereal cloud, Feng Gu was not weak either. Both of them were very fast, so who could catch the other? Something's not right. You guys sense it carefully. Suddenly, someone shouted out in surprise. Some martial artists with strong cultivation suddenly felt their hearts tremble. They could vaguely sense that above the square, the figures of two geniuses were drifting about. One was the wind and the other was the cloud. At first, the cloud was faintly discernible, but gradually the cloud caught up to the wind and moved with the wind. The cloud moved with the wind. This meant that no matter where the wind drifted, the cloud could catch up with it. This also meant that Lin Ling's true meaning of cloud could catch up with Feng Ji's true meaning of wind. No matter how strong one's movement technique was, they would not be able to escape from Lin Ling's pursuit. Taiyu Zhanbei sent you trash to kill me? At this moment, a cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. At first, it was indeed difficult for him to catch Feng Ji's true meaning of wind. After all, it was too ethereal. But gradually, he covered the entire square with his soul force and caught Feng Ji's figure. No matter how fast one's figure was, after being locked down by a huge soul force, everything was clear. Whoosh! Sword light flickered, extremely dazzling, making it difficult for countless people to breathe. Just what was going on? First move. The second move. The third move. Many people gasped when they heard Lin Ling's voice. Lin Ling had caught up with Feng Gu and was attacking her with his moves. Enough. Finally, at the eighth move, Feng Ji's furious voice rang out. His wind-like figure finally appeared. However, at this moment he no longer had the arrogance of the past. His clothes were tattered, his long hair was disheveled, and his body was full of sword marks. Even his face had traces of being slashed by a sword. It seemed like he was being slaughtered by Lin Ling. Lin Ling seems to be able to defeat him, but he didn't. Instead, he is toying with him with his sword. Many people had terrifying thoughts. They even felt like they were dreaming. 2 months ago, Feng Gu wanted to kill Lin Ling within 10 moves but failed. But overall he was still able to suppress Lin Ling. 2 months later, the genius Feng Gu was surpassed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling returned the favor by slowly killing him within 10 moves. This kind of growth speed was really terrifying. Sword art, movement and battle talent have all reached the critical point. He is perfect. Many people were secretly shocked. There were many factors to evaluate a genius. Some had a fast cultivation speed, some had a high king physique, and some had a strong understanding of martial arts. But Lin Ling seemed to have all of them. Such a genius could be called a monster. You look very ugly now. Lin Ling's figure also appeared. He laughed disdainfully. He was mocking Feng Gu for being cut down like a beggar. I am so angry. You must die, yellow wind demon physique. Feng Gu was humiliated so much that he finally used his trump card. Endless yellow wind gushed out from his body and a yellow weasel-like demonic beast appeared behind him. This was his king physique, which had reached the 4th grade. This kind of king physique was very rare. It belonged to the monster category, but it allowed Feng Gu to have his own terrifying means. Yellow wind stupa. Feng Ji's hands were constantly clapping, as if he was performing a mysterious martial art. Then, a large amount of yellow wind spread out from his palms. Oh no, this wind is blowing the internal organs of people. It is poisonous. The crowd was stunned at first. Then they took a deep breath and moved further away. Wind was ever-changing. There was fire wind, water wind, mountain wind, and even thunder wind. Naturally, there was also poison wind. It was said that once the poison wind was released, it could kill millions of people. In the past, there was an ancient martial art practitioner who practiced the poison wind palm. With one palm, thousands of creatures were poisoned to death. That area had been poisoned for hundreds of years and had become a forbidden area. Although Feng Gu had not reached that level, his king physique was extremely sinister and terrifying. Wang Xiang, Feng Ji's talent is not bad. In the sky, Li Muxiang's body was covered in a faint light, blocking the wind. He nodded slightly. Feng Gu was obviously stronger than the previous one. Not only was his movement technique strong, but his king physique was also better. Among the martial art practitioners in the late stage of the king spirit realm, Feng Gu was considered to be one of the top. Then he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's trump card was also good. His swordsmanship was superb, his movement technique was strange, and he had rich combat experience. However, he still lacked the essential factor of being a genius, the king physique. Die, Lin Ling. The endless yellow wind blew toward Lin Ling. Countless people's eyes narrowed. Was Lin Ling going to die? A weasel as a king physique. Ugly, but don't think that you are the only one with a king physique. Looking at Feng Gu indifferently, Lin Ling shook his head. At this moment he was also going to reveal one of his trump cards. Fire. Scorching flames spread out. After reaching the king spirit realm, Lin Ling's king physique was even clearer. Then the cry of a vermilion bird rang out, shocking the hearts of countless people. Behind Lin Ling, a blood-red king physique appeared. It was a vermilion bird. In the past, although Lin Ling had shown the flames of the vermilion bird, because he had not reached the king spirit realm, his king physique was not shown. But now it was revealed as if it could burn the world. How is this possible? Li Muxiang sucked in a breath of cold air. The young man's king physique was even clearer than Feng Ji's. Although it was also a fourth-grade king physique, for some reason, he had a feeling that the king physique was not as simple as it seemed. 4,000 vermilion birds burn. He stretched out his left hand, and from his palm, terrifying vermilion birds flew out, shooting toward the yellow wind in front of him, deliberately mystifying things. Although the king physique is clearer than me and is at the same level as me, I can fully display my king physique. You are just a newcomer. Feng Ji's face was dignified. He was also surprised by Lin Ling's king physique, but he soon smiled coldly. However, this smile didn't last long. The sky was filled with vermilion birds, and when they came into contact with his yellow poisonous wind, they actually incinerated his poisonous wind. How was this possible? Feng Gu sensed carefully, and his face instantly turned pale. The true meaning of fire. Lin Ling's king physique had comprehended the true meaning of fire, and it was even more terrifying than the true meaning of sword. It seemed to have reached 40%. Chapter 564. Battling Geniuses, what a gorgeous flame. The crowd held their breath, not even blinking. It was as if they were afraid to miss the vermilion birds dancing in the sky. The countless vermilion birds were getting closer and closer to Feng Gu. Finally he began to panic. He no longer had that lofty and aloof appearance. He anxiously shouted, "Hu Yanjing, help me. Feng Gu needs help?" Hearing these words, many people couldn't believe their eyes. Feng Gu was a moon guard-level talent from the 7 profound martial house. To them, he was like the heavens, a martial artist that they could never surpass. To them, seeing Feng Gu was a great stroke of luck. When they were old, they could boast to other martial artists that they had also seen a genius powerhouse in the past. However, such a prodigious genius had actually asked someone to help him. Should I help? The last moon guard-level disciple hesitated. He didn't want to help. After all, this was too shameful. If news of this were to spread back to the 7 profound martial house, he would inevitably be ridiculed by countless geniuses. Lin Ling is very fierce. If this continues, Feng Gu will surely be defeated. At that time you will have to fight. Do you think that you can defeat Lin Ling in a one-on-one battle? Lu Rinxing said with a dignified expression, causing the young genius to nod. Yes, although Lin Ling's boundary was lower than theirs, he had surpassed them in every field. In a one-on-one battle they really weren't his match. In any case, if they lost face, then they might as well join forces and kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you little brat, don't be so arrogant. The disciple stepped out and threw himself at Lin Ling. Seeing these two geniuses fight Lin Ling alone, many people had a bitter taste in their mouths. Although they all wanted Lin Ling to die, these two's victory was a bit unsightly. Lin Ling. In the vast square, only Ouyang Xiaoqian was worried about Lin Ling. She anxiously shouted out. At this moment, Lin Ling's left hand was releasing vermilion bird flames, burning Feng Gu. The genius behind him had already rushed over, causing him to frown. But he wasn't too surprised. If he dared to come here alone, then he had naturally considered all kinds of unfavorable situations. So what if they joined forces? His right hand gripped the sword in his hand. Lin Ling's gaze sharpened. After reaching the early king spirit realm, he had learned even more things from the limitless sword saint's memories. The second half of the tyrant sword art, the slow sword art, had also appeared. Tyrant sword secret art had 2 sword intents, namely the fast sword secret art and the slow sword secret art. On the surface, the fast sword secret art seemed more profound, but in reality the slow sword secret art was the profound one. After all, a fast sword was impossible to guard against. It wasn't difficult to kill an enemy with one strike, but it was difficult to kill someone with a slow sword. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Ling hadn't successfully cultivated the 3 concepts of the fast sword, he wouldn't have had the qualifications to touch upon the slow sword. But now he could just barely touch upon the true meaning of the slow sword. Sword moves mountains and rivers. He gently waved his right hand. The speed was extremely slow, but there was a strange and mysterious feeling that was born. It was as if this sword had frozen time and shortened the distance between them. However, this sword was not aimed at the person who had ambushed him. Instead, it stabbed into the ground. What is he doing? Many people's pupils shrank as they watched Lin Ling fight 1 against 2. After all, Lin Ling's sword was too slow. And behind Lin Ling, the genius who had attacked displayed a powerful martial art. He pointed a finger at Lin Ling, and that finger seemed as if it would pierce through the heavens. Die. The youth who had ambushed him coldly shouted. In his eyes, Lin Ling was actually slowly stabbing his sword into the ground. Was he an idiot? But in the next moment his pupils shrank. A mysterious sword intent filled the air. In his eyes the entire world disappeared. All that was left was that sword. That sword fell from the heavens and stabbed into the earth. The domain of slow sword appeared, but it was strange and mysterious. And the most terrifying thing was that he discovered that he seemed to be immersed in it. He was clearly far away from that sword and had hundreds of methods to break it, but in the blink of an eye, that sword had appeared in front of him. Bang! Finally, the sword stabbed into the ground, shaking the mountains and rivers. The steel square instantly cracked, layer upon layer. Then, under that sword, countless sword intents fell from the heavens, turning into a rain of swords. When the genius who had ambushed him got close to Lin Ling, his body was instantly pierced by the rain of swords. Blood bloomed like flowers. The sword seemed to be slow, but with a single move the mountains and rivers shook. Rumble. With Lin Ling as the center, the formless sword intent turned into a circle, gushing out in all directions. Even the ground sank a meter deep. One had to know that the ground was made of steel. This showed how terrifying that sword was. Bang! The genius who had ambushed him fell on his back. It seemed that even in death, he did not understand that he and Feng Gu could not block Lin Ling's sword. Sword in the right hand, flame in the left. The scene in front of them was so shocking that it made the crowd exclaim with great difficulty. The fire intent in the left hand had reached 40%, and the sword intent in the right hand was half a step into 40%. What kind of genius could compare to Lin Ling? It's only been 2 months. How did he become so strong? Feng Gu was still resisting Lin Ling's countless vermilion birds, but his face was pale. He no longer had the will to fight. He was sure that although Lin Ling was a Star Guard disciple, his strength had already stepped into the Moon Guard level. Stop. At this moment, Li Muxiang, who was in the sky, finally spoke. His face was extremely solemn. At first he thought that Lin Ling was just a clown. What made him curious was how Lin Ling came out of the one sky vortex. Therefore he had chosen to watch from the sidelines. But now he realized that he was wrong. Terribly wrong. The young man below was a terrifying genius or even a perfect genius. He was incomparably powerful in every field. Senior brother Li Muxiang, save me. Feng Gu shouted anxiously as if he had grasped at a life-saving straw. If this continued he would definitely be burned to death by Lin Ling's flames. I said stop. Li Muxiang coldly shouted again. This matter has nothing to do with you. Do you have to interfere? Lin Ling's left hand still shot out the vermilion bird's flames, but his eyes were cold as he looked at the sky. Didn't you hear what I said? Li Muxiang's face was cold. The young man was still arrogant. From beginning to end, he had not put him in his eyes. It seems that there will be one more person on my death list. Lin Ling shook his head. He had already given the young man a chance, but the young man was too high up to see through him. Then he would let him die with him. Although the young man's status seemed to be higher, Lin Ling had already seen through him. He was only at the late stage of the King Spirit realm. Perhaps the young man had powerful methods, but as long as he was not at the peak of the King Spirit realm, Lin Ling was not afraid of anyone. Myriad sound wave. Li Muxiang shook his head. The young man had ignored him, so it was time for him to pay the price. He took out a purple flute, placed it in his mouth and gently blew it. Then the sound of a demonic sound filled the air. Countless people felt a headache coming on. This sort of martial art attack was very terrifying. It was invisible and colorless. It was a soul force attack. Soul force attacks were very rare even in the 7 profound martial house. Geniuses with formidable soul force were even rarer. Chapter 565. You really don't have to interfere. However, everything in the world had its pros and cons. Although a genius with strong soul power was powerful, his biggest flaw was his slow growth. After all, it was difficult to increase his soul power. Therefore, most of the geniuses who had a little talent and soul power would not focus on cultivation. They would still walk the path of martial arts. My Tianyu demonic flute has 9 levels. I have released it to the 3rd level. If you are still stubborn, I will release it to the 4th or even the 9th level. The arrogant voice sounded like thunder. Obviously, Li Muxiang's purple flute was also a terrifying weapon. Don't show off. I have said that you will die. However, Lin Ling showed no fear as the sound wave attack bloomed. He spoke coldly. So arrogant. Is he going to defeat all the experts in the Green Heaven region today? Everyone swallowed hard. Lin Ling was fearless and fearless. No one could stop him from destroying the Iron Soul City. You are courting death. An even more terrifying soul attack burst out. Layer upon layer, it was as if it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Ah! Some of the weaker cultivators cried out in pain. Blood flowed out of their eyes, noses and mouths. Soul power attacks were simply impossible to defend against. You dare to pretend to be an expert with such strength? But what was frightening was that Lin Ling was still standing there like a pine tree, and his handsome face revealed a mocking smile. You are courting death. Li Muxiang was furious. Although Lin Ling was a powerful genius, he was a Moon Guard disciple who was about to enter the 7 profound genius list. How could Lin Ling be compared to him? Lin Ling dared to mock him. 5th level demonic sound. The purple flute in his hand was like a small pagoda. At this moment, the 5 levels of the pagoda were dazzling. Waves of mysterious waves spread out. It was the sense of smell causing many people to be immersed in it. Illusions appeared in front of them. Plop. Some of the weaker cultivators fell down. Their blood gushed out and their bodies exploded. Weak. However, Lin Ling was still indifferent. He was the master of soul devourers. Li Muxiang was far from being able to use soul power attacks in front of him. Impossible. 7th floor, 8th floor, 9th floor, pink skeletons. Li Muxiang's face twisted. This was the first time he had met someone who didn't fear his soul force. He didn't believe that his soul attack, which could cause a peak king spirit realm genius to fear, would be ineffective against Lin Ling. Pa pa pa. The sky suddenly became colorful, and a large number of beauties appeared, shooting straight at Lin Ling, but they turned into terrifying skeletons in midair. This was a pink skeleton. Pa pa. However, when those soul attacks collided with Lin Ling, they were like stones sinking into the sea. Even when the last wave of pink skeletons pounced over, Lin Ling coldly shouted, "Do you want to die?" Scram. A terrifying soul-devouring aura erupted. At this moment, Lin Ling was like the lord of soul-devouring. Any soul force domain attack was useless against him. In this aspect he was the king. Ow ow ow. Those pink skeletons trembled and actually flew backward, flying toward Li Muxiang. Counterattack. Looking at this scene, the crowd's heart trembled violently. This was a soul force counterattack, which meant that Lin Ling's soul force was stronger than Li Muxiang's. Li Muxiang spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper, but he stared at Lin Ling as if he couldn't believe his eyes. He was the high and mighty messenger of the realm of blue heaven, and an existence that couldn't be underestimated among the Moon Guard disciples. After coming here, he had been watching everything from the sidelines like an expert, but now he was injured and frightened. The irony was that he had always looked down on Lin Ling, thinking that Lin Ling was a clown. However, the truth was that he was the clown. What right did he have to be high and mighty? That's not how you use your soul force. Boundless demon eye. Lin Ling faintly said. He looked at Li Muxiang and soul force gushed out from his eyes, causing Li Muxiang's body to tremble as if he was struck by lightning. The purple flute in his hand shattered into pieces. Flying so high, do you want to prove your arrogance? Come down. Lin Ling shouted again, and the blade of Nirvana appeared, shooting toward the sky. Not good. The billowing soul force made Li Muxiang shout anxiously. He was finally sure that the soul force of the young man below was more terrifying than his. He wanted to retreat, but he couldn't compare to the speed of the blade of Nirvana. Suddenly, his soul trembled and he fell from the top of the clouds. Bang! When he fell to the ground, everyone's heart was pounding. Another genius had been defeated. It had to be known that in order to become a genius, everyone had their own powerful domain, martial arts, soul force, or even a king body. But now, these geniuses with powerful domains had all been defeated by Lin Ling. Lin Ling had defeated them in every single domain. Lin Ling was the perfect genius. Wait, I won't interfere in this. On the ground, Li Muxiang struggled to sit up, but he said in fear. You don't need to interfere because you're already dead. Lin Ling said indifferently, and his soul force surged again, turning into the blade of Nirvana and shooting toward Li Muxiang. Since becoming the master of soul devourer, his soul force had reached a terrifying limit. He could use the blade of Nirvana 5 times in a row. In the past, he could only use it once, and after using it he had to wait for a long time to recover. No. Li Muxiang's pupils constricted. Lin Ling wanted to kill him. He still wanted to explain something and say some threatening words, but all of this was too late. The one who replied was Saber of Nirvana. Swoosh. The invisible blade pierced through his body, making him tremble, and then he fell on his back. Maybe it was just as Lin Ling said, he didn't need to interfere because he was already dead. Dead. The proudest genius of the realm of Green Heaven had fallen, and the reason for his death was simple. He couldn't see through himself and meddled in other people's business. It's your turn. Lin Ling looked at Feng Gu coldly, which made Feng Gu tremble. Everyone was dead and he was the last one alive. Could it be that Lin Ling wouldn't fail? I was just following someone's orders. It was the Great Moon Slash. Feng Gu said with difficulty. He will also die, so you don't need to worry about him. Lin Ling shook his head slightly. Feng Gu gritted his teeth and said suddenly, if you can spare my life, I can agree to any of your conditions. No, I never give any chance to those who want to kill me. I made a mistake in the Gu Yen sect, and I won't make the same mistake again. Lin Ling still shook his head, and his killing intent was extremely firm. No, I don't want to die. I have a bright future, and I'm about to enter the 7 profound geniuses list. I can't die here. Feng Gu kept shouting. He was extremely unwilling and he even regretted it. He had never thought that killing an ant would bring him such a terrible price. This ant was actually not strong at the beginning and he could easily kill him. However, because of a mistake and oversight, the ant was lucky enough to survive. Then, in just 2 months, the nightmare came. He missed the best time to kill Lin Ling, and then there would be terrible consequences. Chapter 566. Flame Encirclement Boom. The merciless flame didn't care about Feng Ji's regret. It wrapped around him and burned him, turning him into a wisp of green smoke. That scene made the crowd swallow their saliva. They suddenly understood something. Regret was not enough to make up for what they had done. One more person was added to the heroes list. The entire city was silent. Numerous shocked gazes were fixed on the young man. At this moment the young man was dazzling. His heart of martial arts was firm. If he wanted to destroy the Iron Soul City, he would kill the gods and Buddhas who stood in his way. The Iron Soul City is filled with countless warriors. Back then I fought the whole city alone. Today I will fight the whole city alone. I will kill everyone in the city. Lin Ling said indifferently to the cold eyes of the crowd. Killing everyone in the city alone. The hearts of the crowd trembled violently. All of this was the truth. 2 months ago, Iron Soul City had besieged Lin Ling. Now everything had been reversed. Lin Ling had besieged Iron Soul City alone. Kill him. He is here to destroy the Iron Soul City. We have no way out. Lu Rinxing looked at Lin Ling in fear. He never thought that he, the dignified city lord, would also end up in such a situation. He was forced to kill by a youngster who was still wet behind the ears, and 4 geniuses with terrifying origins had all fallen. Kill him. However, the crowd hesitated. They didn't dare. Who dared to kill him? Kill him, you bunch of trash. Lu Rinxing shouted anxiously. However, the crowd was still silent. Their eyes were on the heroes list. That was the list of the death gods. Lin Ling didn't kill them yet. He was waiting for them to kill him. He wanted to see who else could be on the death gods list. However, no one dared to be on the death gods list anymore. Not only did no one worship the heroes list, they were even afraid of it. Those who have nothing to do with that day, leave the Iron Soul City within 3 hours. Lin Ling said indifferently. The crowd was stirred up. Many of them felt lucky that they didn't make a move that day. They admired Lin Ling for being able to control his killing intent. He didn't kill the innocent. I didn't. Senior Lin Ling, I quit that day. In fact, the right and wrong that day are in our hearts. Although we are not good people, we can still tell right from wrong. Therefore, we didn't help the city lord. We didn't want to go against our conscience. Many people walked out and said. Lin Ling nodded. Then they could leave the Iron Soul City. Many people were envious of them. Ouyang Xiaoqian, you should leave too. Lin Ling's gaze quickly fell on a familiar girl. Xiaoqian, quickly tell him that our Ouyang clan is also innocent. Behind Ouyang Xiaoqian, the bloated family head said anxiously. However, Ouyang Xiaoqian looked at him coldly. Xiaoyang Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang Xiaoyang Xiaoyang. Was Xiaoyang 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 Xiaoyang. What an ugly face. Master Lin Ling, our Ouyang family didn't do anything last time. Seeing that Ouyang Xiaoqian was silent, the family head looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Lin Ling frowned. He guessed the family head's identity, but he didn't have a good impression of him. After all, he knew that Ouyang Xiaoqian was forced to marry the Lu family. You didn't do anything, but you want me dead. Lin Ling said coldly, which made the patriarch tremble. That was indeed the truth. He couldn't wait for Lin Ling to die. After all, Lin Ling was a burden to the Ouyang clan. Of course, that was in the past. Now he didn't dare to wait for Lin Ling to die. Our life and death depends on him? The Ouyang family members were scared. If the young man wanted to kill them, they wouldn't be able to fight back. Lin Ling, leave the family head alone. Let the Ouyang family go, okay? Ouyang Xiaoqian pleaded. The Ouyang family members were grateful. Only Ouyang Xiaoqian had the right to speak. That young man only gave face to Ouyang Xiaoqian. Okay, let's go. Lin Ling nodded. He owed Ouyang Xiaoqian a favor in the past. Today it was time to return the favor. Wait, why can't I go? The family head suddenly shouted. He regretted it and planned to follow the Ouyang family out of Iron Soul City. But Lin Ling didn't stop him. He just stood there and said, every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. I won't kill the wrong person, but I won't miss anyone either. As soon as his words fell, the cultivators who had tried to pass off as fakes and escape from Iron Soul City were instantly burned to death by the flames as soon as they stepped out of the city. And it wasn't just one person but hundreds. Could it be that Lin Ling has the whole city under his control? Seeing this, the crowd gasped. It seemed that Lin Ling was determined to destroy Iron Soul City. None of those who attacked him that day could escape. No, he has surrounded the city. We can't get out. As for those who wanted to kill Lin Ling, they were now filled with regret. They had nowhere to go. Being trapped in Iron Soul City was like being trapped in hell. Get out. But many warriors were still unwilling to give up. They didn't dare to kill Lin Ling anymore, but it shouldn't be difficult to get out of Iron Soul City. Boom. At this moment, outside the vast Iron Soul City, countless flames shot up into the sky. Those who tried to escape were burned to death. Flames surrounded the city. Those who had already left Iron Soul City gasped. Lin Ling was so generous. He had surrounded the city with flames. Everything was as he said. He wouldn't kill innocent people, but he wouldn't miss anyone who tried to pass him off. The Liu family used to be domineering. Today it's the end of the world. Many people sighed. The arrogant Liu residence was finally going to meet its end. Sir, although we are from the Liu family, we didn't attack you that day. Many people from the Liu family begged Lin Ling for mercy. Unfortunately, Lin Ling said expressionlessly, you can only blame yourselves for being from the Liu family. There was only one explanation. It was because they were from the Liu family. Although they didn't attack Lin Ling back then, they also received glory and wealth after Lin Ling's death. Since they were in the same boat as the Liu family and enjoyed the high status of the Liu family, then when the Liu family was destroyed, they would also be destroyed. Sir, please spare our lives. Many people from the Liu family begged for mercy. Liu Rinxing was silent from the beginning until the end as he quietly watched the scene before him. His heart was filled with pain, unwillingness, regret, and even sullenness. He, a dignified city lord, was actually surrounded by flames and forced to the point that he didn't even dare to say a single word. In the past, he ordered the whole city to kill Lin Ling. Today, Lin Ling alone killed the whole city. The cycle of cause and effect was like the cycle of retribution. Lin Ling, if I didn't steal your woman that day, you wouldn't go against the Liu family, right? Liu Rinxing finally looked at Lin Ling and said. He seemed to want to see through this young man. This young man was too mysterious. He was clear about kindness and hatred. He dared to take responsibility for his actions. He was the most unfathomable person in his life. No.